but not for. Only for the panel. They said only if there are questions from the audience, not now.
Okay, but this is silent conference setup. So we need to hear here.
But they can hear me. Can you hear me?
Hear directly, but clearly. If you want to listen, you can hear it.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Ah, yeah, no. Okay, can you hear me, everyone, perfectly? You can hear me like this, right? You don't have to put on the headphones. Mr. Okay, we'll start the session. Perfect. Thank you very much all for joining. Thank you also for the people that are following online, and welcome to our session hosted by GSIC on the role of STI's roadmap from the Summit of the Future to COP30 next year. So we are going to talk a bit about the critical role of science and technology in scaling up solutions for achieving the SDGs. And I have the pleasure to introduce a wonderful panel to you. These are the co-hosts of GSIC. I will talk a bit about GSIC in a minute, but I'd love to introduce our speakers first. We have Dr. Brian Mantlana. He is a holistic climate change impact coordinator from CSIR, Research Institute in South Africa. We have Yiran Liu. She is a coordinator of the international office at GIEC, Technical Institute on Energy from China. Very welcome. We have Mr. Guillermo Franco Neto, who is the senior climate and health scientist from Fiocruz, a very outstanding institute in Brazil, who will definitely be a key player in the COP30. And we have Dr. Anshuman with us as well, Director of Water and Water Resources at TERI, the Institute of Energy in India. So I'm very honored to have you here on the panel. But first, let me take you a bit through GSIC. What is GSIC? GSIC is I'll see if the slides work. I have no idea where to point, so yes, we'll see. You have our logo here already. It's not working with the clicker. GSIC is the Global Sustainable Technology and Innovation Community. We are a community of now 10 research institutes from all over the world, and we bring together research institutes to bridge the gap between scientific research and implementation of innovation. We really want to bring together the whole ecosystem, gathering research institutes with policymakers, business, civil society to make sure implementation, the slides are going crazy, implementation is happening and that we can strive towards, thank you very much, towards achieving the SDGs. The Summer of the Future has highlighted the critical importance to have science-based innovations that can help us forward. Are they working? That can drive us forward, that can translate into actionable strategies, and that is what we are doing with our ecosystem, together with all our players and with our lovely co-hosts. It's also very important, we're going to stress that in the panel as well, to have an inclusive transition, looking at technologies that are inclusive, that everybody is on board and that we move together with our partnerships. So here you have a map where we are all active. You can see it's very global. We have a strategy that is containing out of 4 pillars. The biggest pillar is our annual conference, where we had just a couple of weeks ago had our GSIC meeting in India, where Dr. Anshuman will gladly tell you the results and the contributions that were made. We also do a lot of outreach to policy fora, such as COP29. We're very honored to be here and to present the scientific community. We are also at the SDI Forum, we high-level political forum. We are very engaged in the UN processes, and we hope to do that for a long time. We also share expert stories to really translate and communicate scientific research into a broader ecosystem so that everybody has access, that these good examples are spread around the world. And the last one is our climate action program. We are a coordinator of the Flanders International Climate Action Program, where I will dive into in a couple of seconds. We have a very broad reach with our website, with our community. We're looking to engage more as RTIs, of course, around the world, and do follow us on the different forums we will be speaking at. Can you push to the next slide, please? Yes, so a bit about the Flanders International Climate Action Program. It's a funding call that is funded by the government of Flanders in Belgium. It's a funding call about 15 million a year, where GSIC is a coordinator. So we coordinate with the different projects. It's a call that funds dissemination projects and demonstration projects, so really demonstrating on the ground innovations and also disseminating information, capacity building. It goes into a lot of different directions, different countries, different sectors, but it's really about empowering people and working towards climate action. That's the main goal, but of course, as everybody here knows, climate action is integrated with all the SDGs, so it's important to take into account all the elements, go into adaptation, mitigation, but also inclusiveness, gender responsiveness. These are really holistic projects we are working with. Happy to tell you more after the discussion. If you go to the next slide. Yes, you can see it's funded by Flanders and coordinated by the Department of Environment and GSTIC. And on the next slide, you will see that we are now finished off our introduction, and I would like to introduce Dr. Anshuman to give a look back to GSTIC Delhi. Dr. Anshuman, the floor is yours.
Okay, sure. Thank you, LK, for having me here. It's such a pleasure to be part of this, I would say, consortium of co-hosts. We had a wonderful GSTIC Delhi a few weeks back in India, in Delhi. And it's my pleasure to share with you the sort of look back and what happened and what were the key things that were sort of proposed out of various sessions that we had actually conducted. So if I may have the slide, maybe the next one. So just before this, yeah, thank you. So the journey of GSTIC, as you might know, started back in 2017 in Brussels, in Belgium, and Vito took the lead. But along with Vito, the sort of 10 co-hosts from across various countries, including China, India, Morocco, UAE, and many others, actually had collaborated to curate various thematic discussions and initiatives engaging with the various key stakeholders of across the world, including the governments and the private sector. And this journey has grown over a period of time. With last few, the last event that we had was in UAE, in Dubai. Before that, we had in Rio de Janeiro, and the last one was in Delhi. Next slide, please. So Delhi, next slide. In Delhi, we actually focused on basically with the theme harmonizing technology, policy, business pathways for sustainable future and coexistence. And we focused on several themes, as you can see, on energy, climate, health, biodiversity, innovation, on IT, education, etc. And these were events that really were participated by several head of the state from various ministries within the country, as well as participants, key speakers from across the world, including more than 12 countries from around the world. And we had brilliant of the minds, come over and debate and discuss on these subjects on the perspective of, as I said, technology policy and business pathways towards sustainable future and coexistence. Next slide, please. So we had 2 days of deliberations, around 16 sessions in which we had 6 plenaries and several deep dives on those subjects, as I mentioned. And in the G-Stick Delhi, we really looked into how, knowing that the global warming and the necessity of action is already in a way we are lagging behind. So the idea was to look into how we can enhance the perspective of technology policy and business solutions to a much wider scale. What are the kind of cross-learning and knowledge exchange that we can bring in through various participation from various stakeholders across the world. And I think in that dimension, we had a range of discussions and perspectives, debated and brought forward in the discussions in the different sessions. So next slide, please. We can skip this slide. It was just to enhance and just to emphasize a wide scale participation. I'd like to share the key outcomes from the sessions. Maybe next slide, please. Next, please. So I can't see. Maybe I'll just open. So, amongst various discussions that we had, one of the, in the inaugural session, it was very, well participated. I think the participation was more than, around 270 people. In the inaugural, we had Minister from, Ministry of Petroleum and Renewable, Honorable Minister Hardeep Singh Puri, and he really emphasized on various perspectives of initiatives that the country has taken, especially the journey that the country took in basically moving towards biofuel, and India's initiatives from 2006 to 2025. India has promised to enhance its blending of ethanol as biofuel by around 20%, and the minister really emphasized that, and the fact that that India wants to move towards greener fuels, and this was very well taken. In fact, the perspectives of not only biofuels but also green hydrogen, and how our petroleum industries are basically being encouraged to basically look into those green energy transition and energy demand growth. So this was really a very high level packed inaugural session in which perspectives from various, including the minister, various participants were put forth. We then had the plenary session on the Paris Agreement, 2030 Agenda and health. Where largely the debates basically converged into how we need to integrate health consideration into the climate change policies, focusing on the vulnerable populations through international cooperation. Various debates happened, and I think this was brought out as a clear, outcome from the plenary on 2030 Agenda and health. And Fiocruz was key, into taking this session forward. We had a plenary on water. The topic was water as a driver of multi-sectoral sustainability and economic development. And I think we all agree that water is central to climate change, and a lot of impact that we foresee through floods, droughts, impact on availability, the changes in the water cycle, pollution. All of these are very well known, and any change that we want to take up had to have to be integrated towards action towards initiatives on water. And I think we actually highlighted that fact that we need to have more water efficient technologies in agriculture. Agriculture in our part of the world, is, as you know, highest water consuming entity. So agriculture and industry, we need to have more water efficient technologies and best practices to reduce the consumption, and not only of water but also the linked energy, and also to enhance the water security and the economic growth. Those perspectives needs to be brought forward. And I think the highlight that I would want to kind of bring forth is that the debate happened that while the technologies are there, how do we upscale them? How do we make them accessible and equitable in terms of making it to reach the mass scale, given the challenges of the cost and the accessibility at a vulnerable end chain. So I think these were the topics that were very well debated, and I think re-emphasized that we need to make these accessible through market mechanisms. We then had a discussion on green hydrogen market creation mechanisms, basically to offtake agreements, reduce production cost, and foster government support to build a green hydrogen market. I think that was something that came out as a very highlighted recommendation. We had a session on health, equity, and climate change, and the entirety of these discussions actually converged into the fact that the health inequities which are exacerbated by the climate change need to be basically targeted, need to be addressed through targeted intervention and equitable climate education. And that was a session that basically looked into the perspectives on that. We had a session on implementation of climate action through the lens of different stakeholders in two parts. In the first one, the discussion basically converged around how to integrate the diverse stakeholders into climate action and strategies which invest into resilient infrastructure for a long-term impact. We also had a very interesting session on digitalization, and there was a debate on AI in or versus education. Many of us would be already struggling with our students, who use AI and, chat GPT on looking for various answers. So the debate was, on how the future strategies on innovation policy for education needs to look into the responsible AI adoption in education, ensuring inclusivity, but also ethical use of the technology. We also had a session on social technology to promote health equity and climate adaptation, wherein we focused on leveraging community-driven database solutions to enhance health resilience in the face of climate change. We then had a session on water sustainability, well attended by the ministry secretary and additional secretary, basically on leapfrogging water reuse and improved efficiency, wherein we debated the fact that while treatment is very necessary to abate pollution, but the time is now to basically look into a future where we are not just treating the water to avoid pollution, but also move towards recycle, reuse, and resources recovery, because that's the future. As the population and the demand grows on the resources, we will need to adopt this, much faster. So that session basically argued about that and the possible technologies to promote innovation and the innovative solution in the dimension of sustainable water management. We had an energy session then, the role of energy mix planning and power grids to achieve net zero, wherein we looked into the investment to grid modernization to integrate renewable energy sources. Likewise, we had session on agriculture and food sustainability, digital technologies to achieve the SDGs, highlighting to bridge the digital divide. Then on green hydrogen, common infrastructure readiness and global supply chain integration. We had education, technology, and innovation session, basically focusing on the quality of teaching and the balanced technological advancement with inclusive educational practices. We also looked into the biodiversity and uniting for nature, basically supporting nature-based solutions, ensuring fair distribution and benefits from biodiversity, Likewise, we had the water, energy, food, and ecosystem nexus being discussed in a session, basically towards common ground to strengthen water security, and as well implementation of climate action further. And in the closing session, we really summarized all these sessions and looked into the real-world testing of technology and strengthening the partnership. So that's a very brief summary, although a bit elongated, but I just wanted to share with you some of these key outcomes from some of the brilliant minds that debated and discussed. Maybe the next slide, please. So these are some of those pictures from the conference. We missed you, some of you, at the event, but it was really well appreciated. Next one, we'd like to thank our partners, sponsors, and co-hosts. As you can see on the board, the Ministry of Jal Shakti, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Fiocruz, ABIS, Matri, Synergist, as well as, of course, all the co-hosts from Belgium, of course, Vito, Brazil, China, India, Morocco, Nigeria, South Africa, South Korea, and the UAE. Right, thank you. Last slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anshuman, for sharing these beautiful insights and really grasping the fact that GSTIC goes very broad, but really very deep into the issue. So we tackle a lot of different sectors, different challenges, but always with the technology and innovation framework, and really looking at how we can scale them. And as you said in the beginning, we really have to look at that scale and look at how we can implement on a broad level, engaging everybody, leaving no one behind as key messages. But thank you very much. We can also share the slides, of course, with the outcomes as we are a bit time bound. I would love to go now to our panel and discuss a bit of these topics that we have already touched upon. I would like to begin with a question for Mr. Neto from Fiocruz. As we all know, climate change is affecting biodiversity, food security, creating water scarcity, and steering us towards a potential next health emergency. And these looming global health crises need to be addressed, making inclusive preparedness, resilience, and responsive plans, really integrating it all. And if we underline inclusiveness, as also Dr. Anshuman has did, how can STI, Science, Technology and Innovation, foster this inclusiveness and create a more prepared environment and perhaps mitigate certain health risks? Over to you.
Thank you very much. Well, my name is Guilherme Franco Neto. I run the coordination of environmental health at Fiocruz, and I'm very happy to be here with you. And just to invite you for the next COP in Belém, in the center of the Amazon jungle. And it will be quite a very important moment.
Absolutely.
Coming from this one. Fiocruz on November 1st, 2024, defined that climate change, sustainability and equity, social equity, are the major core center of the institution from now on. There is no way to think about public health without dealing with climate change and all its broad impact on the humanity life and health. From WHO, from the other most important health centers from the world, we understand that health has very impact coming from climate change in a very broad spectrum of the illness and health consequences that we have to learn how to deal with that in the new era of climate change. Since COVID-19 pandemic, people understand that health has to be in the center of the overall agenda of the international community and also in the countries. And we are strongly working on that way, trying to deal with all our aspects from science, technology, and innovation and education that can bring us the possibility to work with the links between climate change and health. And this is very challenging because that means to change our minds, our culture, to understand how to deal with that. One point that is very important at Fiocruz is that we have to understand that this spectrum of impact comes differently in the population. The most vulnerable ones that has been already for centuries living in conditions that are not acceptable, they will suffer much more the impact from climate change process. This is already happening in Brazil. This year we had a very strong flood in the south of the country that create a tremendous impact, and from June to now we are having a very important drought around the country with several fires, with several injuries at the population, and we are leading with this as already a climate change moment, and we have to learn very much from that. And what is very important is that we are getting the feeling that even those people more vulnerable are the most that receive the most important impact from climate change. They are the ones who have the most important knowledge to how to deal with that. The people from the forest, the people from the field, the campesinos, the people from the waters, fishermen, they know very much how to deal with the nature, much more than us. And we have to include their knowledge in our process of thinking and to get the solutions how to deal with that. And this is very important in countries like Brazil, and I think worldwide this is very important. So the major challenge that Fiocruz sees is that since the COP last year, how to put health inside and within this process. We have to learn how to deal with that. And this is something that Fiocruz wants to work together with the international health community to deal with this new moment of our lives and to the planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neto. I think you touched upon a couple of very important points. That impact comes differently indeed to each population, that we have to include indigenous knowledge, that they know so much more than us, that they have to be involved in processes like this. I'm very happy to see how they have been included in COP16, and I hope it will be the same at this COP, and how we have to put held within the process of international talks is also, I think, for a lot of points difficult to get into the climate change dialogue, but it's also interconnected as we are here at the SDG Pavilion. We know that, but it's super relevant. Thank you very much for your points. On that note, I would like to ask a question to Mr. Mantlana from CSIR. As you can see, it's very, all stakeholders have to be involved, but one of the one very important one is if we want to have paradigm shifts that really are inclusive, that affect everybody in a positive way, we will need a strong public sector. We need agile governments that are willing to invest and to work with private sector, to work with different communities, to really listen to the needs of their countries and push for the topics internationally. So public sector can really be play a vital role in all these processes and leapfrog developments. And how do you see RTIs like yourself and like us play an important role in objectively supporting these governments so that they have the science to change what's needed? And can you maybe look at the case of South Africa, how you are implementing this? Thank you.
Thanks, Ilke, and good morning, everyone. My name is Brian Mantlana. I'm from South Africa. I lead the work of climate change at the CSIR, which is the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. I have a team of about 42 researchers that I work with, and we try to answer different questions on climate change. But I'm part of a bigger institution. CSIR is made up of more than 1,200 researchers and engineers. Coming to your question, Ilke, on the significance of the public sector, I want to start with the obvious context. The issue of context when you talk about science and technology is very important. By context here, I'm referring to the fact that different countries are experiencing different contexts. The fact that Swaziland and Sweden start with S does not mean that they operate within the same context. So the conversation about the role of science and technology has to be located squarely and perfectly within the national context, such that it reflects opportunities and challenges for competitive advantage of that country. Secondly, linked to the first issue of context is the issue of institutional capacity. Mm-hmm. The conversation of STIs and the role of science and technology is directly linked with how strong are the domestic institutional capacities. It's obvious that this conversation about the significance of technology and science will be dominated by those countries whose institutional capacities are strong. And therein lies the risk of this conversation. Mm-hmm. And we don't talk about this enough, that science and technology can be a channel of perpetuating inequalities domestically within a country and internationally across the globe. And that conversation we need to have explicitly of how to prevent, beyond the rhetoric of leaving no one behind, but practically, how does science and technology prevent or reduce perpetuation of inequality within countries and across countries? Now, coming to your question of the role of government. In South Africa, we are lucky so far. I must say up front, we are one of the most unequal societies in South Africa. We are aware of it. As such, we always have this deliberate, intentional, explicit effort of reducing the gap between the have and the have-nots through technology. But the context is this. South Africa's fiscal capacity is declining. the investment in science and technology, if you look at it over the period of 10 years, is declining. And yet the need for STIs to inform policy is increasing. That's the challenge we are facing. But despite all of those challenges, South Africa is trying. We have examples of science and technology issues that are making huge inroads nationally and internationally. One of them is the hydrogen roadmap that we've recently developed. One of them is the Circular Economy Development Fund that our Science and Technology Department has just initiated. This fund aims to unlock barriers, to remove barriers for small entrepreneurs to enter the circular economy markets. And it's run by the department with the CSIR, with us. So there are several initiatives. We have a very active Department of Science and Technology when it comes to biorefinery, like I said, circular economy, hydrogen economy. But I want to conclude with this. South Africa is relatively unique with these experiences. The picture is slightly different across Africa. I'm aware that to many people that don't live in Africa, especially those that are in the north of Africa and on the west of Africa, Africa is a country to them. So they lose the understanding of the peculiar circumstances that predominate within each country. That's important to me because driving science and technology reflects institutional capacity strength, reflects constraints and opportunities that exist within a country. And government has a role of, using your word, Ilke, of leapfrogging these challenges. And yet circumstances are pretty difficult to do this leapfrogging. I want to close with the SDG 17. To me, that's where partnerships come in. And GSTIC, I see GSTIC as playing a big role in enabling governments to partner with each other in driving science and technology to improve evidence base for informing policy that helps sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian, for your answer. It's super interesting, and we can have a whole discussion about that as well. How capacity constraints, make equality even bigger. Definitely, power constraints that also come into the mix. Super interesting points, and thank you for sharing, and also sharing how in South Africa you still have those very relevant initiatives and how you're stepping up that way. And also a very good point to make that each situation is different, each country has different constraints, each community has different needs. So very important to look at how local needs can be translated into international rules and guidelines to really make the link between the local necessities and the international level, because we really need to get those two on the same line. Thank you very much. I'll jump ahead to a question for Ms. Liu, working at GIAC. As you are more specialized into energy, this is a more energy sector focused question. So today's challenges are very multidimensional, but a UAE framework, UAE consensus that was achieved last year at COP29, we collectively decided to triple renewable energy and double energy and efficiency, but billions still have not even access to reliable energy, suffer from energy security. So it's quite high goals, but still a long way to go for the basic necessities. And whole countries even lack decent infrastructure, also tapping into the differences between countries, and that we really have to look into the local level. So my question to you is, how do we take into account these socio-economical challenges as an STI, also looking at how do we, in this difficult world, look at a just transition, definitely on energy challenges, and how do we positively impact that, that energy system? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi everyone, my name is Yiran. I am here on behalf of the Guangzhou Institute of Energy Conversion. We are a research institute that's focused on the research and also the application of new and renewable energy under the Chinese Academy of Sciences. So over the past years, we have certainly seen a very strong growth in the field of new energy, including major breakthroughs and in terms of energy technology, as well as growth in the industrial market. But as you mentioned, there is of course still a plethora of socioeconomic challenges that we are facing. For example, a key concern is definitely energy security and energy access. As the largest developing country, we must balance carbon goals with the demand for stable energy supply, both for development and for the improving living standards of the people, and also as a large country with disparities in levels of development across regions, it is imperative that we take into consideration energy access, especially in areas that are less developed or remote areas. So this calls not only for continuous research into improving the performance and reducing the cost of energy technologies, making them affordable and scalable for the market, but also calls for inclusive and forward-looking policy, strategic planning policy, and financial tools to guide the market. For example, under the Rural Revitalization Initiative, there was special emphasis placed on the improvement of energy and also of digital infrastructure in the rural areas of China, and also policies in place to ensure that the transition to clean energy, such as solar, geothermal, wind, etc., does not further negatively burden the vulnerable population in the area. So, and also, of course, being with renewable energy being still an emerging industry, there are problems that comes with it in this certain stage of development. So this also is integrated with issues with the characteristics of renewable energy, as it is relatively intermittent and has fluctuations, which has to be paired with stable supplementary energy in order to be able to stably meet the energy demands of people and industries. So there is the issue of the utilization of the renewable energies, while a lot of new energy is being produced, not so much of those are being successfully integrated into the grid and being effectively utilized. And also the industry and with the new energy industry switching between this stage of growth where everyone is coming into this into this field. There is the issue of production being concentrated in certain parts of the supply chain, and usually in the lower part, and sometimes without the adoption of advanced and effective energy technologies. So this is also something that policy and financial tools may need to help guide the investments and development of the industry into high quality and sustainable development.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Liu. Also, coming back to indeed having strong policies to create that inclusive framework and to make sure that the newest and efficient tools are being used in the right industries. Very important to have strong governments and to have a strong private sector looking at a green energy transition. We are almost running out of time and the next group is here, so I'm going to ask a question to Dr. Anshuman to shortly answer, and then I have a collective question for you all. But Dr. Anshuman, as you said, we discuss a lot of topics here, a lot of different challenges, but we have all one main challenge, of course a lot, but also one that is very present at this COP, and that's the big finance gap, of course. And I would like to hear your views on which sources of capital, such as public finance, grants, concessional loans, private equity, can really speed up the process to scale indeed SCI realizations that benefits the climate, and how you are looking at multilateral and national governments and funds to play a role in this.
Thank you. I think, as you already mentioned, all of these financial tools are needed very much. And I think what is more important is that these are needed to be scaled up and made available fairly quickly, because that's the delay we are facing since a lot many COPs. In fact, India has very much emphasized the fact that we need $1 trillion investment, to basically facilitate climate action and to unlock the private sector initiatives or interventions on mitigation and adaptation. Now there are various ways to do that. While I'm not a financial expert, but then discussion on the financial tools is very much in the outing, and one needs to look into all those models. So, for example, if I take 2-3 sectors, let's say to start with the government itself, that there are financing mechanisms available nationally, national funds, national adaptation funds, green funds, the risk mitigation availability, for example, the insurance related funds, and also the fact that these funds basically are made available with increased investment. I think for the resilient infrastructure is very much a very important point. And now, as far as the corporate is concerned, I think beyond the the pool of money that they are able to generate, I think we need to look into how, for example, recent ESG initiatives. That's a very good tool. If we can focus more on investment, it will indirectly help into the climate cause. And a lot of these venture capitals and initiatives on those lines. One very important point is that the technology used for funding is quite very important to talk about. And I think technology can work two ways. One is, of course, technology as an enabler for increasing efficiency, reducing pollution, and the reduction in, therefore, CO2 emission. Through a range of technologies, paucity of time, I'm not going to detail, but those are available, and their innovations will keep happening. But we can also use the technology now, given that we have AI and tools like these, how we can further polish the information generation itself and make it much more a tool which can further enhance the data generation and the confidence on the data, but also on decision making for finance priority. we did a project a while ago in which we looked into the scenario planning approach of what are the interventions which are identified for adaptation for climate change. But then not all of those which were all good and giving the benefits were possibly to be invested into, because in different points in time, the cost benefit was varying. And only some of these interventions did make a sense. So the investment tools need to be using these information, and with the AI, it will become much more possibly accurate and maybe more transparent. So we need to look into how we can basically use these technology into climate financing tool as well, and how we can better use them for a better decision making as well, besides the finance availability. And of course, the technology has to be a tool for better, I would say, equitable finance access, and as well as a tool where the use of for example mobiles for fund access and for disbursement and associated kind of activities need to be looked into. So I think a blend of all these, from the government side, from the corporate, from the common man, in which the access to technology in facilitating fund access as well as increase in the fund, or let's say investment into the sector, I think is needed very much in current time.
Thank you very much. You wrapped up lovely yourself. I couldn't say it better. So super interesting points as well to make, that technology needs to be the enabler for access, definitely. So I'm very sorry, but we do have to wrap up. I do have maybe just one thing, just one answer from you all very shortly, like in 1 second. What would be the main topic you would like to discuss next year on the GSEC conference and maybe on COP30? But keep it short, 5 seconds each. We can start. Yes, Mr. Neto, go ahead.
Thank you. The inequity in the world is quite a very important issue. We have to think how to deal with that related to climate change and sustainability agenda. Free Cruise wants to offer its best knowledge, technology, and also will to work with you in this way. I believe we have an opportunity, and we should work on that, linking these major issues with the right of people to live. And this, to me, is the most important thing that we can do.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Ms. Liu.
Thank you. I think, well, definitely there needs to be continued conversations on the technologies and implementation of energy transition, as well as addressing new problems that comes with new energy development, like, for example, the recycling of retired new and renewable energy devices, etc. And also, I think there, of course, needs to be continued discussion and promotion of collaboration between different stakeholders, both domestically and internationally.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Mr. Mantlada?
Nexus issues for the water, energy, food nexus is a critical conversation, in particular for sub-Saharan Africa. It may be less relevant for Europe, for North America, for Japan, but it's a real critical issue for us in the South, in the global South.
Thank you, absolutely. And then Dr. Anschman.
A very focused response. Democratizing technology and best practices for a better climate resilient future.
What lovely words to wrap up with. Thank you so much. Maybe we can go to the last slides, if possible. We have just one to announce. Go ahead. Yes. No. One more. to announce our next G-Stick that will take place next year in October, the beginning of October in Pretoria, co-hosted by CSIR. So very welcome to attend, everybody. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for your lovely insights. I hope to chat further during this conference, and I wish you a very fruitful next 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, for wonderfully moderating this. Thank you.
To our ancestors, when all the fish are gone, I give you my voice. Together we make a stand. We're making the right choice for our future and for our children too. Hear the cries of the ocean, cries of caution from our ancestors. We can't be defeated. United we can win. This is my ocean. This is my future. My choice. This ocean is my home. This is our ocean, this is our future, our choice. The Pacific is my home. What do we say to our ancestors when all the fish are gone? If we fail to protect our home and all our future children to come, hope lies in us. This is my ocean. This is my future. My choice. This ocean is my home. This is our ocean. This is our future. Our choice. The Pacific is my home. If we fail to protect our home and all our future children to come, hope lies in us. I give you my voice. Together we make a stand. We're making the right choice for our future and for our children too. Hear the cries of the ocean, cries of caution from our ancestors. We can't be defeated. United we can win.
Okay. Okay.
Gather our courage, come together, and move issues for the benefit of our people and our community. We commit to sign UN and put our gracefully in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Is it working now? Hello? Okay, thank you. Let me once again reiterate my warm welcomes, warm welcome, warm Pacific welcome to all our colleagues in the side event this morning, particularly to our panelists who are sitting here looking beautiful, graceful, and ready to respond to do a Talanoa. This is a Talanoa session. I really want them just to relate and narrate the stories that they feel that is important in terms of oceans. Just before we do that, let me just remind ourselves that time is of essence here. We have to be out of here by 11:10. So we have to be very strict in timing. As I said earlier, there are some other activities that some of us will have to attend to. But let me just do a scene setting, brief scene setting. Okay, since 2017, ocean was never in this UNFCCC process. It was never in this process. We thank Samoa for hosting the PIF Leaders Meeting in 2017. That sort of initiated this work. So I'm just trying to share the background with you. Some of you were part of this process, part of this journey. As we journey from Apia to Baku to this day, we still haven't seen ocean properly landed in the UNFCCC space or in that climate space. There is a dialogue that's been initiated in response to other global processes, our oceans, that has also been happening parallel in the world today. But the key message for us is that we need to work together coherently to enable our ocean issues to be elevated and land in this climate space. It has to land on both feet. It cannot just be one foot. It has to be both issues. There are some RSO activities being undertaken through the subsidiary bodies. In my view, that's not enough. It's not sufficient for the largest ocean in the world, the Pacific Ocean. So for us, some key messages that we need to take forward. Our blue Pacific continent is more than a geographical region. It is our home, our heritage, and our future. Second, the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent underscores the need for integrated and sustainable management of our oceans, of our ocean resources. And third, to achieve sustainable development, we must base our policies, management, and investment decisions on comprehensive data that reflects the value of our marine resources and our culture, values, traditional knowledge, and commitment to stewardship and protection. As I said earlier, at this stage, at this juncture, we all know that there's a report of the June 2024 dialogue that's been shared, that's been published, that is providing some guidance in the manner in which we parties, large ocean state parties, that will engage in this process. So without further ado, and with the time of essence for us, let me introduce our panel this morning. We have Honorable Mona Ainuu from Niue, Minister for the Ministry of Natural Resources. We welcome you, Honorable Minister. Please give a round of applause. Then we have my good friend, my brother from Arai State, Honorable Gustav Aitaro, who is the Minister for State and Foreign Affairs for the Republic of Palau. Then we also have Dr. Tapungao Falefo, the permanent representative of Tuvalu to the UN. Welcome, Tep. We call him Tep at school, so I stick to that. Then we have Mr. Stephanie Nawandra, need no introduction, sitting right here to my right. And Ms. Coral Pasisi, need no introduction as well. So I would like to open the discussions right now. And by posting some questions, which you don't have to respond in technical details. I would encourage to Talanoa. Give some Talanoa, give your views. your honest, genuine views are from your heart, not from the mind, not from what you read in the media, social media. Okay? So we'll start with Honorable Mr. Ainu. Your question. As PC's political climate champion for gender and social inclusion, can you please describe why it is important to mainstream issues such as gender and climate change across relevant international processes? And the second question, how would you like to see gender and climate change mainstream in the UN Oceans Conference in Nice in 2025? You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, moderator. I forgot the first question. No, I'm kidding. Mainstreaming gender in ocean. You know, we live in the ocean. We can't separate ocean from the environment. We can't separate from our lives. Someone said once, and she's sitting right here, and she said, the ocean is in our DNA. It's in our veins. We were born in the ocean. So having women get involved in trying to, like myself, you know, tradition and culture for me in Niue, women don't really, back in the day, were not allowed to go to the sea. But as time had moved forward, we were allowed that opportunity to also frequent the sea. So in regards to trying to include this in the conversation at an international space, it's very, very important. It's critical, actually, because we do so much. And when I talk about tradition and culture, I think a lot of the islanders here will understand what I mean. But having a conversation that is not understood sometimes by the international community that allows women to participate in some of these activities in the ocean, I think that's the hardest part. I live on one island. We are surrounded by the sea. So it's important for, you know, my daughter, who's 13, her cousins, her families, to also understand that it's important to respect the ocean, to make sure that there is an opportunity for them as well. We take them down to the sea and we teach them what it's like to enjoy what is available now. Because what I have seen in the last few years is that we are really challenged by the warming of the sea, the reduction of food security from the sea because of that warming waters. And it's really important for us to teach them that there are better ways to live. And so when we talk about mainstreaming, we need to include women in this conversation. I know some countries that we have been to, it's taboo to talk, to have women included in these activities. But for us, it's important because we really don't have any choice. We've gotten to the point where we have to all collaborate. We have to teach our families, our women and our girls, to make sure they understand what it is that they need to get involved with. I know in Niue, we're leading in the ocean space. I know my beautiful Coral Pasisi here, she now works at SPC, but one of the things I'm very proud of is that having women establish some driven goals, like the ocean conservation commitment that we have in Niue. This was driven by Ms. Pasisi here, and she works with SPC, but I'm going to let her also cover the OCCs because it's important. In the Pacific, when you're one and the same. So SBC work for us, we work for SBC, so I'll let Carl elaborate on the OCCs because this is one very important activity that we have, and I'm very proud that we have allowed ourselves to be leading in this space in the ocean. When the moderator talked about 2017, when it started in 2017, Niue announced in 2017 40% of its EEZ as conservation area. That's a huge commitment for a very small jurisdiction. But we're very proud because we're taking the lead, coming up with world-winning solutions. The OCCs that won one of the international awards in the Conservation International Nature category, that's an achievement in itself. So women are leading to drive these activities. So I'm very proud to say that all of the Pacific Islands are trying so hard. But one thing that I really want to highlight is when we have these activities, when we have these innovative ideas, we need funds. We need funds to drive these. We need funds to capitalize what we have, because we're trying our best and we've been called to commit. We've been called to take action. Take action for us because we don't have any choice. We don't have any choice to decide otherwise. You know, large countries have choice. I have one island. I don't have a choice but to try and maintain what I have, to make sure that the environment that I grew up is enjoyed by my daughter who's 13. Who knows? So these are some of the things we want to call on the international community for accessibility. Simplify the processes to access these funds, because, you know, it's amazing to hear $1 billion, $100 billion. If we can't access these funds, it doesn't mean anything to us. We need the international community to, you know, have a look, re-look and review the processes and reduce the review time, reduce some of the very complicated procedures and processes that has been, I guess, categorized under how the accessibility component. So these are a lot of challenges that we have. And I also want to say that even though we live in the ocean, we live in the Pacific Ocean, we also know that a lot of the ocean or the marine supplies come from the ocean. For instance, the tuna. The tuna fish, you know, 50% or over 50% of the tuna fish comes from the Pacific Island. That's a lot. So if anybody who receives these tuna are willing to come and help us to make sure that we maintain this stock. Because the way things are going, the water is warming up, the numbers have reduced if we don't reduce now. But then we also have challenges. Apart from climate change, from climate impact, we also have issues with illegal fishing. So all these things are tied in. And so these are our challenges. But that is reality for us. Reality is our resources, we can't continue to monitor and have the surveillance continue because we really don't have, I guess, the resources. And for us as a small administration, although the Pacific is a lot of islands, and we try very, very hard to help each other, I still have one island. And basically, having people and having the international community support us is really important. We shouldn't be delaying. We're seeing all the evidence in the Pacific. You know, we have spaces where, like this little space, 60,000 people living in a small space. That's, you know, families, animals. This is because they're, they don't have the space anymore. Some of these islands have submerged. So it's really important that we do something now. Action needs to take place now. We can't continue to come to COP29. That's a lot of COPs to be still talking. What are we talking about? If you're not going to give the funds, say so. But don't let us continue to come to COP, because we're trying our best, coming up with these OCCs, coming up with innovative ideas. Everybody's on the board, but we're not getting the funds that we need to move this forward. So, moderator, I think I've taken up most of the time, but thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Can we give a hand to Honorable Minister Ainul? Our second panelist is Honorable Aitaro. Palau has been a champion of oceans policy ever since donkey's years when they introduced the sanctuary, the shark sanctuary many years ago. And I know he was part of that because he was director of foreign affairs at that time. Can you share your experience in terms of your conservation aspirations, given the challenges that you do face as a small island developing state, and what do you see in terms of the future of Palau in engaging these oceans? I know you hosted the Oceans Conference a few years ago, and we continue to look upon that. And we would like to hear your views on a Talanoa style. What is Palau's aspiration as we move forward from here?
Thank you, moderator. No, thank you very much. First let's also like to thank the Governor of Samoa for hosting it 2017. It actually gave, it was the spark that led to our, initiative, not only for Palau, but every country in the Pacific. My distinguished colleague, Coral Pasisi, mentioned that it's within our DNA. But our international partners, they don't realize that the oceans is our very essence. In our Republic of Palau, the ocean is connected to the people. When women start to give birth, the ladies will look at the tide, determine when the baby will be delivered. I guess when I was about giving birth, there was a typhoon. A lot of people, my mom was suffering, so she kept reminding me about that. But that's how connected we are to the oceans. And to Palauans, we knew the challenge of hosting the Oceans Conference. But one of our goals was to bring them here to the shores within the Pacific, within our neighborhood, to let them see the impacts that we are suffering from. And Palau decided to go for the Oceans Office, Pacific Oceans Office, not just to bring it to Palau and the region, but we want to highlight its importance in the international community and the partners that we need to be involved. Last month, we had our 30th independence anniversary. I made a point to invite all our ambassadors, friends from 30 countries, from Japan and Manila. They showed up. Little did they know that I invited them to a reception for the grand opening of our Oceans Office, to give the opportunity for them to sit down and listen to the commissioner tell the challenges that we go through. It's really disheartening when you say the Pacific is the largest ocean continent. If our partners, international partners, don't act now, it'll be just a largest ocean, that's it. We'll be gone. Palau was the first country in Suva to sign with Tuvalu to recognize their borders in the event it erodes. My position as the foreign minister gives me the opportunity to not only delve into climate change directly, but also the impact it has in every sector in our community. So it's a personal feeling for me to come here and say, to the international community, as my distinguished colleague has mentioned, if you can do, if not, let us know. The carrot and the horse is not working for us. We met with the lady who's in charge of the GCF funding in Cook Islands for the forum. And I recommended to her, even in the UN, it's so complicated. We don't have the resources. We don't have the manpower to do this. Why don't you regionalize your program? It's not a one-size-fits-all for everybody. Like the Tuna Commission, the Western Pacific, the Atlantic, because they know the Atlantic has specific, needs, specific wants. Regionalize it so us in the Pacific all have the same common, interest, common priorities. So it will simplifies the process and has urgent and immediate response. That's another reason why we always wanted the Pacific Oceans Commission office in Palau, is to also use it to highlight on behalf of every, members of the Pacific Islands, small island states. You go to the UN, they say the SIDS, AOSIS, where are they from? The ocean. The most vulnerable states, where are they from? The ocean. So let's not talk about it. I would just got out of the hack side event. Even Canada was the first country to step up as a G20 to provide some funding. That's a promising, but Canada is only one of many. I would like to close with a statement that, my distinguished colleague Menoni was there, and Sefa, at the Pacific Island Forum Leaders meeting in Tonga. The Secretary General Guterres was giving a statement, and there was one sentence that really stands out to me. He said, if we save the Pacific, we save the world. I hope that message goes to every partner that we have, not only in this room, but outside of this room as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Aitaro, for the excellent talanoa. Indeed, we are from the large ocean states. Save the Pacific, we save the world. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ambassador Falefo. Quick question, Tep. Can you please discuss for us the IT laws, I guess this is the law of the sea, advisory opinion is what does it mean for ocean? Tuvalu has championed sea level rise at the UN, such as the recent climate summit and UNGA. Can you please discuss Tuvalu's experience in this process? Talanoa, Tep. Talanoa.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Moderator. I am absolutely delighted to be part of this esteemed panel. And thank you, Pacific Ocean Commissioner, for the opportunity to be part of this Talanoa session on a topic that is very dear to our heart, coming from a very small island country. Just before I unpack the question, especially on the aid loss, advisory opinion and the involvement of Tuvalu and the sea level rise that Tuvalu seems to be one of the co-leads during the UN GA process this year. I want to connect that to the theme of our session, with this transformative integrated ocean governance and the UNFCCC. Moderator, you made mention of the fact that the ocean became a topic in 2017. But at the UNFCCC forum, it started in 2015 during the 21st COP in Paris, at the, where the Paris Agreement came into being. If we look into the UN process, it took about 21 years for the ocean to surface as a topic. Since the first one in Berlin in 1997, the first COP. It took so long for the ocean to become an issue in the Pacific, in the UNFCCC processes. Now, let me focus on the aid loss advisory opinion. The aid loss advisory opinion came about as a result of the COSIS request to the aid loss. The COSIS is the Commission of Small Island State for Climate Change and International Law, a creation of Tuvalu and Antigua. We created the COSIS in order for the COSIS to make this submission to the IDLOS. As part of the IDLOS legal procedures, member state of the IDLOS cannot submit directly to the IDLOS a request for an advisory opinion, but it can do so in terms of other claims, but not an advisory opinion. I get this clarification because I just came out of the a tour to Hamburg last week, and I asked this question to the president of the IDLOS, who gave explanation of the IDLOS advisory opinion. That's what he said. Member state cannot ask for an advisory opinion directly unless it comes from a legal entity. So that's why Tuvalu, out of fear that the ocean is becoming, especially the impact of sea level rise, is becoming an extensive threat to Tuvalu, we decided to explore all sorts of legal avenue in order for us to take this issue up. You might recall that the first attempt for a legal opinion to any of the international judicial body was carried out, I think, by Palau back in 2002. But the first country to voice the concern about climate change and the need to take this up to a judicial body was Tuvalu in 1997 at the Kyoto, the third COP in Kyoto, Japan. I just want to put some context into this discussion because I really want to know to make sure that our audience know how difficult it was to process this issue through the UN process. So it was taken up by the COSIS to the IDLOS. It was adjudicated by the IDLOS. About 33 member states participated in the oral presentation. About 9 entities, organizations also presented. It was an unprecedented process because never before an advisory opinion was sought to any of our international tribunal, especially on the issue of climate change. So the advisory opinion, although it is not legally binding, it is a precedent that is now being set for member states to take note of. What is critically important from the advisory opinion is the fact that the opinion was sought under Part 12 of the UNCLOS Section 3, especially on Article 192 and 194. 192 is especially to seek the obligations of members on the prevention and preservation of the maritime environment. And 94 is about the obligation about prevention and control of pollution. So these are the legal issues that the causes brought to the IDLOS, with the view that what is most important, I guess, from the opinion is the fact that the IDLOS, in trying to interpret the submission, it came down to the issue of whether that will become an obligation of states, which I believe that most of us have read the opinion. It was an opinion that is now setting a precedent for other upcoming advisory opinion, especially the one from the ICJ. That yes, first, that the climate change is causing pollution to the environment, or causing damage to the ocean, the marine environment, the ocean. So this is something that is very important, because all along we have been discussing and members have been saying that they don't have a legal obligation. Now the IDLOS advisory opinion is saying that yes, you have an obligation, not only to take note of, but to also prevent. The involvement of Tuvalu basically was through the causes in trying to make sure that this issue is taken up for a legal opinion. On the question about sea level rise, of course, is part of our effort in trying to address the impact of climate change to the ocean, including sea level rise. Coming from a country that is very low in terms of land elevation, merely 2 meters above sea level. For other members of the region, you have higher land to move into. For Tuvalu, to us, sea level rise is purely an existential threat. So, because of that, you might have noticed that Tuvalu have not only thought about things outside the box, but have been doing things outside the box, one of which is the creation of causes. Two is the pushing this issue through the UN. Last year, we processed the issue through the complex processes of the UN for a specific dedicated high-level meeting of leaders this year on sea level rise. There are so many competing issues, but we were able to push that. And Tuvalu was one of the co-leads of the what we call the Coalition on Addressing Sea Level Rise and its Existential Threat. In short, the CSET that was created and now co-chaired by Tuvalu and Germany, purposely to push this issue of sea level rise through the UN process. And I am glad to say that at the end of the high-level meeting in September this year, leaders agreed that the Secretary General of the UN has to prepare a summary report. And for that summary report to set as a platform for the member states to start negotiation for a more dedicated outcome to be tabled to the UNGA in 2026. So I guess those are the two processes that Tuvalu have involved in, and I'm more than happy to address any related question, Ambassador Moderator. Thank you.
Thank you. Give a big hands to Ambassador Falfo. Our next panelist is Mr. Safna Yanawandra, who is the One Crop coordinator. And the question to him is, SPREP is responsible for leading the coordination of the One Crop support to PSEEDs on international environmental processes, including UNFCCC and so on. Can you kindly tell us about how these processes link together and how regional coordination links together and cooperation supports integration of the various international processes, in particular for the oceans? Mr. Nawandra, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, moderator, and thank you, the previous speakers, for setting the scene for some of the comments that I'll make. First is the importance of two issues for the Pacific. One is oceans, as we've been discussing. That's always been high on the agenda of the Pacific, especially in influencing global processes right from the beginning, with UNCLOS, which set the scene for a lot of the things on oceans. The other is climate change. And TEP highlighted that with countries like Marshall Islands, Tuvalu, Kiribati, who have vulnerabilities that are existential to them. Under the current UNCLOS laws, our areas of jurisdiction are being affected if we have sea level rise. And that's why our countries have taken that to the UNGA to try and get that resolved, that we maintain jurisdiction over the large ocean areas that we have now. It's important for us because that's where we get most of our life. We don't have much land. Most of our living and the things that we need to live come from the ocean. It's a common part of our heritage. It's linked to everyday life for a lot of our communities who still live in a subsistence setting. Leaving aside the economics, which are also important, especially for things like tuna. We've maintained the best managed tuna fishery. But to what effect if that tuna is migrating somewhere else because of changes to ocean temperature, ocean acidification, and other aspects? The second thing I want to touch on is the integrated nature of a lot of these conventions and global discussions. Nothing exists in sectors or silos. Only people do that. Nature and everything else has no boundaries. They interact with each other, and what happens in one place affects what happens in another. And that's how we need to treat these negotiations and discussions that we are having. At the last UN Environment Assembly, there was a decision or resolution to request the different secretariats to start integrating the different processes. And this is something we see coming up in negotiations all the time by those who want to obstruct movement. They will say that process belongs somewhere else. That process belongs somewhere else. When it really belongs where it needs to be discussed in all of those for our negotiations processes. Anyone who knows a bit of science about climate knows the ocean is central to climate. It's what moderates climate. It's what probably the biggest sink of heat that's generated. So saying that it doesn't belong within the climate change negotiations is basically nonsensical from any perspective. And one of the jobs that we need to do as regional organizations is to continue to support our countries by giving them this integrated advice that they need to be effective at the negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nawandra. Indeed, the message is very clear. Integration of processes and procedures at the global level, at all levels, regional and national levels, will provide us the necessary platforms, in order to launch our various activities, particularly on oceans. Our last panelist is Ms. Coral Pasisi, somebody whom you all know. A question in relation to the role of SPC being the science provider, the largest technical organization in our region. Coral SPC delivers a range of climate change capabilities to the region and hosts the Center for Ocean Science, What role does science and knowledge play in supporting integrated ocean governance? Second, can you please discuss the progress of the ocean dialogue and the current state of play? Maybe we can skip the second question. Just focus on the first one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador and Ministers, Ambassadors, Ocean Commissioner and the Director General of SPREP. This is a very intimidating panel to be a part of. I'm just Coral from Niue. I'm a scientist, but I was born and raised in the ocean, and for me that empowers me to be confident about speaking to the importance of the value of the ocean. I mean, we come from the blue Pacific continent. That is the biggest blue food bowl in the world. It is also the biggest healthy lung on the planet. It is the buffer that keeps us from all frying as well. As our esteemed colleagues have already spoken to, every second breath we take comes from the healthy oceans that we have been custodians on over for thousands of years. And it is that custodianship, the Pacific people who are like the first astronauts of the blue Pacific space, that big blue expanse that sailed out and observed the changes in those environments, and over that time empowered themselves with the traditional knowledge and practice to really look after that environment well. And so our first knowledge base comes from that traditional knowledge and experience. It is not anecdotal, it's actually proven through many thousands of years of experience. It wasn't written. We don't have scrolls like other societies. We have mouth to ear. We teach our children the value of that, and that is passed down and shared through generations. We just don't have a system of verification like formal schools and universities do, but it doesn't take away the value of that knowledge, both to inform good decisions, to understand how the environment is changing, but also as a cloak of resilience. If we don't teach our children how to fish, which species to take and which to leave behind, then they won't be empowered to be resilient in these incredible environments that we live in. And then, of course, climate change is bringing a change to that environment that we all understood and have been custodians of at a rate that exceeds our traditional knowledge of the seasons that are aligned with different things. And this is where the importance of science comes in to complement that traditional knowledge. But it's extremely expensive, and no one wants to pay for it. And climate finance is incredibly hard to get to pay for that necessary information. So we've leaned into the existing architecture of the region to help pool our scientific capability in SBC, in SPREP, in FFA, and other important regional institutions. And that science is really important. And as Director General of SPREP said, we now know that under high emission scenarios, the tuna stocks with so many of our countries depend on for economic revenue and food are moving east and into the high seas. Ironically, into an area where polluting nations can pick them out for free. So our countries can lose up to 20% of their GDP revenues under those high emission scenarios. If we stay below 1.5, we limit that significantly to potentially 3% loss of GDP for a majority of our Pacific countries. So there is a very clear argument on the science through the economic analysis then of our sister agencies, FFA, to show that if we stop climate change or if we reduce that, we will reduce the loss and damage associated with the dependent resource for so many of our countries. That's critically important. I also want to mention one other area of science which is critically important, and our ambassador of Tuvalu has led on this work and explained this already. But to understand what existentiality looks like for a small island state with sea level rise and increased wave inundation, it's very hard, it's an emotive topic, and we can talk about science, etc., but visualizing and feeling what that actually looks like is where we really truly move the dial on policy. And I think this is where our investment in science in 20 years of measuring wave inundation, sea level rise, LiDAR data, elevation data, we are now able to take that information, put it into a 3D model that you can touch and feel and see what does it look like when we get to 30 centimeters in sea level rise. What does that do to the 10-year king tides? It actually makes it a 1 in 100 year disaster. And if we get to the point by 2050 where those occur every year, how could our countries possibly survive that kind of impact? But people need to see that, touch it, feel it, and hear from the youth and the people of these countries and communities what that actually means. It's not just a term, it's a reality. And then we come back again to the critical challenges that we're facing in this climate negotiation in getting oceans really, truly appreciated and funded. I think everyone else has made the argument around why it should be in the UNFCCC very clearly and more clearly and strongly. But I want to talk to the finance components, right? Because getting funding for ocean science is impossible through the global climate finance mechanisms. It simply isn't attractive to them because these are 20-year investments in gathering data and doing modeling, etc. But they need to also fund the documentation of traditional knowledge and practice because that is also being lost and eroded. And that is a key part of the information that we need as well. So I think this brings me to my final point that Minister Ainu mentioned. To be honest, in Niue, we're sick of trying to augment these international big funds that don't take into account the unique challenges of small island states. So we've developed our own, something that we can actually harness those resources and then deliver them at a rate that is commensurate with the absorptive capacity. And this leverages off an understanding and appreciation that the ocean's value, its true value, is not just carbon, it's not just fish, it's not just turtles or these things that everyone else likes to splice off and cut up into different pieces. It's all of those things. And until we truly appreciate the value of that asset in its total and commensurately provide the resources to our countries to maintain the value of that asset, not just for our people, but for the rest of the world, then we are not supporting the countries of the blue planet, of the blue continent, that actually come to the table with the biggest potential contribution to global planetary stability. We should not be begging for funds. We come to the table with this massive natural capital that our countries are protecting and responsibly using. The least that the polluting countries can do is provide the resources to buffer the impacts that we have and to continue to protect this incredible blue planet and this incredible blue continent that we all share.
Thank you, Coral, for that excellent talanoa. As always, you've been a very, very excellent speaker. So, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers and Ambassadors and colleagues, that brings us to the end of the panel discussion. As you know, we are running out of time. But I'll give only one question to any audience who would like to ask one question to the panelists. Just one question, and then I'll close. Anyone? Anyone? There's a lady here. Can
Bulavinaka. My name is Sarah. I'm from Islands Business Magazine. My question is around the component of oceans for the UNFCCC. How are we as the Pacific pushing for that to be recognized in this COP or the future COPs? What are some of the steps we're taking?
Any takers from the panel members? Okay, Coral.
I think you're very well.
Mr. Taro? All right, but that's a very, I think I set myself up in this trap. We can have an interview later for your purpose. But as you've heard that this has been a challenging journey for us in terms of landing our ocean into the climate change space. There's lots of work that is needed, lots of collaboration. And one aspect that is really needed for us is leadership. And I'm glad we have the Honorable Ministers here. Leadership is key to this journey. For us, our principal leaders to be able to take us through, to walk over into the climate process. I cannot go into the details. As I said, we can be able to discuss that later. But it's the aspirations of large ocean states that we have ocean properly landed as an agenda item of the COP. Full stop. Okay, Excellencies, and sorry.
Maybe just to add on to that, Fiji, when it had the presidency of COP, attempted to do exactly that. They managed to get it in as a Talanoa, landed unofficially. It's continued as that over time. The other reason is because we know less about the ocean than we know about every other thing. And that's why people are, I guess, a bit reluctant to discuss oceans in a more formal sense, in a way that is more concrete in the obligations on states. But we've learned a lot about oceans recently. I had a conversation with the CEO of the Global Environment Facility, and he was really pushing to up the weighting of oceans in the CBD and in GEF resourcing, because SDG 14 is the least resourced. And the reason historically is because our knowledge of terrestrial things are much more, and that's why it was weighted much more under the CBD. And that's why there's more resourcing available for terrestrial things under STAR and under other allocations. So we need to change that around because we know a lot more about the ocean now. And then we can also bring in the precautionary approach where things we don't know, we still need to address. And maybe the opportunity comes up if we do get the joint presidency with Australia for COP31. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nawandra. Just a quick summary before we finish off. We've heard some very excellent messages coming out from the panels. We heard from the Honorable Minister Ainu on the importance of effective participation regarding women in the decision-making process. She said evidence is staring at us that our island states are suffering from the wrath from the scourge of climate change. She even emphasized a few points on the constraints that we do face, which are governance gaps, capability gaps, capacity gaps, funding gaps. So these are critical areas that's been identified. Mr. Aitaro, of course, no one size fits all. And I'm really happy with that statement. We really, really need to be looked after at our regional, sub-regional level. One size fits all does not help us. And indeed, we are connected to the people. We are very much connected to the people. And thank you for sharing your traditional practices. My good friend, thank you for sharing the experience on the heat loss. It shows how difficult it is for us, to engage in this process. But since we are member states, we should not refrain or be fearful of the process. We have to be in there in order to make the change. We cannot be backing from outside. We have to be there. Mr. Tapungao has already mentioned how Tuvalu did that in the past few years. Mr. Nawandra, thank you for emphasizing the importance of integration of processes and procedures. Ocean is embedded into our DNA, as our minister said. It is part and parcel of our lives, of our daily lives. The question is, how can we take it forward for the future sustainable livelihoods of our communities and our people, particularly the indigenous people of the oceans, those who depend on the oceans. That is very, very critical for us. Coral, your presentation on science is always good because we need science for evidence-based decision-making. And there's so much that science is telling us. The scourge of climate change is adversely affecting our communities, our resources, and our people. There was a question on ocean accounting that I posted, but I had to withdraw it because this is ocean accounting is like your bank account. You go to the bank, in a simple illustration, you go to the bank, you see how much money you have there and how much do you withdraw. Ocean accounting is the same. You work on your assets and how much you can keep for the future by not withdrawing on that. So with that simple analogy, you can be able to understand what ocean accounting is. So with that, let me thank Dr. Philemon. Philly, thank you so much for organizing this event, and I'm sure that we've learned a lot from here. The importance of engaging, even though everyone is busy, but thank you for this platform, and I think it will generate more discussions as we go forward from here. With those few words, let me close, and also let us thank our panelists. Another round. And can have a family photo up here with the panelists. That will really appreciate. Me to you, to me, thank you very much for having me as your moderator.
here because we would have been much more people. My name is Monica Gullberg. I work at the Swedish International Development Corporation on and I'm a senior policy specialist in climate and energy. The Swedish government currently has an ambition to continue working with climate finance and also to increase and make the climate finance more effective. Also approaching high-emitting countries and the difficult topics, including phasing out of fossil fuels. Now, most financiers and climate financiers in particular has to be Paris-aligned, which is the reason why many financiers and climate financiers shy away from the brown area of the energy sector. And as we approach 2030, 2040 and 2050, different recommendations for different types of power plants. I think we see an increasing need for finding financing can effectively support the phase out of fossil power plants. As SIDA, we have developed guidance internally, which is very strictly talking about phasing out coal and fossil power plants. However, we say that if there is a credible long-term plan for phasing out, there are circumstances in which we can support that process. However, we have not really seen any such credible schemes on site yet. So this is also an expectation that maybe this can be developed in countries. I'm not sure my mic is fine, but so we have different brains around the world making drafts on how a credible scheme for financing a managed phase out would look. And I've tried to invite some of those people, both the people that have done something and people that are in the process of trying, to set up and establish a policy dialogue around this. So, and it's a roundtable character. There's no recording, but there's also obviously no Chatham rules here because we're in an open space. So I guess it will be partly just a frank dialogue, and we will want to hear both experiences from successful and difficult times. So I guess my ambition is that everyone should have a say. It's a roundtable. So you will be given the opportunity to present yourselves as you're given the mic, if that's okay with you. And I have online the OECD representative, Elia Trippel. Welcome. So
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, okay. You have to maybe give a little bit of background on yourself, but the reason we invited OECD is we know there's an ongoing work on drafting guidelines, and Elia could give us an overview about this, and I think that's a valuable start of the meeting. So over to you, Elia.
Thank you very much, Monica. Just to check, can you hear me okay on your end? Thanks. Yeah, so I'm Elia Trippel. I'm special advisor to the environment directors at the OECD. And the reason I've joined this roundtable today is because together with a couple of other international actors, the OECD is currently working on guidance on financing the transition away from coal into clean energy as part of the Coal Transition Accelerator Initiative, which was launched at COP29 by France, but also with support of a number of other countries. The CTA, the Coal Transition Accelerator, has several different pillars. And I suppose that Julia from the PPCA will talk about some of the work that she's doing in that context as well. But one of the pillars that the OECD is working on is focused on private financial institutions and on developing OECD guidance for private financial institutions to help them set up credible coal policies to finance coal phase out and direct more capital towards clean energy investments. So that goes a bit beyond managed phase out, but obviously managed phase out is a very key part of that work. We've been working on this since COP28, and we're in regular discussions with our member countries across various policy communities, as I'm sure is the case in many other countries too. So that includes policymakers from finance, from environment, from development, and in our case also from responsible business conduct. So the draft that we've developed, which isn't approved by our members yet, it's still the discussions are still ongoing, and our members are currently scrutinizing the content of the draft guidance we've developed. The key part of this is to essentially provide recommendations to financial institutions on how they can credibly finance the transition away from coal, knowing that, of course, private finance still provides a huge amount of capital for coal projects, and obviously a lot of this capital is very much needed to fund more clean energy projects, in particular in emerging markets and developing economies. So the recommendations that we have drafted essentially fall into 4 categories. The first category, and this is kind of the key part and at the heart, I think, also of the discussion that we're having today, is what is generally called coal transition finance. So this is finance to reduce emissions from existing coal assets. And we provide recommendations on what a credible managed phase-out transaction could look like, but also some recommendations on retrofitting and repurposing for flexibility, because in line with more recent IEA analysis, that still will also be a core part of reducing emissions from existing coal plants, even if it's a smaller part than the early retirement piece. The second key section of our recommendations is looking at forward-looking exclusions for new financial services that are provided to coal projects and to certain companies that are highly exposed to the coal sector, as well as some recommendations on engagement and disengagement. I'm treating them together because our view is that financial institutions should work as much as possible with their existing clients and with prospective clients to help them move away from coal rather than simply divest. And so divestment and disengagement should really a last resort option. So the exclusions that we propose in our draft guidance are really to be used as a tool for engagement in the first instance, and only as a tool for divestment as a last option. The third part that we cover in our recommendations is more cross-cutting, so that applies obviously to the managed phase-out piece and also to the exclusion piece, and this is more horizontal recommendations on reporting and disclosure and governance provisions that financial institutions could put in place in order to make sure that the process for managed phase out and for engagement with clients is robust. And then the last piece, and this is the piece that I think we're struggling with the most, and where I'm hoping that I can learn also from some of the participants at the roundtable today, is how to balance the need to move away from coal finance with energy security issues and with just transition issues. Our guidance is based on existing OECD instruments, and so we have the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises on responsible business conduct that we try to draw lessons from in order to address especially the just transition piece. So essentially provide recommendations to financial institutions on what they can do to ensure a managed phase out is done in a way that is just and responsible. But still, this is a tricky issue, especially in emerging markets and developing economies. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you on the lessons learned when it comes to specific financing mechanisms that you guys have used.
Thank you, Elia. That was interesting. And I think we will all have the opportunity to speak to, once you're on the mic, you can ask questions as well. So the next item on the agenda would have been my sister arranger, the Swedish Energy Agency, telling you about the Swedish electricity certificate model. Now, for different reasons, I'm going to do that for them because they couldn't make it here. So, in short, the Swedish electricity certificate model was a political ambition for increasing the proportion of renewable energy in the power mix. And it was by legislation in 2003 that the phase out of, or the phase down of fossil fuels was legislated. And I think that's one important ingredient in this story. So the legislation was there, and there was also a quota given to both power plants and also major industries using power. They were all given a quota, expectation on how much renewable energy to use. And the system is really simple. It started off as a national system in Sweden. It then expanded to become a Sweden-Norwegian collaboration. So the system is based on an annual circle where the government issues certificates to each of these members, so how can I say, those that are given the quota. They are given certificates based on the megawatt hours produced in renewable energy that year. And if they have a surplus, they can sell it to someone else, basically. That's a very simple model. The pricing mechanism is not something that is governed by the government. Yeah, it's governed by, but it's not decided by the government. So very much like the upcoming Article 6 arrangements, there is an independent agency issuing the certificates and verifying the so it's a verification of emission reduction or emission achievements, reductions, megawatt hours of renewable energy production. So with this market, there is also sometimes a surplus. Actually, there was a peak in surplus of certificates in 2017 or 18. And then by 2020, the market had reached its goal. The goal was to cut, in Sweden, 15 terawatt hours of, or produce 15 terawatt hours of renewable energy. And in Norway, the goal was similar, I think. And thanks to this market, the goal was reached in advance. It went very smooth, I can say. At the time, the renewable energy options were more expensive sometimes than the current options. So this cost was part of the customer's tariff, which may be an issue sometimes, but in Sweden it didn't seem to be much of an issue. It worked fine, customers paid, and the market worked. I think that's a short version, and I can share also a report on this for you in English if you want to read more. But this is a short version of the Swedish and Norwegian electricity certificate model, and I think maybe that can be food for thought. Thank you. And next in line, I wanted to have Egypt here, but they have also not been able to make it. I'll tell you why I wanted them here. They created something called Nuwafi. Is that familiar to you? Yeah. It's NWFE. It's some Arabic word that I don't recall now, but it's a positive word. And it was a similar setup. They had the certificate of origin in the Ministry of Energy, and they were thinking of something like a carbon tax and a payment system to cover up for closing down basically gas power plants. And I think they started with their COP27. I would have liked to hear from them now, but I guess we will have to invite them again. So this is what happens when you have spontaneous roundtables at COP. But at least they are informed that we are interested. So after that, I wanted to listen to two people from the UK. First of all, Julia Skorupska, who is representing the Powering Past Coal Alliance. And I think you can give us the story of your work. And then I would also like to invite Barry Gardiner afterwards, who has another angle in this work. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Monica. So as Monica said, I'm Julia. I'm the head of a Powering Past Coal Alliance Secretariat. For those of you who haven't worked with us before, the Powering Past Coal Alliance was set up by the UK and Canada in 2017 to bring together the right stakeholders to kind of really work together to overcome the challenges of phasing out coal. So it brings together governments, financial institutions, and big utilities and system operators to think through kind of how do we address some of the challenges around energy security and just transition. It's been quite successful over the past 6 years. We now have over a third of the world has joined the Powering Past Coal Alliance and made the commitment to phase out coal. We have financial institutions with $17 trillion of assets under management who've made the commitment to align their portfolios with Paris-aligned dates. We have subnational governments in some of the most coal-dependent regions, and we also have a lot of large utilities and system operators. The basic model is an idea of, okay, we have to do this. This is one of the most important things we have to do to get on track for 1.5, but it is challenging. It's challenging even in advanced economies like the UK, like Canada. It's even more challenging in emerging economies with very fast-growing demand for electricity and large communities that are dependent on coal for income. And so we kind of work very much on, these are people who are delivering the transition, let's share kind of what the lessons learned are and support you to make your own plan for phase out. That's worked pretty well. We've worked, for example, with Colombia and Morocco to come up with plans for phase out, but I think last year we had a kind of strong recognition that alongside this kind of expertise sharing work, there needed to be more thought about finance for the transition as well. And so, like Elia, we've been working with the Coal Transition Accelerator. Our strand of the Coal Transition Accelerator is called the Coal Transition Commission. And what it does is it brings together governments from advanced and emerging economies, public and private finance, to look at what are all things that we need to be doing together to scale up finance for coal transitions. So over the past year, we had a series of convenings at kind of ministerial level, at working level, to try and think about what are the key recommendations here. We launched our report yesterday with 8 recommendations, which I will boil down into 3 areas for you, because no one has time to remember 8 things. So the first one, I think, is really focused on the role that supporting governments to come up with just transition and energy plans has in both driving the transition, but also securing finance for transition. But very much the experience from the participants is that by having the right kind of policy enabling environment in place, that significantly can reduce the costs of our transition, but also gives business, communities and potential investors the confidence to mobilize behind the transition. So we look at the experience of the UK, which I'm sure that Barry will talk about, also the experience of South Africa, many other countries which have been looking at how do they create a kind of market which will provide the right sort of platform for renewables to compete. So that's the first recommendation. Second recommendation is around finance. I'm sure no surprises to anyone, but we're saying there needs to be more finance for coal transitions. But I mean, I think kind of rather than just saying there needs to be more, I think some of the key focuses of the report are one, and kind of aligned to what Ellie has been saying, that we need to create the right environment to encourage private finance to come into this. And so the private finance contributors have been saying to us that what would help them is to be much more clarity in taxonomies, that finance for coal retirement could be counted as transition finance, much clearer kind of support from governments for their activity here. That would make a difference. So we're trying to get governments to think about, and taxonomy creators to think about including that in their taxonomies. Obviously that's not going to solve all the problems. There are real costs involved in transitions out of coal, building the replacement energy. So I think the other thing what we're saying is that absorbing capital that there is available for the transition, so how do we fill that gap? And then the final recommendation is around developing a pipeline of projects. So there's not enough money, but it feels like there's a kind of fundamental problem at the moment that there aren't enough projects, that in fact there are probably more, I mean, it depends, like, what are you asking people to invest in, but it feels like there are more people who want to invest than there are projects at the moment. So how do we work together to try and generate some more projects over the coming year? How do we, so we all know that there are a number of kind of pilots out there. There's the kind of work in the Philippines around the two coal power plants there. There's the transaction in Indonesia, the Cirebon transaction, but kind of it feels like we haven't yet managed to really get to close on any of these and demonstrate that there are models that work. How do we kind of get to having 5 or 6 models that we have finished and have shown that this can be done, and then try and generate a pipeline from there? So those are the kind of 3 key areas that we will be looking at next year through the Coal Transition Commission, but it's very much a work in progress, so we'd be really keen to hear from everyone here kind of what are the areas that a body that brings together governments, private finance, public finance should be looking at. And do read our report. I have the QR code with me, which I can share with people. Tell us what you think. And yeah, really good to be here.
Thank you very much, Julia, and we certainly will have to read about this. You were only given a few minutes here. I'm sorry, but thank you for coming. And I'll hand over to Barry then to hear another part of this experience.
Well, look, it's really good to follow what Julia has said, and I think Napoleon was once asked why he had fired his cannons on the people, and he said it was pour encourager les autres. And I feel that I'm here rather like Napoleon's cannon, simply to encourage the rest of the world that this is possible. Because, of course, after 146 years, the UK did manage to move off coal earlier this year. At the beginning of October, our last coal-fired power station was closed down. The first one opened in 1882, the first in the world. There's a wonderful photograph of Thomas Edison standing next to this coal-fired power station that he designed on the Holborn Viaduct. So after 146 years, we moved away. But that in the 1990s, the then government closed down a number of our coal-fired power stations and really began that huge switch away from coal, which up until then had provided more than 90% of our generation capacity. It was actually part of a political process. It was a very political move, but it left communities isolated and stranded, and it caused real disruption. And that's why I think now, I hope, my country has learned the lessons of that and is very keen to ensure that there's a just transition as we move away the final phase and have finally moved off coal. Because we're seeing the same now in our oil and gas industry, and ultimately we're moving to a renewables and nuclear-based system in the UK. So in 2010, we still only had 7% of our generation capacity was on coal. In 2015, it was the then Energy Secretary Amber Rudd who announced that we would move away from all coal-power-fired generation by 2025, and that was then brought forward a year so that we ended it just last month. So really my job is just to say it is possible. It's not without its dangers, but they are social dangers. What Yulia outlined in terms of the financing, I think one of the things that we really do have to remember is that we've moved past the days of the energy trilemma, where we couldn't have all three of clean, cheap, and secure. That's no longer the case. We can. And actually, the cheapest generation capacity now is often forest renewables. And in many of the countries, it's about securing the finance that can make that transition to the renewable generation that is needed. Forgive me, Monica, I've got to go to another meeting, but I did want to join you just to encourager les autres. Okay.
Thank you very much, Barry. I think you did just this. And now, since I don't recognize everyone here, I know we have South Africa here, we have Zambia. Any other people who are here invited or ready to talk? Of course, Charles. So let me hand over to Charles Cormier. You will introduce yourself.
Sorry, I didn't mean to speak before the others, just make sure that you knew I was here. So, hi everyone, great conversation. I'm Charles Cormier, I'm the Regional Director for Infrastructure in Europe and Central Asia for the World Bank. Very much worked in the World Bank for more than 20 years on energy issues. I wanted to say that UK is a great example of a country that's managed to get to the just transition. What really preoccupies us is what is the motivation of countries to be able to get to phase down coal? And so we see quite different motivations between high-income countries and middle-income and low-income countries. What to say about the energy? What happened in the last couple of years in 22-23 was the biggest shock in gas markets ever experienced in the 70s. The prices of electricity in Europe went up by a factor 4 to 5, which spilled over into wholesale. The price of gas went up by 4 to 5, which spilled over into electricity prices because gas is a price setter. And so what's happened is that energy security has become the forefront of policy. Countries are nervous about being able to supply energy affordably and reliably to everyone. And so basically high-income countries like the UK have an energy demand growth of whatever it is, 1%, perhaps less than that. And so when they have to close assets, it's easier to replace them. And in Europe, what we've seen in high-income countries is that the political process, legislation works in countries like that to be able to achieve a mandate. But in middle-income countries and low-income countries, policymakers are not able to do coal phase-out just for the purpose of it. It needs to make sense for their energy system. And the big issue is that in their countries, energy demand growth is 5, 7, 8 times, need to double the electricity grid within 7, 10, 15 years. Very, very difficult to catch up while closing down assets. And so that's been a real issue. So the advice we give to countries is that, so what we've seen, so when I started this job, I thought there would be a lot more countries. In Europe and Central Asia, 12 countries are majorly coal dependent out of 23. And I thought that more countries would take on this agenda. We're only working with 2 or 3. And what we give advice to countries is that for countries that have high energy growth or middle-income countries, they could test out the just transition by closing down assets that are already amortized. So they're already past end of life, they're subsidizing them, makes sense to try to close them down. And maybe our colleague from South Africa can explain, but the Komati project, for instance, in South Africa is essentially closing down a very old mine that needs to be closed. But it allows you to test out how would you then take care of reskilling the workers, making sure there's local development for the community, and test out the system. But for other countries, Turkey has a coal assets that are 15 years old. We see this in Southeast Asia as well. So then you have to figure out how do you compensate the investors to be able to close before end of life, and that requires what you've talked about, Julia, essentially finding additional financing, either climate financing, transition credits, and so on and so forth. So that is the main challenge we see. The other thing that happened in these countries is that 2/3 of the utilities are not financially sustainable, and meaning that they cannot recover their costs. So very difficult for them to invest in coal phase out if they're already not able to generate enough cash. And so basically, the challenge is threefold: to look at motivation, to think about energy security, and then find additional financing in systems that are heavily subsidized and/or cannot recover costs. And so therefore, we're working very much with countries to reduce energy subsidies, eliminate them, and transition that funds towards just transition. So I'll stop here, but we're working very closely with Bosnia, which has an energy surplus, therefore closing their coal assets now. Not sure what's
Thank you, Charles. I'm sorry for the mic. I think if you hold it a little bit loose, it's better. I don't know why. That's what I've seen. I just wanted to share with you that we had people from North Macedonia, from Serbia, from Montenegro, writing to me to say that they would have liked to be here. They've been trying to find their way here, but they don't have a delegation here today. They're coming next week, so just so you know. Yeah. So now I think I'd like to invite some of the people that have come here to talk about their experiences. Is there someone from India here? No. We had an interest from a person from the Indian Power Grid Corporation, but apparently he has not made it to this place yet. We also have a person from Nigeria who said he was interested, but I don't see anyone from Nigeria here. Okay. Then I see we have Zambia here, Electricity Regulatory Board, Mr. Nelson Banda? Yeah, sorry. So you're welcome. Do you want to use this mic? I think so.
Thank you very much, and I hope I can hold the mic loosely. And good morning, everyone. So Zambia is an interesting case, a low-income economy, where we are 86% dependent on hydropower, and out of that we have coal accounting for about 8% of our generation mix. But what has happened in this season, we've had to face a very terrible drought, which is attributed to the ever-changing climate that Southern Africa is facing. And as a result, our hydropower generation, which account for about 86%, had to drop to less than 10% of the generation. So what then does that mean? The country cannot provide power for more than 3 hours a day to the national grid. So we have, in some cases, certain parts of the country going for over 24 hours without power. And those that can have power can only have it for not more than 3 hours. So that means now that literally the economy has collapsed and there is no power available. So as the country is committed to the Article 6 of the convention to ensure that we don't scale up emissions by not investing in fossil fuels, but looking at the situations that we find ourselves in, then a deliberate situation had to be taken to invest in additional 300 megawatts of coal, which doesn't align with the goals of the COP. Then the question has been then to say, how do we strike a balance between having 3 hours of power, seeing that the hydro power that we depend on is not available. Those who visited our Victoria Falls, it's completely dry. A number of rivers are completely dry. And this is being attributed to climate change. So then the issue that comes in to say, how as the country then do we push the global community to fast track investment into solar, into wind, and these other sources so that we can diversify our mix and have the right balance. And where we have this natural catastrophe attributed to climate change, which is the essence of COP, then we have some other technology other than coal to fall on. So the tricky has been, part of it has been to attract the financing into solar, into wind, and that has left the resilience of our power system very vulnerable in the wake of climate change. So we are here to really look at it from the angle of learning from the experiences of others of how do we manage the transition to phase out the coal while maintaining the energy security. Two, how then do we attract the financing to get to have the technologies like solar, wind, geothermal, and biomass, probably even utility scale battery energy systems to balance up the solar. How do we attract this financing? What is it that as Zambia will need to do to have this so that coal doesn't become part of our number one priority to get to deal with the resilience of the system? But as it stands, we are in a very desperate situation. 3 hours of power, you can imagine what it means for the day, for the economy and everything that follows. And climate change is at the center of it, where it has not only affected the energy system, but also the agriculture system, putting food security at risk, putting energy security at risk, and literally the country is coming to its knees, and it's almost of the entire Southern Africa shares a similar story, with an exception of South Africa, who has about 65% of the generation mix dependent on coal and about 5% from nuclear. So the vulnerability index for South Africa is much lower compared to these other countries that are depending on hydro power system. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nelson, and thank you for mentioning also other countries. It's, I think, a universal African problem with the droughts and hydro dependence. But, as you mentioned also, we have some countries who do already rely on coal. You mentioned South Africa, they are here, you are here. We also have Botswana, they are not here, but they are also interested, could have been interested. They answered politely that, sorry, they couldn't make it. So here in the room we have, I think, 2 people from the ESCOM, South Africa ESCOM Just Energy Transition Office, Vikesh and I'm sorry, Priscilla. I'm sorry for that, Priscilla. So I'll give you both the chance to tell us or share your experiences. Priscilla, okay.
So I will come in on a funding perspective, Vikesh, on the technical. So I'm Priscilla Jezi from the utility in South Africa, ESCOM. I'm the lead on the sustainable finance. So also our relationship with the World Bank, I was the lead negotiator for the first repurposing facility for the World Bank and also first for South Africa. So on that, obviously, there are a lot of lessons that we've learned also. And we are facing the coal divestment. We're in the middle of it in terms of busy phasing down in South Africa. And as much as climate finance is very critical, but it's not sufficient at all. It's not sufficient for the transition. So we need even more appropriate funding mechanisms, working together with the climate finance. So we strongly believe that transition finance is one of the key drivers for the transition to enable the transition for the hard to abate sectors like ours. So we believe that we are not green yet, we are on the journey to green. So the financial mechanisms must speak to that, must not speak to green, they must speak to the journey to there. So hence we believe there's a lot of work that needs to be done, even on the taxonomy side, in terms of the transition finance. So what was interesting with this facility with the World Bank, which is the first, was that we embedded the social aspects, on the financial mechanism, which is very important for the just part of the transition. So, blended solutions are very imperative in terms of the de-risking mechanisms, crowding in the private sector, but we mustn't forget the just part of it where the community is affected. So lastly, also we talk about the increase in resources when we are at COP, but we must also talk about the implementation of those resources to move the needle forward. So in terms of the balancing the trilemma, we all unique countries. Zambia is unique, South Africa is unique in terms of the starting points. So these financial mechanisms must take that into account also, that we've got unique starting points. On our side, it's not as bad as Zambia is saying on the South African side, but we also need to balance the energy security. So in terms of the energy security, is still our a priority, so that we can look at the affordability. We cannot look at the affordability without looking at the energy security and balancing with sustainability. So that is important for us. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may add, and in support of the point that Priscilla had made, we very often engage at forums like this, and even today, on the transition from an energy perspective. We speak about an energy transition, we speak about a move from coal towards renewables, but we very often forget the just component of the energy transition. And the financing associated with the just component is critical. What we find is that the need for economic diversification is paramount in ensuring a truly just transition as such. From a renewables perspective, we know that the jobs that we create from a site-specific perspective does not offset the jobs that we lose at a coal-fired power station. In order to get traction, in order to get buy-in from communities, from politicians, from civil society, everybody, all stakeholders, we need to ensure that we balance the jobs, that we find a solution for those jobs, as well as renewables as
Just wanted to say welcome and thank you so much for coming. My name's Isabel Bruce. I'm the global head of campaigns from Purpose, and the panel that we're going to have today is all about the importance of how to harness trusted messengers as part of climate storytelling. I'd really love to play you a short video from our campaign, The Future Thanks You, which we launched as part of Verified for Climate, our joint effort with the United Nations Department for Global Communications. So if it's possible, we can roll the video, and then I will hand over to our wonderful moderator, Katja Iversen from the Museum for the UN, and our panel. Thank you. Sorry, it's just taking a minute for him to load the video up. Sorry, we're just holding for some technical issues. I'm just going to go and ask if there's an issue at the back. Okay, I think they're having some issues with the video files, so I'll just give you a tiny bit of context for The Future Thanks You. It was a global campaign that we ran over the last year or so as part of Verified for Climate with a multitude of different partners. And we also built a trusted messenger network, and we're really lucky to be joined by two of our trusted messengers today, by Gustavo, who is joining us from Brazil, and also Henning, who's going to be joining us as a messenger as we expand into Indonesia over the next year. So I will hand over without any further ado to Katja to kick off the panel. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Now I can also hear what I'm saying, which is nice. Yes, my name is Katja Iversen. I am your moderator, instigator, troublemaker, and time police. So welcome, welcome, welcome to this the trusted messengers of climate storytelling. And at this critical junction in the world, it's not a surprise that building that lasting public support is so crucial if we want to see progress, the needed progress. We need to look at not just what we say, but also who says it, how it's said, and how what we say or what is said connects with people and with communities. A lot of things are said that's not heard, and we can do something about that. So as Isabel said, the Verified campaign, the Verify for Climate, the communication infrastructure has been working the last year on the Future Thank You and put in place, and UN Live has been so happy to help with that, the Museum for the United Nations. It's not a building, it is a global curator of cultural experiences for for the change, and for dialogue. So we have been happy, together with Purpose and the UN, to put in action our global We portals in communities across the world and collect stories from the ground, having people tell their own stories for the future, for a sustainable future powered by renewable energy. So it has launched the Verified Champions, a global network of climate messengers, two of which we are lucky to have here today. And messengers are so important. Today's conversation, we will explore how trusted voices from different sectors are building that cultural resonance and relevance that is so needed today to drive action. We'll also talk about the power of popular culture in shifting how people think, feel, and act. And with us to do this, we have a fantastic panel. With us, we have Gustavo Figueroa, a Brazilian climate policy expert and grassroots organizer who built many kinds of bridges between people, communities, policies. Gustavo, one sentence about yourself that will really capture all these wonderful people.
I'm really passionate about wildlife and outdoor lifestyle.
Great. Henning Palan, National Coordinator for Indonesia's Green Faith Initiative and Vice Chairman of the Muhammadiyah. Thank you very much. You mobilize faith communities of all kinds for environmental action. One sentence about yourself and what you're passionate about.
Woman action by faith to climate change.
We love it. Eileen O'Connor, former global journalist and current Senior Vice President for Communication Policy and Advocacy at the Rockefeller Foundation. You have been making change and investing in change big time, including on popular culture. One sentence about yourself and maybe about hope.
We have hope because we believe that climate is an opportunity to reverse inequality and to create systems that provide food security, energy security, and economic mobility.
Right. And Shanta Bali, Chief Climate Scientist at the Fortescue and former BBC science journalist. We have a lot of journalists here. Yeah, isn't it good? And you come from a science background and you have the journalism background and you can really communicate this. One sentence about you and what you're passionate about. She has.
Does that work? Yep. Passionate about, Fortescue is a mining company, but it has a target to eliminate fossil fuels by 2030 across its mining operations. So I'm passionate about getting other businesses to start saying the fossil fuel word and committing to eliminating fossil fuels.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here. It is an important conversation. You're all messengers of various kinds, so listen in and get the good thing. Let me start by a question that kind of frames this, and that was the wrong page. The right one's coming here. I'm really kind of scared of losing these, but they're numbered. What is it that signifies a trusted messenger today when we want to see action?
I think a trusted messenger means someone who's actually working on field, who's actually putting their hands on and giving their view, their point of view to people who trust them. So people who not only talk about it, but also are doing things. I think this is the key message for it.
For me, the messenger is like someone can transfer not only knowledge and practices, but also values. So everybody have a values and how sharing the values, the action, and to be the narrative. So the narrative is like the final from the values, action, listen, learn, and the narrative. So this is very important.
I think a trusted messenger is someone that people can really relate to. During COVID, we worked with Purpose and Project Verified to get people to take vaccines, and particularly in communities where they didn't trust the vaccines in the United States. And we achieved the goal of equitable vaccination rates through basically going to cultural influencers like Big Frida in New Orleans, who wrote a rap song about getting vaccinated, and a lot of people got vaccinated.
From a business point of view, trusted messenger would be someone like our founder, Andrew Forrest, who is one of the richest men in Australia, started a mining company and is now sort of is a total hippie at heart, and can get into those rooms with all the other CEOs and tell them about how profitable it is to decarbonize. So, but it varies. Obviously, who you're trying to convince matters, and right now, business is really who we need to convince to move faster. And I think, as the election's shown, we need to be talking to those sectors which we're not reaching, and that would be farmers, businesses that are dragging their heels, and so we need people from those regions to represent.
Yeah. And some of the latest research that I have seen on it also shows that, I'm sorry, the journalists are not very trusted, but also politicians are not very trusted. But the ones who are trusted are the frontline workers who actually have their fingers in it, and experts. So we have some of the people who have here, we both have thinkers and doers and funders, thinkers, funders, doers here. So from the front line where you're working, Gustavo, when you're working, Henning, what is it that from messaging and messengers we need to build those bridges into the communities, and what have you been doing?
Well, I basically work on Brazilian Pantanal, which is one of the 6 biomes within Brazil. It's the largest wetland on Earth, and Pantanal is drying up. Pantanal depends on the water, and it's drying up. So I think you have all seen that the wildfires that committed Pantanal in 2020 and now in 2024. And basically the work I do is I try to simplify the message and try to get people to understand why the Pantanal burning is affecting their lives, even though they are far away, miles away from the Pantanal. So one of the messages I try to pass is the smoke coming from the wildfires in Pantanal, they reached big cities such as São Paulo or other southern cities in Brazil. So there are people actually dying from lung diseases from this excessively smoke coming to this. So I try to make this link that Pantanal is burning and many of the Brazilian people is far away from it, but they are suffering from it as well. They and I try to make them understand that they are part of the solution as well. It's not because this is far away that they are not being part of it. So this is basically the message I try to pass on, that what happens in the Pantanal, in the Amazon, or other biomes in Brazil, such as the Cerrado, it actually have a huge impact on their lives, even though they are not seeing it. But there are many studies that show that many people are dying because of these lung diseases because of this smoke coming. So I try to make this link for them to understand that it's all connected. There's no outside on this world.
And as far as I know, that has actually given immediate action.
Yes, one thing that I see that causes immediate action is when we talk about the animals, when we put the wildlife on the process. So people, it's still very hard because when we talk about like people dying indirectly, that they're not seeing people dying from fire. It's hard to touch their hearts. But when I show animals dying there, when we show the wildlife suffering, it touches their hearts. So I think it's a very powerful tool for mobilizing when we link wildlife with people.
So thank you so much. For my role is from the Green Faith is working collaboration with the Muslim community in Indonesia. As you know, the Muslim in Indonesia is around 83% from the population. So how to bring it to that they are super powerful if they join the climate change. So we start with the bridging of value of the Muslim community. The example, this one, you said the same. Stop fossil fuel, a call to conscience. So we use this and we call them, but we start with the value of from Surah in the Al-Quran. So we start all of things by value in the Islam and bridging this from the leaders of the Muslim community to the community to the action. So is it that we start that like you are all of you is a Khalifa fil art. Khalifa feel art, it means that you have responsibility for the art. From this to translate it, that you are to be action at the sum of the implementation project or implementation of in the community. The example that we have, the program Hijrah Iklim, the example with purpose. So Hijrah Iklim is translated the value in the Al-Quran on value as Islam to the action, and from this, they are the young generation can know, oh, that is not only about the action, accept nothing, but we have the value from deeply our faith. So we do like that.
Can I twist the question a little bit to you, Eileen, just to shake it up a little? I know now you prepared that, but again, kind of staying connected with communities. So, as we said, a challenging moment of climate policy. What lesson can we draw from, you have journalism, law, philanthropy, action in many different ways. What is it that's needed in terms of keeping both the hope, but also that messaging that people can relate to, that can kind of both activate the heart and the hands?
I mean, I think it's a little bit of all three in the sense of we need to get policymakers to be spurred to action. We need people talking about climate more, so getting the conversation in the media, even if they don't trust the media, like getting the weathermen, which they do trust, to talk about climate. And I think also is getting farmers to talk about their experience. Climate has become, I think everyone here knows, politicized in the United States. And so the way in, though, is the voters in the United States certainly voted on economics and on people suffering from economic disparity. So I believe that the way in to talk about the better economics of investing in green technology. Green technology can provide jobs. We've seen it with the IRA. It can actually also lower the cost of energy. And also, if people are concerned in the United States as they are about migration, more migration is coming from climate than from wars and conflicts. And so it makes sense. And I think people are starting to understand in the incoming administration, the economic argument for investing in green technology and a green transition. So I do think we have to meet people where they are, and we cannot throw up our hands. We gotta keep engaging and keep pushing, because the time is obviously, we're running out of time. The necessity is here. And I do think business is also understanding the risk of doing nothing, because it's a risk to their investments.
So in that sense, businesses are also good messengers.
They are, and now we're getting more and more of them kind of putting green products into their advertising. And I also think, we're working with Hollywood and cultural spaces to just, not to be an advocate, but just to have a popular character own an electric car. Because, climate is affecting everybody. And in Hollywood, they had wildfires, then they had heat waves, and then they had an atmospheric river, and it caused mudslides. So suddenly they're not just seeing it, they're feeling it. And I think that is starting to spur people to action. I hope it's not too late, but the seeing and feeling is starting to get people to say, we got to do something.
Yeah. And Shanta, you moved from journalism, from science to journalism, and now to the private sector in a company that does and can do a lot. So that move, how was that spurred by what you saw in the ecosystem?
I think I've felt scientists often feel like they're in a straitjacket because you're expected to publish your papers in pay-to-read journals. There's a very slow movement of propagation of ideas out of science, and so I was very frustrated with that, and I still would love to see that whole system destroyed. But it's really fundamentally holding back the climate change movement, and we're starting to see a few more scientists speak out and feel like they can speak based on their research, but still not enough. And as a result, policymakers are getting a much stronger signal from fossil fuel industries that if they act on the science, they'll loss of jobs, loss of revenues. So business it's really, for me, business is the only place to work right now. I think science has got it covered. There's still lots of interesting research coming out of climate change, but really now we've got to start creating a world which runs on science, and then we can solve these problems. And just to go on to Eileen's comments on economics, one of the things Fortescue has used to justify its 2030 Real Zero target was an analysis which showed that if we spent $6.2 billion by 2030, we would cut out about 1 billion litres of diesel and gas as well. And we import all of our diesel and gas into Western Australia. So there's a huge saving to be made by getting rid of fossil fuels, and the businesses don't really understand that yet well enough, and we're going to be working quite hard to raise awareness.
And that's a really strong message, because often you put climate change and climate action against economic gains, but that's a false equation. Mm-hmm. So how, and that's to all of you, how do we help communities and in general help keep momentum and the momentum in the commitment to climate action when faced with both these accusations, but also other pressing and maybe more pressing things that's happening? Climate change is long term. We have something, cost of living. We have other challenges that comes right here and now. How do we keep communities engaged? How do we keep the momentum in general?
I think that when we put that to the reality of what we're living in, so everybody, as she said, everybody's feeling it. It's not only on the media, on something that is untouchable anymore. People are feeling the heat waves. People are feeling the wild storms, the wildfires. People are feeling the climate changes in their day to day. So I think that when you bring to action and say that, okay, if nothing is done, this is going to get worse. It's not getting any better from this point. So I think we have to unite this message that, all right, this is not getting any better, with there is still time for us to pull the brake and try to reverse it on a long term. So the videos I make, the messages I pass, is always trying to connect that, all right, we are we have a huge problem we are facing, and this is getting even worse. And if we must act. We have to think better of who we're voting for. We're not supposed to vote, and this, unfortunately, we're not seeing this in the world, of course. But I think when we connect the reality that they're living in, with a future that's getting even worse, I think people starts to act more.
Yeah. So thank you so much. I start with the value of the Islam. We have the Islam is rahmatan lil alamin. So Islam is rahmat, or that is rahmat for all the people. From this, we can translate it, the momentum, how that is a blessing for all. So if be only blessing for all, if you can save of the earth. Because the example, the people, our colleagues in the Nusa Tenggara Timur, the example, they are very difficult to get water. How they can live without water? It is impossible. So many places also about the mining. So a long time ago, they can get water, they can get livelihood better, and they can give for the family. It's very good. But now, because of the impact of the mining concession, they cannot live better. And please remember that we can back to the value of the Islam. That is rahmatan lil alamin. So please stop that didn't something get the rahmat for rahmatan lil alamin, like a concession, like a mining. So please stop. That is everything cannot do for the people's good things. That is number one. Number two, climate change sometimes is not easy to translate it for the community. So it is how we need like the people, like leaders to translate this. Is it so we can very easy to share with them, basically from the Islam, the example, Christian or Catholic. If like in the Islam, every people want a water, so they cannot praying without water because before praying they will wudu, clean everything. So if your water impacted by mining, so we cannot to cleaning our before praying. So it means that we translated this. And number two, the people cannot going to the school well. The people cannot paying zakat because of they are poor people. So remember, in the Islam, if you are a poor people, so it's very dangerous. So please be back to the value, and the Islam bring everything for you. So and translated number two is about how to translate it everything about the climate change impact with the easily and everything be to communicate with the community easily, and also with the like give the example. So please give them the example. The example maybe one location or the mosque, we make it green mosque. What it imagine about the green mosque? Okay, we put the one solar panel together and we build it. So many things we can do it. Thank you.
I think we have to focus on a benefit risk analysis with mostly focusing for messaging on the benefit. So for example, in Africa and the Global South, we are working with a school meals coalition. We know that school meals actually fight malnutrition. They keep girls in school, especially. They keep kids in school. And they fight against actually food insecurity. It's an amazing concept. But by using school meals and having them supplied by farmers with regenerative agricultural techniques and local farmers, we can boost the agricultural sector in Africa. Right now, Africa imports most of its food, and yet it has 85% of the non-farmed arable land in the world. They can be an importer. Focusing on the benefit and then ultimately on the risk. We will have to supply those school meals no matter what. But if we keep supplying them in the way that we have and growing our crops the way that we have, we will add to climate change, not reduce it. But we have an opportunity through regenerative agriculture to ultimately make the soil a carbon sink. It's a win-win-win. And in addition, we've proven that farmers use less water, they use less money for nitrates and fertilizer. In fact, they don't use fertilizer. And their crop yield is much more productive. And so that's what we're trying to do. And philanthropy, for us, we have some dollars we can invest. We don't have enough dollars. And so this is going to take getting business to understand the benefits and the ultimate profits here. And also, obviously, we work with the public finance, which I keep saying, I don't like to use the word public finance. I like to use the word taxpayer finance, because it's taxpayer money that is at multinational development banks. And I think we got to stop using the word, public finance. It sounds so sane. It sounds so clean.
So Shanta, I'm gonna give you another one. What has surprised you about what actually motivates people to act?
Hello? What we've come to in our deliberations, which is very much a focus on policy change, because there's a big business that's trying to move quickly ahead of our peers. It's really unhelpful that the policy is not making everyone else do what we're doing. And we have spent a lot of time in explaining to investors why we're spending money on things that they don't think we need to spend money on. So a lot of our focus has been on policy change, radical policy change, carbon pricing, ending fossil fuel subsidies. I say radical, but it's just what needs to happen. And very much policy change now. And to do that, we decided we had to find an issue that A, no one was talking about, B, talk about it in a different way, and then C, it needed to have direct impacts now within the election cycle of policymakers in jurisdictions that needed to change the fastest. And so we alighted on a concept called lethal humidity. And lethal humidity is a term we invented for the rising heat and humidity that's escalating across the tropics and the subtropics, but after 2 degrees will spread to large parts of the Midwest of the US, the food bowl of China, the food bowl of India, West Africa, most of South America, and it's already very, 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 very dangerous in the Middle East, except in the Middle East we have air conditioners. So what we've done is we've set up a council called the Lethal Humidity Global Council. It sits within the Minduri Foundation. We've got Minduri over here. And it's a body of 60 scientists, and we pulled them together, we chose them, we toured universities globally. And what they are empowered to do with quite a large amount of funding is to do research which shows, now will chart indisputably where mortality is happening. When you see those humid heat waves in India next year and you see maybe 100 people reported dead in the media, you might actually see evidence that's actually quantitative and collected during the event that shows that it's much, much higher. And that means that policymakers are going to have to answer to the rising impacts of climate change within their election cycles. So that's the route we're taking.
So it's the linking the science, linking what people can see and feel, and that has consequences. You know, I was in an event yesterday about the triple crisis, climate, biodiversity, and pollution. And isn't it so that when parents can see their kids suffer from asthma because of the pollution, when we can feel the extreme heat and it's getting unbearable and people actually die, when the water scarcity comes, when those consequences, that's when climate change become real, not 1.5 degree, which is important, but it's kind of when it's something that we can think and feel. But then also, how do we get it to people? And let me just kind of ask, and I know many of you have your cards. How do you combine that, your films, your investment in popular culture, and what you kind of also do and invest in, that power of popular culture, music, film, TV, art, sports, gaming. What is it that when we talk verified and strong trusted messengers and messages, what is it those that can do the popular culture?
I think they're one of the most important part of the process. Like many people won't listen to some wild biologist that works in the Pantanal, but they will listen to a soccer player that is widely known worldwide, and they have a very important part on this role. And what I think people they usually listen to their idols and sportsmen and celebrities and famous people. They have an important role on passing this message on. And what we see is that there are very few of them who are really engaged on this cause. Many of them are not giving a damn, sorry for the word, but they're not giving a word for it. And this is very concerning because this is going to affect them too. Of course, they're going to be the last one on the queue to be affected because they have a lot of money. But if they are joining our team, I think we're going to have a very good chance to win in this game. But that's it. That's many famous people that they have to link their voices on this issue, and we're not seeing it being done enough.
Okay. Yes, faith leaders. Number one, I think because of faith leaders, it's important.
It keeps going out.
Hello. Yes, faith leaders. So for faith leaders, the important is to approach with the value of faith, number one. So how to approach them is with the value from the Al-Quran and Sunnah. But remember about the local wisdom. Because we thought the local wisdom, that is nothing. And the local wisdom in Indonesia has different province, different wisdom. So depend of the location, that is number one. And number two, remember that it is very important to educate with the education sectors. And number three, I think it's about the social media. So the leaders of faith also using this, how to communicate with the community and sharing about the values.
Aline, you can also you spoke a little bit about Hollywood, but in general about popular culture. But I also want to acknowledge we have many of the creatives in the room today. We kind of collectives of creatives. So what's the role of that to kind of make this heard, felt, and acted upon?
In art and film?
Popular culture.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and sorry, I'm not wearing the headphones. I think the batteries are dead, and also I have hearing aids, and I've programmed them to hear voices. So the bionic. Anyway, so art and film, I think that's critically important, and I also think the sports matters. But I think it also goes down to really basics like parents. So there's we've been giving a grant to a thing called Too Small to Fail, which is basically they've been taking doctors, pediatricians, and obstetricians and working with parents because there are playgrounds in the United States where it's so hot when kids fall down, they're basically getting really severe burns. And so that now, but also talking to the parents about the effects of heat or pregnant women and the effects of heat on or the air, et cetera, on their children, and how that even affects brain development. So that has energized parents to sort of act and to push, and I think that's really important. And in I can't say what it is, but a medical drama in the United States at some point is going to be doing a sort of basically a section about this, a show about this, in a sense, which is subtle, but having a heat dome, a heat wave, and showing the health effects on people. And we're hoping, that's not in your face. It's going to be subtle, but it's going to be important because it's really just raising awareness of how climate change affects your everyday life. It affects everything in your life. And I think that's really, so to your short answer, it takes all of this. It takes all of these messengers.
Great, thanks.
I'm not an expert on this.
No, okay, well, then I'll give you another one.
Okay.
What piece of advice do you have to people? And then it's this very delicate balance, like so many things in life, yeah. What piece of advice do you have for others working in private sector to what they can do to kind of turn private sector and move it in the right direction?
I think I'd go back to the decarbonisation argument and the economics of that, because unless you've got someone like a CEO or a board members who are asking for it, you've got to justify it based on the economics. And the economics will be there, but you have to do the analysis. So it's just about doing the homework.
Does economics always win over... Does it always win?
Pretty much.
I know businesses kind of are here to make money, but they're also here to provide goods.
They are. It really depends, I think, on the culture in your business. I think Fortescue is quite unusual. I wouldn't say it's unique, but it's unusual in that there's quite a strong sense of awareness of the impact we're having on our emissions. The emissions of the iron ore industry out of Australia, the 4 big iron ore companies there, our Scope 3 emissions from the steel that's made in China from our iron ore are as big as Russia's. And again, admittedly, our Scope 1 and 2 emissions are quite small. Not small, but 2 million tons per annum of CO2. But we have to bear in mind that we are having a huge impact on the climate, and we are responsible to do something. I think there's quite a high awareness of that.
Right. Okay.
A really short aside. As a journalist, it was always follow the money.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So I'm also just going to say something about the popular culture from UN Live, the Museum for the United Nations. I'm just going to encourage you to check out Nature with capital letters on some of the biggest streaming platforms, because now a lot of Nature is now an artist, owns its own sounds. So when you listen to Nature's nature sounds, you'll actually generate royalties for conservation. And then musicians are stepping up, mixing nature sounds into their music, and stepping up and talking about it, why they do that, whether it's the serene sounds from the Arctic or whether it's the wildfires from wherever and the heavy rain from Bombay, mixing it into their music, talking about it. So check out It Sounds Right, because it sounds right, that it called Sounds Right, and it's Nature the Artist, so check it out. We're going to go to some questions, and then I'm going to come back to the panel, if that's okay. I can see, so I'm going to ask you, and this is both where I'm a time police, instigator, and maybe troublemaker. I'm going to ask you to ask questions and not make statements. We have one here. Do we have moving mics or? Okay, so that will be the moving mic.
Thank you so much. I just want to ask one question to Madame. Do you think when a businessman is thinking about how to make a billion and billion of dollars, is it possible for him to hear this simple message about the world, the earth, to stop investing billions of dollars in oil, for example? Is it so simple? How kind of message could we use to convince that kind of businessman that wants money and more money by investment?
It's a really probably huge academic research question. But from personal experience, for example, our founder, Andrew, he did a PhD in 2016 in Australia on marine ecology, and it changed his entire outset and his mindset. He was a mad diver. He loved, he grew up in the outback of Australia, but the PhD pushed him over the edge in terms of understanding that he had to use his business for good. So I do think things can change you. I don't know. I imagine for different leaders it's different. There's also quite a sort of like the I don't want to say there's a clubbist mentality at that level, the highest levels, and if one person's doing it or one business is doing it, they get watched very closely. And then it enables other businesses to follow. So while some investors won't let them move first, if they see that another company is doing well or getting well received or accolades globally, recognition, it helps other businesses move. So I think it can be done, but maybe not for the fossil fuel industry, because we're not seeing much change there. I think other tools are needed.
Good. And I'm going to take a couple of questions so we can collate them. If you have a comment to this, I don't know, but else I'll just take a couple.
Yeah, I think the other thing is there's a lot of economic modeling right now. And for example, our chief investment officer for our endowment is working with a lot of other endowment managers. And we're basically, line is we know things have to happen. We know green technology is the future. And so they see that as a hugely beneficial investment.
Hello, I am Furkon from Indonesia, Student Muslim Action Unity. We call KAMI. I have question to Mbak Ning. Yes, Mbak Ning. To what extent can young people become trusted messenger in their community, in their religion community, and how can they connected urgently climate change with spiritual or moral values in their religions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mas Furkon. For sure, the young generation is very important to engaging with the climate change, and that is become a leader. So I think that's how to do is that the young generation can educate themselves or can hear. Hello. Yes, the young generation can see or get the many information from around the world about how the climate change, what the impacted for the young generation, how about the data. And you know that the young generation have also can have good spirit and also skill, because it's very easy to make it the social media. So the young generation can use it. And for especially from the faith-based, the young generation in multi-faith around in Indonesia, also in the world, have connected others. So don't worry and become a leader of the next generation. So young leaders is important to engaging of the climate change.
Thank you very much. And we have a question here.
Hi everyone, my name is Nivedita. I'm from India. My question is for Eileen. I don't know if you can hear me, but my question is about quantity over quality, or the other way. So do you think that climate messaging should be about quality of messaging, or should it be about quantity? How can we create a balance between the two? Because I've seen that a lot of low quality and low quantity climate content is floating around. So, how can we actually intervene to improve the quality and also the quantity of climate discussions?
I think it's important to have quantity, but I completely agree with you. We need to be consistent in the quality of the messaging and at least the quality of the trend of the messaging. For example, we know that doom messaging just does not work. Makes people feel hopeless. So making sure that communicators are avoiding that. And so that would go to your point about quality. And I think it's important as for any communicator, any advertising campaign or any even movie maker knows, you do focus groups. You understand who the messenger is, what is the message that's going to move people in that community. You have to actually work on understanding the culture and what is important to the people. So, but I do think quantity right now is important because there is so little of it. I mean, really, when you look at the data, it's incredible how few people understand climate change, particularly in the global south, connect extreme weather in the global north to climate change. So we're trying to do that through working with meteorologists and so because people trust local news. So that's a quality. It's also getting it out to a lot of channels.
Thank you. And we have a question over here.
Hi there, Sean McGuire from the Clean Air Fund. We work on air pollution. Just listening to the panel, I wanted to check something and then ask a question. It seems to me that the message is that if you want to work, if you want to convince a community, you need to be in that community, part of that community, and have that messenger from the community. But we work a lot with business, so I wanted to ask Shanta that the business community is not moving very fast. And yeah, you've got one great example there of like a philanthropist, mining leader who wants to change things, but he's not converting his community very, very quickly. Is there anything we can do to accelerate change within the business community?
Oh, thanks. Very true. We've seen one hopeful sign this year, so from BHP, which has committed quite in a nuanced way to not use offsets towards its 2030 target. It's a huge step for a mining giant. And a lot of we think, we are talking a lot behind the scenes, establishing trust with each other and trying to work with each other against, for examples like things like Scope 3, which for the iron ore industry are a huge problem that we can't really do much about until China decides it wants to decarbonize its steel mills beyond just stop exporting iron ore. So there's some enormous challenges, and we can't do it as a business. We do need camaraderie across the industries, and I think you're going to see a lot more of these industry-wide approaches, a bit like the IMO for the shipping industry, which is bringing in its own carbon pricing mechanism hopefully next year. I think we're going to see industry approaches to climate change rather than this sort of more centralized approach, perhaps. But other than that, I don't know how.
You had a fast one.
Can I just quickly, one thing, I do think business is moving, but obviously because of the politicization of this, I think a lot of them aren't making it vocal because they don't want to be in the crosshairs on the anti-ESG investment. And so there is movement, but I agree with you, it's not fast enough. But.
And we have the last question here.
Hi, I'm Ansam from Maldives, and I just had a question for you. I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know. I'm so sorry. I'm very bad with names. I just wanted to know what people's reactions were when you first started connecting climate action with religion, because I also come from a Muslim. It's a 100% Muslim country, actually, Maldives is, and we do have some negative comments floating around, like. People are saying that it's okay to exploit anything that's halal, so instead of caring for the environment. So how did you overcome that, if that was a factor?
How we start? I think each country is different approach with another country. Please understanding deeply about the culture in your country.
before we work with the faith-based. But remember that a leader of faith-based are powerful. Like in many countries, like especially in Asia, I think that's maybe sometimes the government, the people didn't trust it with the government, but more trusted with the leader of faith and also leader of the community. So we start with them with deeply communication. How about the problem? I remember about please discuss about the risk. Please discuss about the solution. So if we see about the problem in around with us, how to bring it. And I think we can open more and more about the Al-Quran and Sunnah, because in there we can see that number one, that we are a Khalifah fil ard. And number two, Islam is rahmatan lil alamin, that you understand with this also. And number three, in the Islam we have ijtihad. Ijtihad is like that scientists that we can not only working with the text, but also to translate the text to actually the daily of life. So we can use the culture, we can use scientists, we can working with the business sector. So I think not only the Islam, but majority of the faith is openly, they have ijtihad at the Muslim, at the Islam. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we're just, time flies when you're having fun, but unfortunately we are kind of getting to the end. Trusted messengers, parents, preachers, teachers, peers in the communities, but also the fandom, the popular. So I think we got around a lot here today. And we have an amazing audience. So could I get each of you have 30 seconds, maybe 45, to give one piece of advice for others working with trusted messengers or wanted to become a trusted messenger. What is it that people here can go home and do?
I think everybody can be a trusted messenger, even though it's not for millions of people, but for their community, for their friends and family. So we must talk about it, talk about climate change with our friends, with our family. We have to put this issue on every place. Every place is a place to talk about climate changes and environment. So everybody can be a trusted messenger. Just go ahead and do it.
Me too. For the we start. Remember about the Khalifah fil ard. Each of the people born in the earth is a Khalifah. So everybody is a messenger. And sometimes the NGOs is called the activists. So we are all of us as activists, not only activists from the NGO, but not like this. So we are all of us as a Khalifah fil ard.
I always say in every organization I'm in that everyone is a communicator, and there's a saying in politics that that when you're sick of saying it, they're hearing it for the first time. So I think just keep saying it and saying it and saying it to different audiences in ways that connect to the audience, and we're going to move the needle.
I think everyone needs to stop being really nice to each other. And if you see people being really nice to each other and all saying the same thing, then I actually really strongly agree with the personal. I think we were told that personal action doesn't make a difference in the 90s. Then in the 80s, then it was like only personal action will matter, and now it's gone back the other way. I think we all can do something, but we shouldn't. We should be okay with being uncomfortable and calling out bad behavior.
And if I may just wrap it up, kind of trusted messengers are so important. And what is also important, and we can all be messengers for that, maybe it's not messengers for peace, but it's messengers for climate action. And it is creating that. We see that empathy in the world is going down. We see that the feeling of agency is going down. And we can counter that by communication and by dialogue. And when we can do that, we can come with the messages, we can translate the data into something people can feel and think and act upon. And creating that sense of belonging to each other and to the planet, creating that sense of a global we is something we need so much, and we need everybody to raise their voice and use everything they can. Thank you very much for coming. And thanks to Purpose, thanks to the UN, and thanks to the great panel.
adaptation. I've had the privilege of being part of the UN expert group on SDGs and climate synergies, and part of the expert report that was produced earlier this year. And that touches very much on these issues of transformational adaptation and synergies across different areas. In our work at CTUS, we also have done increasing work on adaptation. We've released recent papers on transformational adaptation, but also on how to take forward adaptation through the global stocktake process. So there will be resources available to those of you online. It's the QR code on the screen will take you to that link. Today I'm joined by an amazing panel of all women. Unfortunately, I spoil that to make it completely women. But I'd like to introduce them. We have, in order, if I get it correctly here, we have my friend Hajar, who was the former Minister of State for the Republic of the Maldives. We have Srilata, who's, again, a friend of mine, Srilata Kimilla, who's the head of adaptation at UNDP. We have Adele Thomas, Senior Director, Climate Adaptation at NRDC, and also the IPCC Working Group 2 Vice Chair. And last but definitely not least, we have Amanda McKee, who's Director for the NDC Partnership, Knowledge and Learning. Of course, the NDC Partnership doing huge amounts of work to help developing countries produce their NDCs. So just a bit of housekeeping. We'll have hopefully around 15 minutes or so for questions from members of the audience, but also if you're online, please use the Q&A function on your Zoom application to pose a question, and if we have time, we'll try to allow you to interact with us as well. But first, I'd like to turn to Cristina Rumbaitis del Rio, who's a Senior Advisor on Adaptation at the UN Foundation, and who hopefully should be joining us virtually. Are you there, Cristina?
Hi, Kaveh. Can you hear me?
We can. You're here live.
Super.
You're live and well and 100% size in Baku. So,
Oh dear.
So thank you
well,
for joining
it's a
us.
pleasure,
So, Cristina, I was
pleasure
just.
to be with you.
Thank you, Cristina.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask you. This is what I often ask my team because I'm not an expert in this area, but maybe you could explain what is transformational adaptation and give some examples of how countries are actually implementing transformational adaptation. Over to you.
Thanks, Kaveh. I have a short presentation. I don't know if that's loaded or if you want me to share it from my end.
Just give us a couple of moments here, Cristina. Yes.
Super.
It's up on the screen.
Great.
Go ahead.
I can see it there. Perfect. If I could have the next slide, please. So I want to talk to what's happening at COP this week on transformational adaptation. And sorry to make people move to see the presentation, but in essence, responding to IPCC findings that adaptation is fragmented, small scale in nature, and responding to the fact that the temperature goal is getting further and further away from us, but still hope that we can meet it. There was a request made by the CMA last year that asked the Secretariat to produce a report on transformational adaptation, how it's defined, how it's understood, how we might measure progress or assess progress. And that report was released just last week, although that feels already like a year ago. Next slide. And it outlines different understandings and definitions of transformational adaptation. The IPCC in its AR6 report provides one definition that really highlights that transformation is about changing the fundamental attributes of the system, addressing the root causes of vulnerability, whereas different donors have their own definitions, like the climate investment funds, just to show a slightly different definition, highlights the same issue of fundamental changes, but also that it's inclusive and equitable, and really emphasizes scale, that it's a large-scale shift, and positive, which I think is important to note. There's other definitions from the literature, from academia out there, that emphasize different aspects, and some have even suggested that it's impossible to have one definition, and that we might stick with a I can't say the word, you know what I mean. Lots of definitions. Next slide. Thank you, Kaveh. You're catching me before breakfast. Um, and I just want to highlight one definition that actually came from the Action on Climate Today program and a framework. I led that program from 2015 to 2019. It was a program focused on mainstreaming adaptation across different sectors, across 5 countries in South Asia. And we looked across our portfolio of many dozens of projects and initiatives and said, what, if any of this, is transformational, and how would we even know it? And so we came up with this framework to assess our own work and reflect on our own work. And it really highlights the nature of systemic change, that it's not just about single slivers, single sectors, but something that's far-reaching, that's catalytic, that kind of brings about further changes, that's at scale or has the potential to scale or a mechanism for scale. That there's equity and inclusion really at the heart of it, and maybe a rewiring of power dynamics to address the root causes of vulnerability and those equity issues, and that it's sustainable in the sense of durable. And of course, to be durable, it also needs to be environmentally sustainable. And I include the QR code for a paper that was published sort of detailing what that looked like in practice. But just to highlight, next slide, some of the elements that are common across multiple definitions, and the different wordings that are used, I think, to express common ideas. That this is about fundamental changes, addressing root causes, that the changes are very deep, and might change the soft limits to adaptation. So this is about expanding coping capacity, reducing vulnerability or sensitivity to climate change. That the scale of change is large, and maybe multi-scalar. And the changes are durable and long-term and hard to reverse. The paper put out by the Secretariat really kind of highlights speed as a speed of change as an element, that there's rapid adoption or scaling in the sense of like the Malcolm Gladwell tipping points sorts of scenarios, and many definitions emphasize equity and inclusion and justice considerations, that it's not going to be transformational unless it addresses the fundamental equity and justice considerations that often lead to vulnerabilities. Next slide. So you asked for some examples. I'll highlight just a few that often come up in the literature. Things like community relocation or managed retreat to places that are more resilient and less vulnerable. Things like assisted migration of species because they're no longer able to migrate on their own. Reintroduction of fire into wildlands to reduce wildfire risks, as we've seen in parts of Australia where indigenous fire practices are being restored. Decentralized water management to cope with extreme drought. What we've seen in India, restoration of the traditional water tank systems and the baulis to help cope with more erratic rainfall. Coastal restoration to cope with sea level rise and coastal storms. Large-scale infrastructure, like here in the UK, we have the Thames Barrier to help manage coastal storms, sea level rise. Or large-scale changes in agriculture. WRI has done some work detailing how that's beginning to happen where, for instance, shade-grown coffee is no longer a viable crop, and so there's shift to new crops like citrus, which are pretty deep changes. This raises some issues and some apprehensions that I don't want to gloss over, and we've heard these in the negotiations as well. But a question on, is transformational inherently positive? Is it necessarily better than more incremental approaches? Is this the new bar for accessing funding? Is this what funders are going to require now, making it more difficult to access funding? can we even differentiate between incremental approaches and transformational approaches? Is there a clear line between those? How do we know in advance if an approach is transformational or not? Or even if we can't tell in advance, how do we measure progress after the fact? And then how does it differ from loss and damage? So I gave examples of managed retreat or switching of crops. These are changes that you have to make because of very severe climate impacts. In effect, because you're not able to adapt the status quo. So how does this actually differ from loss and damage? And then who bears the risks of transformational approaches? How do we manage potential maladaptation, which might be even deeper, more severe when you're talking about deeper transformations? So a number of these issues have been raised, and I know we'll hear from the panel different examples and different considerations. But next slide. I just wanted to put forward a few avenues forward for consideration at COP. We do have this report, and parties may choose to put forward a decision around transformational adaptation. That decision may want to articulate some different elements that we can all agree on around what transformational adaptation means and looks like. But equally, it might acknowledge that there are different definitions, that there are these apprehensions that exist. We might use the opportunity to encourage parties to highlight their experiences, maybe both positive and negative, or neutral, with transformational approaches in their reporting or in the next round of NDCs and NAPs. We might call on funding agencies to support transformational approaches, but make it clear that this should not be at the expense of incremental approaches. And then there might be since we're working on indicators for the UAE framework for global climate resilience, there might be an opportunity there to incorporate indicators around transformational adaptation within that indicator set. There could be a request to the Adaptation Committee to do more work in this space, for instance, to address how progress might be assessed, because that wasn't fully achieved in the report that was produced. And there might even be an invitation to the IPCC in AR7 and in its updating of guidelines on climate impacts and adaptation to look at this issue. Of course, probably don't want to be too prescriptive here, but just some ideas to think about as we are at COP that could be taken forward on this issue. I'll stop there.
Thanks so much, Christina. I really value our collaboration with the UN Foundation and really appreciate your commitment and getting up there before breakfast, wherever you are. Please do stay with us. Adele and Charlotte, please come back and you stay there because you fit nicely between two of the panelists on the screen there. When you were speaking there, Christina, I was really struck by your excellent definition, but also when you gave examples, I couldn't help notice Haja next to me was basically nodding at all of the examples, and particularly your face when we talked about relocation and managed retreat, which is, of course, an extremely sensitive and upsetting thing to think about for a country that is one of the most vulnerable on the planet to climate change. But can you maybe dive in a little bit more into sort of what aspects of transformational adaptation might be most useful for countries, maybe some of the most vulnerable, and what aspects are challenging for you?
Thank you so much, Kaveh, and it's a pleasure to be here on the panel with all of the guests here. Is it working? Yeah. I think reflecting on transformational adaptation, I'd have to say that as a former government official, adaptation is, of course, one of the most important things that the Maldives has to deliberate on. And one of the challenges is that we are a country of several islands. We have 200 resorts that are independent islands, and we also have people living on 200 islands. So you can see that we have to make management plans for all of these islands. And one of the most difficult things is also the fact that climate change impacts our sea level rise. We have severe. We also have. Sorry. We also have more storm surges than before, and all of our critical infrastructure is less than 100 meters from the shore. So this really puts everything at risk, and we really have to rethink about how we plan in the face of all of these challenges. And another issue that we face is the fact that we have limited fiscal capacities, and we're a middle income country, and adaptation is often a lot of hard engineering for us in terms of putting the sea walls, in terms of building harbors, and putting the protections around the islands. And so this is very expensive, and this is one of the things that unfortunately we have to do. And because we're displaced, because we're dispersed population, and because there are needs on all these islands, it is, of course, adds to the burden. So how is transformational adaptation important for us? So first, in the social political context, you can imagine that making decisions for all of these islands in these very short time frames are quite challenging. So oftentimes it's very difficult for us to do the right amount of consultations and to take into account of all the impact assessments and access the best available science, sure that the structures that we are putting in is actually helping, and instead of making things worse. So, but because of political cycles and having to fit these very, very long-lasting measures into these cycles, it's really one of the key challenges that we face. And I think that if we consider transformational adaptation instead of incremental, because we are going to be thinking long term, because it will have to figure a way to address the underlying risks that we are facing, but also make sure that the communities, the livelihoods, and all of these soft measures and the hard measures are actually taking into consideration the future scenarios. So oftentimes it's very reactive for us, adaptation, and we do not have the luxury of planning for long term, and also the difficult political context and the social context make it extra hard. So while I understand that there's been so many definitions and different thoughts on transformational adaptation, it is really important because adaptation, essentially, the purpose is to increase well-being by addressing the underlying risks is highlighted in the GGA to the Global Goal on Adaptation, on which parties are working to develop indicators on health, water, biodiversity, ecosystems, etc. The whole point is to be able to project the future scenarios, address the underlying risks to these systems, and to be able to plan forward in a way that not only addresses the risk, but allow communities to live well and increase their overall well-being and change the development trajectory. So for the Maldives, it would look very different in terms of things like population consolidation, which we cannot as policy makers even begin to discuss because it's very tough. Even if an island has 300 people, it is their home and they are very rooted there, and it's about their cultures and their whole history. So these are very difficult concepts. But on the other hand, if we have to think of the future scenarios and how we can still stay there and live well in the face of this limited time, it would be beneficial, I'd imagine, to be able to project for that future and to use the best available technologies to do the systematic and long-term changes. And I think that's in a sense, like in practice, what it could look like for Maldives in how we design our, how we do our hard infrastructure, how to protect the critical infrastructures, etc. But also how to incorporate the values and the protection of people's livelihoods, etc. in the face, and the people are better off than before. And I think this requires a mind shift, and it requires to look forward-looking policy making, and pretty much design our lives for the future in the climate crisis.
Thank you so much, Haja. I was really struck in particular by one thing that it's always great to get your perspective, because there's not any countries on the planet that have greater challenges for adaptation than yours. But I was really struck by your point about that we need to think about the well-being of people, because there's increasing accusations that this climate process that we're here at COP29 is abstract and it's not speaking to people, and I think we really need to do that. I think the other message I got, although you didn't use the words, you were much more eloquent, is to take a more sort of systemic and strategic approach, and maybe that's another definition to what transformational adaptation means. So thank you very much. I'm now going to turn to Shalata Kamilik. Shalata and I had the pleasure of working together, or at least I did. I think I think she taught me a lot about adaptation at the time of the Secretary General's Summit in 2019. So we worked on the adaptation aspect of that. And I'm a huge fan of UNDP and all the work that it's doing, particularly on things like the climate promise. But so how is UNDP supporting countries in transformational change, including on adaptation, but also implementing the SDGs? And what are you doing in various countries on that? So over to you, Charlotte. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. And you can hear me as well? Great. Firstly, thank you. I mean, this is such an important conversation. There's a lot of conversations happening at COP and for adaptation, I think. Given the urgency and the scale, what does it actually mean if you're going back to certain definitions? I think it's really critical conversation. So thank you for having us on this panel. I mean, transformational adaptation and in general, the idea of adaptation is very, very central to development for UNDP. As a development agency, adaptation action is development action. And also, I always remind people it is climate risk and maybe opportunity-informed development. So it is development overlaid with the climate context, and going back to how do you look at climate risks that then overlay on socioeconomic risks and others as well. So, and I think it's also good to see, obviously with IPCC, the shifting the focus and making the case for transformational, in addition to some of the incremental approaches that have been in place. And I mean, by and large, I think in that context, we need to understand, because adaptation is highly contextual. It's about adjusting, it's about learning, and it's really about being able to advance, again, changes that, perhaps medium, but also long term, right? I think maybe that's one of the ways to think about what's incremental and what's transformational as well. Now, I just wanted to refer to, for example, the global stocktake, and we talk about the SDGs, but global stocktake has made it very clear that the work on adaptation so far has been fairly uneven, fairly insufficient, and largely incremental. So there is a need, of course, to advance both incremental and transformational approaches, but it also refers to economic and non-economic losses that further restrict financing to things like SDGs. So how do we look at aligning, the Paris and SDG agenda in that light is also an important element, I think, of transformational adaptation, because it's an important collaboration to have. I also wanted to bring up the UAE framework for global climate resilience that highlights the thematic areas like water, food and agriculture, poverty and livelihoods, health, infrastructure, cultural heritage, and all of these themes are really critical for the SDGs. So again, I think the links are very clear. So for UNDP, when we talk about transformational adaptation, it's really about addressing, and Christina pointed to this, it's like the root causes and the root systemic issues that exacerbate risks to climate change and the deep-rooted vulnerabilities. And so for us to look at development adaptation as intertwined is non-negotiable in a way, right? It needs to go together for long-term and sustainable change. And in terms of UNDP's own work, just referring to what the AR6 and the global stocktake and the technical report by the Secretariat mentioned in terms of transformational adaptation, again, across various elements, like it needs to be widespread, it has to be rapid and deep, it's about exceeding soft limits, challenging hard limits. While there have been few and far in between examples, I just want to maybe highlight a few across those dimensions of what's can be considered as transformational. So for example, if we were to think about scope and depth, there's an example of a project in Malawi that looks at Lake Chilwa and a large-scale ecosystem-based adaptation project that also, on top of the EBA work, also looks at diversifying and finding alternative livelihoods for communities that have been relying on these kinds of ecosystems. And so it really looks at value chains and markets as well in a way that builds up the human, economic, natural capacities, which it could be one way of looking at transformational adaptation, going back to, Christina, your point on these multi-sectoral and multiple dots to connect. Another example on scope and depth could be a platform UNDP works on called Adaptation Innovation Marketplace. And it's a fungible architecture which is funded by different projects. One of the projects funded by Adaptation Fund and EU. And we really look at enterprise-based development and accelerating innovation in technologies or business models and practices for adaptation. So an example is an entrepreneur and an organization that the project supported called SAFE in India. And it's this organization's looking at floating like hydroponic farms and really looking at women-based enterprises. So both the nature and the solution with nature, but also finance and entrepreneurship and innovation with gender focus. Maybe a couple of more examples quickly. I could, in terms of the depth and limits, there's a project actually funded by German funding, and it's called Scaling Ambition for Land Use and Agriculture in NDCs, SCALA. And, it's jointly with FAO, and we looked at landscape level assessment. So, for example, in Uganda, there's a cattle corridor where we did a participatory, very systemic assessment that looked at what kind of resilience building solutions, and it helped us identify and prioritize farming systems from livestock breeding to pasture land management to, again, dairy and cassava value chains. And the district level planners are now looking at these kind of priorities to say, how do we bring in the gender lens to it? How do we bring the market lens to it? How do we bring innovation to it? Again, speaking to, I think, transformational in the sense of how it connects to various levers of change, because there is no separate climate and development in that sense. So I'm happy to share more examples, but just in terms of the approaches, and maybe a last point to say on NAPS, and all these frameworks point to, having NAPS by 2025 and starting to implement by 2030. And I think some of the apprehension questions that Christina raised as well, to really use these vehicles as a way of consultations and cross-sectoral way of identifying what's incremental and transformational would be important. Thank you.
Thanks, Shalata. You mentioned NAPS at the end. There's a lot of talk about NDCs at this COP, but it's very worrying how few countries have actually come forward with NAPS. So hopefully, many good examples there, but the thing that really struck me was basically your point about adaptation, climate action and ambition are development ambition and action. I think that'll be music to the ears of various colleagues here in the audience, I'm sure, including me. I'd like to now turn to you, Adele. During Christina's presentation, she highlighted one of the definitions of transformational adaptation was from the IPCC, but also mentioned that the decision here from COP29 may ask for further work from the IPCC Working Group 2, which of which you're one of the vice chairs. So maybe you could talk a little bit more about how the IPCC can take forward this agenda of transformational adaptation. Over to you, Adele. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So I think first I'll just reflect on how the IPCC has addressed transformational adaptation and transformational change in the sixth assessment report, and is very much going to complement the framing that you used in the previous intervention. So the sixth assessment report of the IPCC is very clear that transformative system change is required in order to meet the SDGs and to respond to escalating climate risks and impacts that we're seeing now. So we're already seeing significant changes in the climate system. We're seeing impacts of climate change all over the world. We're seeing that our actions are actually resulting in a transformation of our environment. We have much different environmental conditions now as compared to pre-industrial times. And so these rapid changes are being felt everywhere around the world. However, while we are seeing this transformation in our environment, we are not responding to these changes in a transformational way. We are simply not keeping pace with our current levels of adaptation. We're largely seeing incremental adaptation measures that do not respond to the levels of impacts and risks that we face. So it's clear that our business as usual approach is not going to cut it. And so the IPCC AR6 report calls for transformational change in both mitigation and adaptation. We know that we're not on track to limit temperatures to 1.5 degrees. Staying within that limit means that we need deep, rapid, and immediate greenhouse gas reductions across all sectors over the next 6 years. We need to peak emissions before 2025 and achieve net zero by the early 2050s. And so this requires a transformation in how we produce and use energy. So we need a transformation in mitigation. Business as usual, cutting back a little here and a little there is not working, as we have seen to date. It's not going to get us where we need to be as it relates to global warming. And so this same need for drastic changes applies to adaptation. We need to see transformation and system transitions across sectors and across all aspects of society in order to respond to the transformation and the environment that we have caused. So in the AR6, we understand adaptation to take place across a continuum from incremental to transformational. There's not a binary between what can be considered incremental and what can be considered transformational. There's a spectrum. So there's not a clear line, which Christina had brought up earlier. In the report, we developed a framework to assess the transformative potential of different adaptation measures. So again, going back to this continuum and this spectrum. The transformative potential of adaptation can be measured according to its depth, scope, and speed. And I'll just briefly highlight what we mean by that. For depth, low transformative potential is adaptation that is largely business as usual, with very little change to underlying values, assumptions, or norms. High transformative potential goes further in depth. It reflects entirely new practices involving deep structural reform, such as a complete change in mindset and changing institutional or behavioral norms. Next, looking at scope. Low transformative potential is adaptation that is largely at a very small scale. It's fragmented and there's little coordination or mainstreaming across sectors. High potential relates to adaptation that is widespread and substantial. It includes as many sectors as possible with different levels of governance and different actors involved. And finally, speed. Low transformative potential is adaptation that is implemented very slowly. We see the impacts of climate change are happening before we actually put in adaptation measures to respond to them. High transformational potential is when the change is occurring rapidly, so we're actually adapting before we see some of these impacts of climate change. So what this sort of framework does is it highlights that there is no one-size-fits-all approach to transformational adaptation. What is considered transformational is going to be completely different in different contexts. So it's good to have examples to show like what's considered transformational in one place versus another place. It's very difficult to say this is a list and only these adaptation measures are considered transformational. So again, this continuum of what's considered incremental and going all the way up to transformational. So what we did in the AR6 report was to provide this framework for different people to think about the transformative potential of adaptation. And we really wanted to stress that what we're doing around the world now is not enough. And we want to encourage people to think about the systemic and large-scale changes that need to happen to respond to climate risks. And in addition to this scope, depth, and speed, transformational adaptation should ideally address the root causes of vulnerability and long-standing inequities. So getting to the very heart of addressing exposure and vulnerability that contribute to climate risk. And so we really got into this situation that we see ourselves in now of high climate risks and impacts being concentrated in the most vulnerable groups of society because of high levels of inequity and structural policies and practices that only privilege a few. And so if we are to truly transform how we live, then we need to also address these power structures that concentrate resources and wealth in particular places and segments of society while leaving the rest of the world to grapple with climate impacts. And I think that's, has been the ongoing fight of all of the COPs. And so to end, we're seeing the transformation in our environment due to the climate change that we have caused. And if we are to effectively respond to that transformation, we need to also transform how we live. And that means transformative mitigation and transformative adaptation that addresses the root causes of vulnerability. Leave it there.
Thank you so much, Adele. I mean, I think that was a fantastically clear explanation of what transformational adaptation is. And I was, again, your point that I think the system that we're working in has resulted in incremental change, but we are not changing quickly enough. So transformation across the board, mitigation and adaptation is absolutely essential. I'm going to come back to you with a follow-up question later. Just a reminder, if anyone in the audience has questions, have them in your head. We'll open up that. And also online, if you have any questions, please do use the Q&A function and we'll try to give you a chance to ask a question from wherever you are. So last but not least, I'm coming to Amanda with the NDC partnership, who's doing fantastic work helping developing countries prepare the next round of climate targets. Amanda, how do you see nationally determined contributions incorporating strategies and approaches that could drive transformational adaptation? Over to you, Amanda.
Thank you. And let me just start by saying a quick word on the NDC partnership, because I think this will help set the context for what we're doing. So we really are a coalition of countries and institutions, both developed and developing countries, and many of the institutions actually on the panel today, working to support countries to plan and implement ambitious, achievable NDCs, really working towards achievement of the Paris Agreement goals and the SDGs. So the Sustainable Development Goals are actually in our impact statement, and it's a core part. And I just wanted to pick up on that because I think you really nicely explained how important the link between adaptation and development is. And for a lot of us working in this space, I think it's obvious. But then when we talk about it, we often forget to reiterate. So I wanted to start by mentioning that. The next thing I wanted to lay out is how countries are approaching adaptation through the NDCs, and particularly through the NDC partnership. So we are currently supporting 100 of our developing country members to implement their NDCs and to develop their NDCs 3.0. Often people think about the NDC document as mitigation focused, but 65 of these 100 countries that I mentioned are requesting support specifically on adaptation. So this is not a fringe group, it's not a small part, it's actually the majority of countries are really looking at how adaptation fits into their NDC. On the flip side though, if we look at the support that's coming to those requests, 50% of those requests remain unsupported. So there's a lot more that needs to be done, and this is something we're working very closely with the Climate Promise on, how we can scale up support to countries on these topics so that when they are putting in place ambitious NDCs, there's the resources available for them to be able to implement it, but also the resources give countries the confidence to strive for more. And I think when we're talking about transformational adaptation, again, this isn't just about project by project. These are programs. This is really resource intensive stuff. I wanted to give a few examples actually of how countries are approaching this through the partnership. I think we heard some definitions earlier, and I just wanted to complement it with what we're seeing on the ground. So looking specifically at support around the NDCs 3.0, we have in El Salvador, they're conducting a situational analysis to identify the sectors that will be most affected by extreme events and slow onset events, and the costs associated with the effects at the sectoral level. And so some of the outputs here include design and implementation of capacity building processes for institutional and technical teams, so they can understand climate loss and damages, as well as institutional strengthening. And this is actually work that the UNDP is supporting through the partnership. Another example is in Namibia, where they're formulating the basis for their long-term low-emission development strategy and climate-resilient development strategy through a comprehensive series of whole-of-society consultations with different ministries and societal stakeholders, both at the national and regional levels. And I picked two very different examples to illustrate the range of how countries are thinking about this as they work on their NDC 3.0 and also the links to the LT LEDs. The last thing that I wanted to highlight is just some of the additional support that we're looking to provide to countries. So one of the things that we found with this particular round of NDCs is that there's really no shortage of guidance available. And there's no shortage of partners who have the expertise on how to do it. But as a country, how do you understand what's available to you? And how do you understand how to apply that to your own specific national context? So working together with the UNFCCC Secretariat and then with inputs from a number of technical partners, we developed a tool which is called the NDC 3.0 Navigator, which lays out specific routes for how countries can think about their NDC 3.0 in ways that they can raise ambition, but also implement the NDC in a meaningful way. And so we do have a specific route, for instance, that looks at adaptation and how you can really incorporate and meet the global goal on adaptation. The other thing just to mention about this tool is coming down from these routes, we offer strategies for how to do that, and then resources. So drawing together all of the resources that partners have produced on this, and then using that and working with countries so that they can formulate requests for support that we can bring to our network of partners to be able to respond and help them with that. The last thing we recognized is that looking at the outcomes of the global stocktake last year, specifically on adaptation, that there was a bit of a gap in terms of how countries would then take those forward and implement them. How do you take a global recommendation and apply it within your national context? And so we put together a group of experts, and actually a few of the experts are on the panel today, to really think about that. And what we came up with were 12 recommendations on how countries, or I guess the opportunities for inclusion of adaptation in NDCs 3.0. So really considering the global goal on adaptation and the global stocktake. And the recommendations are clustered into 3 areas, which I will just conclude with a really brief description of this. The first area is really around raising ambition and doing this through transformational adaptation and climate resilient development. So this includes the full range of plausible climates, or this includes considering, I should say, the full range of plausible climate scenarios, setting a global goal on adaptation aligned and measurable targets, integrating adaptation into development, but also into mitigation plans, and looking specifically at how we can prioritize work on nature-based solutions. The second cluster of recommendations is around how to accelerate implementation, really by aligning the NDC with the NAP strengthening all stages of the adaptation policy cycle. So from gathering knowledge all the way to the monitoring and evaluation and learning, and then how you do this through a whole of society approach. And then the third category that we're really encouraging countries to look at are how to strengthen the enablers, both at the global but also at the national level. And this can include through enhanced capacity building, but also all of the enabling conditions we know are so critical to unlock adaptation finance.
Thank you so much. A couple of points you raised that really struck a chord with me. One is it's often not a lack of information, but being overwhelmed with information and actually presenting it to policymakers in a digestible way, because I think a lot of people, particularly in the developed world, don't realize that in a department it may be one or two people, if lucky, who are responsible for all of this, and just pointing them at a bunch of websites is not that helpful. So that was extremely useful to point that out. And I think the theme that you really touched on that came through from everyone's interventions is this idea that this is a sort of, we need to move to a systemic and strategic approach rather than incremental and project level. So I just want to check if anybody has got any questions in the audience. I know there's definitely some very well-learned adaptation experts. I think we may have a question online. I'm just checking with my team here. But in the meantime, I just want to maybe ask Adele. We had in Christina's presentation the allusion to that there could be a decision here that asks for more work from the IPCC. Is that something that you would welcome coming out of the COP? As far as I know, the draft decision text isn't out yet, but it will be soon.
Yeah, so the IPCC for this 7th assessment cycle has committed to having more of a focus on adaptation. For this assessment cycle, we really want to be action-oriented and provide the scientific evidence base that will support transformational climate action, including adaptation. So definitely getting the signal from parties that they would be interested in more information on transformational adaptation would be quite welcomed. At the end of AR6, we did identify transformational adaptation as an area that does need additional research. And so I think even organically it will show up in AR7 because scientists are responding to that and producing, literature on what transformational adaptation means, trying to further hone in on how we can define it, additional examples, et cetera. So the IPCC really does assess scientific, indigenous, and local knowledge that is already out there. We don't conduct new knowledge. We don't conduct new research. And so once the research is out there, we can assess it and include it in the AR7 report. So I think, coming from AR6, the call for additional research on transformational adaptation, if there also is a call from COP to include more of a focus on that, then I think it will guarantee that we have that in the next cycle. Thanks.
So those of you in the audience who are close to the negotiations heard a very clear call there. We need something in there, instructions or requests to the IPCC, should I say. We have a question here from Florin. Florin, if anyone knows about adaptation, it's you.
Thank you. Given the fact that basically IPCC is using the same definition of transformation adaptation since Rex, yeah, which is quite simple, yeah. Do you think there is any need to really, elaborate more on that definition, or to continue by increasing understanding of what it means through those dimensions, yeah? And the second question, you mentioned that the transformation adaptation could lead to maladaptation, yeah? So is there any point in trying to distinguish the dimensions of transformation adaptations which are general, which are not, addressing if the transformation is relevant for the goal, or, it's leading to the good outcome and so on, and those which are linked to specific outcomes like, because in my view, there's a tendency of overloading all these elements, yeah, which are anyway in adaptation and in climate resilient development discussions, yeah, and try to put them as specific to transformation adaptation.
Thanks, Florin. Maybe, Adele, if you could take the IPCC one, and if anyone wants to come in on the maladaptation point. Adele, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I think Christina had talked about maladaptation in her intervention. As it relates to the definition of IPCC on transformational adaptation, and it's been the same definition since SRX, which was back when I was in grad school, so it's been a while. I think that's why we sort of developed the different dimensions in AR6 to help people to understand it more. We've been using that definition, and people, a fundamental shift to people don't grasp what that means. And I think it made it seem as if there was a dichotomy between what can be considered incremental and what can be considered transformational, when we see from the literature that it's not so easy to do that, particularly given the context specific nature of adaptation. So I think the three dimensions, scope, speed, depth, help to bring that definition to life and to help people to see how it applies to their particular situation. I'm sure there's going to be some new way in AR7 as things continue to progress. But I think the underlying goal is to get people to understand that the business as usual, small, tiny little changes that we're doing is simply not enough, and we need to be doing more, and to help people think about what a much different world and what much different action could look like in their context.
Thanks so much, Adele. Christina, you're really well placed there right in the middle of our panel. So maybe you want to take the maladaptation point.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that. Maybe just to note, I mentioned maladaptation in the context of who bears the risks. And I think that's the question that we need to be asking. And it's not just for transformational approaches, but for incremental approaches as well. I think we need to unpack, when we're talking about innovative practices and deep changes, who is bearing the risk of what happens if those fail, and how do we ensure that it's not the vulnerable or marginalized communities that are bearing all the risk of maladaptation, and maybe just as a counterpoint. So I think we need to think about this further in how we manage the risk of maladaptation. But I want to highlight kind of a counterpoint, and Lisa Schipper and Aditi Mukherjee have a great piece in Science, Perspectives piece, around maladaptation and some of the over concern on both maladaptation and measuring adaptation that's actually hindering progress, and they argue, potentially hurting the poor, because we're using those concerns that adaptation is hard to measure, that maladaptation is always a risk, to not take action. And so I think it's worth putting in perspective the risk of maladaptation. It is there. It shouldn't necessarily be a reason for not taking any action, but we need to unpack the risks and who bears it. That would be my advice for a way forward.
Thank you very much, Christina. I think on those words, I'm going to bring it to a close here. We're just 2 minutes ahead of time, and I would really like to very much thank our panel. It's been fantastic, and a fantastic picture there of all 5 women there with me out of the photo, which is good. I would also really like to thank the audience here and online, but also very much our hosts from UN DESA for consistently over the years putting together this pavilion at the COPs, but also all the work they're doing on the SDGs and climate synergies, which I really appreciate. So thank you very much for joining me. This video will be available online afterwards on the C2S YouTube channel. So thank you very much to all of you, and good luck to everyone here for the rest of the COP. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Those of you who have this one, you need to wear this one because this is supposed to be the silent pavilion. So, I'm apologize. So if you wear this one, then you'll be able to hear me. Do you hear me well? Very good. Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and dear friends, welcome to the grand opening of the Forest Pavilion at UNFCCC COP29 in Baku. This is going to be the first time that we're having the Forest Pavilion for a long time. So really appreciate your presence here, and really because of you, we are able to have this one. So thank you dearly. For your participation contributions. And of course, we need your energy to bring forest to the top of the table. So for this one, thank you. Yes. We have a very long list of distinguished the participants to be able to share the remarks. So without further ado, may I welcome Dr. Juliette Biao, Director of UN Forum on Forest Secretariat at UN DESA. Dr. Biao, over to you.
Thank you very much, Minoru. Your Excellency, Mr. Laurent Chakba, Minister of Water and Forests, Côte d'Ivoire. Excellency, Minister Dodiko, Minister of Environment, Agriculture and Livestock of Burundi. Miss Monique Frisson, Director General, Canadian Forest Service. Mr. Tom Clark, General Counsel, Asian Development Bank. Distinguished guests, partners, and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all at this grand opening of this Forest Pavilion. I wish to express my sincere gratitude to all our partners for continuing our strong cooperation and collaboration and all the hard work put in place over the past 12 months since COP28 in Dubai to make the Forest Pavilion a reality. I also extend a very deep thanks to our partners who provided financial contributions to the Forest Pavilion. This pavilion would not have been existed without their generous support. These partners include Asian Development Bank, Asian Forest Cooperation Organization, Government of Canada, Government of People's Republic of China, Government of United Kingdom, International Council of Forests and Paper Association, International Sustainable Forestry Coalition, International Tropical Timber Organization, and Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation. Dear partners, this week, global leaders are gathering here in Baku to discuss their plans and priorities for climate action and finance. They will tell us how their countries intend to contribute to a net zero, climate resilient, and equitable future for all. And they will outline their commitment to accelerate progress toward the Paris Agreement and they prepare their 2025 national determined contributions. We all know that placing forests at the forefront of the global political agenda is pivotal for propelling just, equitable, orderly, and net zero transition by 2050 and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. This requires heightened political commitment, amplified finance and investments, and transformative global action to protect and restore forests. Against this backdrop, this inaugural Forest Pavilion is launched today to provide a central platform for all stakeholders to galvanize the effort in safeguarding and leveraging forests for a just, equitable, and sustainable future for all. We have over 50 events planned to take place at the Forest Pavilion over the course of 2 weeks, centered around COP29 thematic days as they related to forests. By bringing together leaders and experts in policy, science, business, and practice from around the world, the main objective is to raise the visibility of forests in climate COPs and its negotiations and provide a multi-stakeholder platform for advocacy and partnerships to showcase why forests matter in climate ambition and sustainability of our planet. We must also identify concrete actions to increase climate funding for forests and to enhance access to comprehensive data and information related to forest financing opportunities and knowledge. Addressing these gaps are key for the achievement of the objective of Paris Agreement, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the UN Strategic Plan for Forests and its Global Forest Goals. In this regard, I would like to share that building on the discussions and main messages that will emanate from the Forest Pavilion event, the UN Forum on Forests will be co-organizing the COP29 President's High-Level Event on Forests on 21st of November. I'm pleased to invite you to this high-level event, which will focus on forests for climate, nature, and people, harnessing climate finance for forests, and engage a group of ministers and senior representatives for countries, international and regional organizations and stakeholders to discuss next steps to scale up actions to harness climate policy and finance for forests and apply innovative policies and data to facilitate access for forest financing. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, your participation here today sends a strong message that without ambitious forest-based climate actions, we won't be able to turn the tide on the Paris Agreement and achieve a sustainable future for all. We must step up and act on our ambitions rather than curb them. Over the next 10 days, I look forward to the insights and perspective that we'll provide and learn from each other. The UN Forum on Forests stands ready to continue to support, to take forward these conversations in our journey to COP30 and beyond. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Biao. Now we have two guest speakers. May I introduce first His Excellency Dr. Prosper Dodico, Minister of Environment, Agriculture and Livestock, Republic of Burundi. Minister, over to you here.
Thank you very much, honorable ministers, colleagues, distinguished participants. I apologize because I come from a French country speaker. Allow me to deliver my declaration in French. There is someone to translate? But at the end, someone can summarize. Yes. Thank you. Someone will summarize? Thank you. D'abord, nous tenons à nous excuser parce que le vice-président qui devrait être ici a une réunion urgente et m'a délégué pour délivrer son message. Et puis, je tiens aussi à vous remercier pour cette invitation parce que le thème que vous avez choisi, le pavillon pour les forêts, c'est un thème important et qui attire l'attention de tout le monde. C'est ainsi que nous allons vous montrer les efforts du Burundi qui rejoignent les efforts du monde entier pour non seulement la préservation des forêts que nous avons, mais aussi de contribuer d'une manière significative à la forestation et le reboisement. Alors, concernant notre pays, les autorités du Burundi ont la ferme volonté de bien protéger les écosystèmes forestiers et les biodiversités sur le territoire national. Et cela, vous pouvez le constater parce que le Burundi comporte 14 aires protégées ainsi que 2 monuments naturels et 3 paysages protégés. Le gouvernement du Burundi s'est engagé aussi à poursuivre les principes et les mesures conservatoires et de la gestion durable des écosystèmes forestiers et de leur biodiversité afin de garantir le bien-être des communautés locales et encourage la communauté internationale à renforcer la coopération en vue de la mise en œuvre effective des efforts déjà consentis à ceux dont nous poursuivons. En effet, diverses politiques et stratégies nationales de soutien à l'effort mondial de conservation et de gestion à l'échelle nationale ainsi qu'à l'échelle internationale le Burundi a mis en place un vaste programme de reboisement que j'appellerai le Burundi bien couvert. Dans notre jargon, c'est Ewe Burundi Urambaye, qui nous permet de reboiser toutes les superficies dénigrées et surtout les endroits qui avaient le reboisement dans les années passées, mais qui maintenant doivent retrouver la couverture végétale. De quoi, une stratégie nationale de conservation des aires protégées a été élaborée pour renforcer l'efficacité de la gestion de l'eau, la gestion du système national d'aires protégées ainsi que la biodiversité. Dans le même ordre d'idées, des efforts d'accroissement de la superficie des aires protégées sont en cours avec le processus de classement de nouveaux massifs montagneux et surtout celui de Kibimba Inanzegwe. Malgré tous ces efforts, force est de constater que tous les écosystèmes sont encore confrontés à un grand nombre de menaces qui trouvent leur origine dans la pression humaine, elles-mêmes essentiellement liées à une démographie galopante et une pauvreté des populations. Les autorités burundaises sont déterminées à relever ces défis et de la préservation des forêts et lutter contre la dégradation permanente tout en répondant aux besoins de la sécurité alimentaire. Nul ne doute que les forêts jouent un rôle de bien commun de l'humanité dont profitent les générations actuelles et futures et pourra aussi servir aux générations du monde entier. Sur le plan environnemental, les forêts burundaises sont considérées comme réservoirs d'une biodiversité très importante et elles jouent également un rôle hydrique et hydrologique, l'atténuation des émissions de gaz à effet de serre, la protection des sols contre l'érosion, etc. Au niveau socio-économique, les forêts contribuent dans la satisfaction des besoins des populations, notamment dans la matière ligneuse et divers usages. Sans oublier bien sûr le bois énergie, le bois de service et bois d'œuvre, ainsi que d'autres produits non lignés tels que la viande, de cuir, les fruits divers, du miel et des champignons, sans oublier la cire, le fourrage pour le bétail. De nombreuses opportunités et sources potentielles de financement internationaux existent pour le secteur forêt environnement. Le Burundi a sollicité et obtenu un appui du secrétariat du Forum des Nations Unies sur les forêts pour l'élaboration d'une stratégie de financement du secteur forestier, en vue de mobiliser les ressources financières importantes sur la gestion durable des forêts. Cette stratégie s'appuie sur les orientations définies dans la stratégie nationale forestière 2025-2040 et la vision du Burundi 2040 pays émergents et 2060 pays développés. Pour renforcer les efforts du Burundi, nous demandons à nos partenaires de soutenir les projets qui ont été définis dans la contribution nationale déterminée, ainsi que d'autres documents, notamment le plan d'adaptation, afin que le Burundi continue à jouer son rôle important dans la régulation de la température mondiale. C'est à ce mot que je clôture mon propos. Je vous remercie. So I ask my friend to summarize my declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The Minister of Environment of Burundi, in his speech, has said that it is a great pleasure for him for the topic you choose for the global forest pavilion, which is the forest pavilion. The strategy of Burundi is the conservation and the management of the forest. And they have a vast program in Burundi who is to cover all the territory of Burundi with forests. Third time they said that they have a national strategy of protector area so that they can conserve the biodiversity of the nation. And they have a project to express the protector areas so that they can make it more larger than before. And they have some challenges, which is the mobilization of funds. And they have now a forest which is conserve all the biodiversity of Burundi. And in social plan, they have economic, the people are using energy in the forest and to make cooking and all the things they need for their economical life. Also they said they have a potential. They have mobilized in the United Nations Secretary Fund, who financed them to develop the project of Burundi from 2015 to 2040, which will be emergent nation, and to 2016 they will be developed country. So they have also adaptation plan for the Burundi. This is all he have said now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished minister. May I now turn to another distinguished minister, His Excellency, Mr. Laurent Chavat, Minister of Water and Forest, Côte d'Ivoire. Minister, over to you.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm particularly honored to participate in this opening ceremony of the Forest Pavilion of COP29 on climate. I would like to express the gratitude at the government of Côte d'Ivoire to United Nations Forum on Forest, which was kind enough to involve us. Forests play a crucial role in regulation the climate. They absorb carbon dioxide and produce oxygen. Indeed, forests are at the earth of the entire climate problem and are therefore called upon to play a leading role in the search for solution to the global climate crisis. That humanity is currently very relevant to give the forest its rightful place at this global meeting, whose purpose is to agree on concrete action to save our planet. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, at this stage of my remarks, I would like to acknowledge the immense works accomplished by the United Nations Forum on Forest, led by the Secretariat Director, Juliette Biao, whom I am very pleased to meet again after the fruitful discussion we had at the 19th season of the United Nations Forum on Forest, held last May in New York. The perspective that we have identified together will certainly contribute to mobilizing the financial resources necessary for the implementation of the forest policy of Côte d'Ivoire. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to reassure you that the vast Côte d'Ivoire forest restoration program that is currently implemented and which constitute the main element of Côte d'Ivoire's national determination contribution will allow my country to fully play its part in resolving the global climate crisis. To this end, I would like to take this opportunity offered to me to call technical and financial partners to support the government of Côte d'Ivoire in the ambition to retrieve its forest cover. It is with faith I hew out of the mountain of despair the stone of hope. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Minister. Now, this forest pavilion wouldn't have happened without so many partners. Many of them are sitting here. So we hear from some of them their story about how they contributed and how they're using this pavilion to drive forest agenda, forest action forward. First, may I now turn to Ms. Monique Frisson, Director General of Canadian Forest Service. The Canadian Forest Service served as the chair of the Forest Pavilion Organizing Committee. Over to you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here and, can we see? A little bit shorter. Very happy to be here. We were in Canada very happy to learn that the UN Forum on Forests would organize a pavilion for COP29. We understand the importance of collective and collaborative action in all of the areas of work related to forest, whether that's in storing carbon or in adaptation, making our forests more resilient, or figuring out the ways to take wood from the forest in a way that is sustainable and will support healthy forests in the long run. We were very honored to play the role of the chair of the steering committee in organizing the events that you'll all take part in over the next couple of weeks. We very much appreciated the support and the help of the co-chair, the Asian Development Bank. I think there are some representatives here today. And we also want to take this opportunity to thank Juliette and the UNFF Secretariat for all of the leadership that they have shown over the last several months as the pavilion and its events have come together. Thank you all very much. I look forward to talking to all of you over the next several days, and please have a good COP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, may I now invite Mr. Thomson Clark, General Counsel, Asian Development Bank, and ADB served as co-chair of the Forest Pavilion Organizing Committee. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Minoru. Dr. Juliette Bao, distinguished ministers, Honorable Chief Justice Antonio Benjamin of Brazil, fellow partners, and indeed fellow stewards of the earth, because that is what we are. That is why we are here. My name is Thomas Clark. I'm the General Counsel of the Asian Development Bank, and it is an incredible privilege for me to be standing here with you for the Asian Development Bank to collaborate with the UN Forum on Forests and other partners to launch this inaugural Forest Pavilion at COP29. Isn't this exciting? We're finally here after so much planning. Now, I think we all know that the forest crisis is a multifaceted problem. I mean, we know that we're in the midst of a triple planetary crisis with climate, with biodiversity loss, with pollution. And the forest is critical to solving all of them. And as a result, this is a multifaceted problem which requires multi-stakeholder solutions. And ADB sincerely congratulates you, Dr. Bao, and your entire fantastic team at the UNFF Secretariat for the vision in establishing this forest pavilion to bring all of us together, to bring us here today and shed a brighter light on the critical importance of forests, and not just today, but everything we're going to do in the future. Now, we all know that nature, and especially forests, are essential in solving the climate crisis and ensuring that there will be inclusive and sustainable development. But even though we know this, not enough is being done. More, much, much more must be done to increase innovative approaches to the design and the financing of nature-positive solutions, as well as new ways of working together. Now, at the ADB, tackling the nature crisis is a central focus. Why, you might ask? We're a development bank. But nature loss threatens, in addition to so much else, 2/3 of the GDP in the Asia-Pacific region where we operate. So you see, there's no conflict. Please don't buy into the idea that there's a conflict between nature and economic development. It's the opposite. Rather, there can be no economic development. There can be no improving the lives of the poor and the vulnerable unless we are protecting the climate and our natural environment. Now, our approach includes incorporating nature-based solutions into the design of projects, both traditional infrastructure and also increasingly direct nature conservation projects that protect, manage, and restore natural ecosystems while still enabling a country's and a community's growth. Furthermore, we have been working to accelerate and scale up our capability for financing nature-based solutions, green infrastructure, and other mechanisms that will restore and enhance these natural resources and ecosystems, including centrally forests. Now, in general, together with other MDBs, we've been enhancing our balance sheets, doing more, trying to be smarter to enhance our ability to invest more in climate. Also, maybe many of you who were here yesterday perhaps saw the launch of our IFCAP, the Innovative Financing Facility for Climate in the Asia Pacific. This is an initiative where ADB, backed by a strong partnership and cross-section of our donor member countries, have basically initiated a highly innovative financial structure which will effectively leverage guarantees to unlock additional billions of dollars in financing capacity for critical climate projects, including nature-based solutions. Now, with even more specific focus on nature, ADB has recently launched the Nature Solutions Finance Hub for Asia and the Pacific, a collaborative platform in developing innovative solutions to address the intertwined crises of nature and climate. The objective of these projects through innovative financing approaches such as blended finance options, impact-linked payments, and guarantees and collaboration is to advance financing and to help support our conservation partners. Lastly, I would be very remiss if I did not mention the Model Forest Act initiative, lovingly known by some of us, especially you, Justice Benjamin, as MOFI. And this initiative is supported by ADB's Law and Policy Reform Program, proudly supported and managed by our Office of the General Counsel. It is another innovative example of global partners coming together to systemically address the need for urgent expertise and economies that needed by countries, especially developing countries, in the design of a modern forest legal framework that will meet 21st century challenges such as climate change and biodiversity loss. And I just salute my colleague, Christina Pak, who heads our Law and Policy Reform Program, who has worked tirelessly to advance MOFI together with so many of our partners. Thank you for all you're doing. And we would ask you to please join us at the Forest Pavilion right here this Friday afternoon to learn more about the Model Forest Act initiative and ways to collaborate. In conclusion, I urge all the partners, please, here to continue to work together to leverage our collective knowledge, resources, and most importantly, our determination to help achieve the global forest goals. Thank you so much, and I look forward to engaging with all of you in the Forest Pavilion throughout this COP29. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tom. Appreciate it very much. Now, may I turn to a very important partner of the Forest Pavilion and Forest Action in general as well, Dr. Wang Xuan, Executive Director General of the International Cooperation Center, National Forestry and Grassland Administration, People's Republic of China.
Honorable Director of UNFF Secretariat, Dr. Junior Biao, Excellencies, dear colleagues, it's my great pleasure to attend this grand opening of Forest Pavilion in this COP29. The outcome of the first global stocktaking adopted last year underlines that despite overall progress on mitigation, adaptation, means of implementation, and support, parties are not yet collectively on track toward achieving the purpose of the Paris Agreement and its long-term goals. The latest UNEP emission gap report delivered a clear message that to avoid the present tragic trajectory of a temperature increase far beyond 2 degrees Celsius over the course of this century, nations must use COP29 in Baku as a launch pad to increase ambition and ensure the new nationally determined contributions collectively promise to almost halve greenhouse gas emission by 2030. Therefore, it's time for the global community to change the course. To change the course, we must recognize that without forests, it's impossible for the world to reach the temperature control goals defined by the Paris Agreement. In the context of more than halfway of the implementation of the UN 2030 agenda, the second NDCs to be presented next year, the complete mid-term review of UN strategic plan for forest from 2017 to 2030, and the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Having this forest pavilion in the UN SDG Pavilion marks further the acuteness of the UNFF Secretariat in seizing this important opportunity to raising the global visibility of forest-based solution to the triple planetary crisis. We appreciate very much the initiation of the UNFF Secretariat and the joint efforts of multi-stakeholders in making the wise initiation being a reality in this COP29. The grand opening of the forest pavilion reflects further the common concerns and the strong solidarity of the multi-stakeholders in these joint efforts for the preparation of this pavilion. We would like to express our warm congratulations to the UNFF Secretariat and our partners for the successful launch of the forest pavilion, and hope the discussions within the forest pavilion in the following days will be very fruitful, expanding effective forest action in the next round of the NDCs and strengthening the effective implementation of UN Forest instruments in addressing global triple crises at now and in the future. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now would like to invite Mr. Ross Hampton, Executive Director, International Sustainable Forest Coalition, ISFC. Ross, over to you.
Borrow this. And I'll explain why towards the end. But look, let me say thanks so much for the introduction, ministers, distinguished guests, Justice, and ladies and gentlemen, and all those who love forests and forestry and all that goes with forests and forestry, which we're going to come to in just a moment. Thank you for being here. Of course, thank you to the amazing Secretariat led by Dr. Biao, Minoru, Rio. We could not have got here without you. We are so appreciative. And what's happening here, of course, is we're just manifesting, my kids use that word a lot, I don't know about yours, manifesting what is actually really taking place here and has in many other COPs, and that is that forestry and everything you get from forests has underpinned the COPs, but we haven't been visible. I mean, we all walk in every day, don't we, through those, under those timber beams that are holding up the front entrance, and then we walk around and we have events in these pavilions all with forest fibre, and we eat from fibre-based instruments as well. So forestry has been a bit invisible in the COPs, and thanks to Dr. Juliette Biao and her team, we want to put ourselves out there on the front. Why do we need to do that? Because forests and forestry and all we get from it are the only way we are going to get to the SDGs. All of those SDGs, every one of them, is underpinned by forestry, or at least has some connection to forestry and forest products. The Global Forest Goals, of course, are all about forestry. the Glasgow Declaration is all about forestry. Everything that we're hearing from Brazil as we lead up to the next COP, so much about forestry and the circular and the social bioeconomy. And so we have to lean into that space, and we have to explain to people how we can do it all. And that's what brings me to this. I mean, if we don't pivot to a circular bioeconomy that's fibre and bio-based, then all of these SDGs and all of our global ambitions around climate will come to naught. I think you all know that. You're here at COP. The UNEP put out a report only a month ago saying that we are well short of any trajectory towards 1.5. They said we're 40 gigatons short, and they said that forestry and forest products can contribute 12 gigatons of that gap, 25%. And they said things like, if we don't pivot away from plastics, we're going to outweigh the fish in the ocean by 2060. The plastics in the ocean could outweigh the fish in 30 or 40 years. We're building a city the size of Paris every week. Where is all that going to come from? If we don't pivot to a bio-based building stock, then we're going to use up twice the climate budget just on buildings. And you can think of textiles. I'm wearing my plantation-based shoes today to celebrate the fact that we can pivot to fibre and bio-based products when it comes to our textiles. That's 10% of the world's carbon at the moment, carbon emissions from textiles. So, as I say, we've been at COPs all the time. We've been supporting our friends in the fossil-based industries in many different ways, not just in mitigation and removals, but also in their pavilions. But thanks to this team, we are now going to be able to talk much more directly about that. And it's not just a nice to have, it's absolutely a must-have. The fish need it, our children need it, and the world needs us to get this right. Thanks so much for letting us do this.
Well, thank you. Yes, it is needed for climate, and it is needed for all the SDGs and happening within the SDG Pavilion. Fantastic. Thank you so much. May I now invite Mr. Sunfil Jin, Vice Executive Director of Asian Forest Cooperation Organization, AFOCO. Over to you.
Distinguished Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, valued partners, and honored guests. On behalf of Asian Forest Cooperation Organization, AFOCO, I'm honored to join you today for the grand opening of the inaugural Forest Pavilion. I extend our heartfelt congratulations to the United Nations Forum on Forest Secretariat, especially Juliette Biao and her dedicated team, for their unwavering commitment and leadership in bringing this vision to life. The journey toward this pavilion began at COP29 last year, when Juliette shared her inspiring idea of creating a forest pavilion during an impromptu conversation on an outdoor bench without even a cup of coffee or the form of a meeting room. Since then, AFOCO has been privileged to support and work alongside the UNFF in transforming this idea into today's milestone. This pavilion now stands as a beacon of hope, unity, and purpose at COP29, symbolizing the critical role of forestry in addressing the climate crisis. The pavilion's launch is timely and essential as we confront urgent challenges with the climate and sustainable development goal. By placing forests as the heart of the global agenda, this pavilion supports our shared commitment to the global forest goal, advancing the Paris Agreement and 2030 agenda. Through themes like partnership, finance, and innovation, it provides a unique platform to inspire meaningful action for a net zero and resilient future. AFOCO is dedicated to this mission as a regional organization promoting forest cooperation across Asia. We work closely with our 17 member countries to improve forest policies, empower communities, and build climate resilience. Together, we work to halt and reverse deforestation for sustainable livelihood and pave the way to a natural future, one that is fair, resilient, and sustainable for all. Today marks the beginning of the stronger, united front for forest and sustainable development. APOCO will continue to work with each of you, advancing the global forest goal and promoting a sustainable and climate resilient future for all. May the Forest Pavilion serve as a legacy of inspiration and progress that guides you forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Introducing next speaker requires a special tribute. For that, and I invite Dr. Biao.
Thank you very much, Minoru. Nothing is random in this life. Huh? Justice Benjamin is among people who really contribute to this initiative from the beginning in the reflection. And guess what? We are launching the inaugural Forest Pavilion today, and today is his birthday. Please join me in singing, Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, Justice Benjamin, happy birthday to you. So every year you will be celebrating your birthday. It will be the celebration of the Forest Pavilion. Please join me.
Well, thank you so much. I'm glad my family is not watching this because they all know that I don't celebrate birthdays. But this is a special one because we are together embraced by forests. And I would say not just forests, by flora. It's important that we understand that we are here not discussing only forests, although the United Nations Forum is on forests. But forests don't exist without the whole multitude of species that allow the canopy, the high canopy of the Amazon, the Congo Basin, you name it, the big forests of the world. I would like to say that as president of the Global Judicial Institute on the Environment, we are very proud. I would say, usually judges don't say that they are humbled, but I feel very humbled to be part of this group of people and institutions that care about forests and flora. And especially under the umbrella of the United Nations Forum on Forests. And even more especially under the leadership of Dr. Juliette Biao. We all know that when Juliette wants something, she'll get it. And that's why we are all here. The energy, but most importantly, the principles that guide Juliette give us the comfort to be together, because we know that in spite of all the barriers, we will at some point succeed. And that's good for forests, and it's very good for the planet and humanity as a whole. Unfortunately, my dear friend and colleague Tom Clark spoke before me, so several things that I was about to say, he has already said. And I'm hoping that I'm not the last speaker, because judges like passing judgment. And I already have here a judgment that we are starting in the right mood with the right people and the right premises. But what are the premises? I think it's important that we agree on the premises, especially when we have a coalition of partners. And we want to go beyond the choir, beyond those those partners. The first premise, I think, that brings us together here was already said by several speakers, is the centrality of forests. Forest is about habitat. Forest is about life. And forest is about diversity. And then if we look around, this was stated before, every single of the Sustainable Development Goals are linked to forests. We cannot deny this very basic premise that has to guide us in whatever we do. The second premise is that forests are so complex and at the same time so fragile that they need us, the consumers of the ecological service, ecosystem service, you name it, the products, everything, the water that is provided by forests. We need to have knowledge about forests. We can grasp what forests are, but for us as professionals and institutions, we need to have knowledge about forests and the complexity of forests. Finally, and I'm sorry to mention this, but you understand, we cannot protect forests without law, and we cannot protect forests without institutions. But not any law and not any institution. We need good laws and good institutions. So I think Juliet, Christina Pack, Tom Clark, Nick Bryan, and the other colleagues that are here, I think what we are doing today in this UNFF gathering is that we are launching a new concept, which is the forest rule of law. It's not just the rule of law, it's the rule of law that embraces forests, but at the same time depends on forests. So let's keep this word, this expression. I think it summarizes everything that we intend to do with people, with nature, with finance, but especially with law. It's the rule of law of forests. We can also say the forest rule of law. So congratulations to all of you. On Friday, we will be discussing in MOFE. I am the president of the drafting committee, but there are several colleagues here. And this is a fantastic initiative. It's my last point. It is a fantastic initiative because for the first time, we are drafting a model forest act for the world, not just the law folks, the boring ones. Some scientists that work with forests can also be boring, but forests are not boring. We are doing together, scientists and the legal experts. And this is a fantastic experience that we would like to share with you on Friday. Please be here. There'll be drinks, I'm not sure, but the water, fresh water from the forest, many things. Juliet, congratulations, and your team and everybody. It's great to be here.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much again. Congratulations to you, Justice. Right. May I now invite Mr. Kubota Osamu, Deputy Assistant Minister for Export and International Affairs Bureau, Ministry of Agriculture, Forest and Fisheries of Japan. Mr. Kubota, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, and it is a really great honor for me to be able to speak at the opening event of this Forest Pavilion at the UNFCCC COP. First of all, I would like to congratulate and express my gratitude to the United Nations Forum on Forest and all the countries and organizations involved for their effort in opening this pavilion. As previous speakers said, that the forest is very important in the sense that the forest sinks and reservoirs of greenhouse gases. And therefore, in order to achieve net zero emission in the second half of this century as aimed by the Paris Agreement, it is essential to promote the conservation and appropriate management of forest. Based on this common understanding, the Glasgow Leaders Declaration, which aimed to halt and reverse deforestation and forest degradation by 2030, was issued at COP26 with the support of 145 countries, including Japan. Let me talk a bit about Japan. Japan is now a forest-rich country, with forests covering 2/3 of the country's land. However, in the past, excessive logging led to forest degradation, and that caused severe mountain disaster. In response, the government and private sectors have worked together on large-scale reforestation to restore forest. We have been utilizing this experience in international cooperation, providing technical assistance in sustainable forest management, including afforestation, forest conservation, and forest-based disaster prevention and mitigation. We recognize that the long-term use of wood from sustainably managed forests contribute to climate change mitigation through material substitution effect and carbon storage effect. To this end, we are promoting the use of wood in buildings, taking advantage of the abundant forest resources in Japan. We are also supporting in sustainable wood use activities in timber-producing countries through international cooperations and participating in international initiatives such as the greening construction with sustainable wood under the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership. Japan has decided to host the first authors' meeting of the IPCC Special Report on Climate Change in Cities in Osaka next March. We believe that the use of wood in buildings provide an important solution for advancing urban climate change measures, and we believe that forest and forestry stakeholders need to work to promote and educate the public about this. Next week on Wednesday, the 20th, we are hosting a seminar titled Sustainable Forest Bioeconomy for Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptations here at the Forest Pavilion to share Japan's knowledge and experiences in these areas. We hope that many people will participate and would like to have broad discussion, including climate smart forest management that is incorporate addressing climate change perspective into traditional forest management and contribution to local communities through the establishment of a circular economy. Finally, we hope that the Forest Pavilion will foster new synergies between forest management and climate change experts and facilitate discussion on the potential of forest-based bioeconomy. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. どうもありがとうございました。May I now invite Ms. Jennifer Conje, Director, Division of Forest Management of the International Tropical Timber Organization, ITTO. Over to you.
Thank you. Excellencies, dear colleagues, ITTO is delighted to be one of the partners on the pavilion. On behalf of ITTO, we especially extend our appreciation to the UNFF Secretariat, ADB, and the Government of Canada for pulling together different partners to organize the Forest Pavilion. ITTO is an intergovernmental organization promoting the sustainable management and conservation of tropical forests and the expansion and diversification of trade in tropical timber from sustainably managed and legally harvested forest. ITTO's membership represents more than 80% of the world's tropical forests. It cannot be overemphasized the importance tropical forests and their sustainable management play in the climate solution. Tropical rainforests act as significant carbon sinks by storing 46% of the world's terrestrial carbon. They are also home to millions of people who rely on them for livelihoods. Both aims must be balanced to ensure sustainable and resilient nature-based solutions. Previous speakers have already eloquently spoken on why it is critical to keep forest on the radar screen in climate talks. Afforestation and reforestation have become integral components of climate mitigation strategies worldwide. However, despite forests and the forestry sector's many contributions, the share of climate financing channeled to forestry was only around 4% of the total climate financing from 2009 to 2019, based on findings in FAO's State of the World's Forest 2022. The world's forests are increasingly threatened by land use competition for other uses like agriculture, illegal logging, increased pest and disease outbreaks, and a dramatic increase in the severity and incidence of forest fires due to climate change. A recent study by the University of East Anglia revealed that carbon dioxide emissions from forest fires surged by 60% globally since 2001. COP29 is known as the financing COP. If we hope to have a chance to sufficiently address global deforestation, ensure sustainable and legal forest product supply chains, and to sustainably manage forests so they remain healthy to deliver on numerous ecosystems, for climate regulation, water and soil quality, habitat and biodiversity conservation, cultural and spiritual values, and numerous products from construction, fiber, food, and medicines that human relies on, we must invest in it. The different days of the pavilion will highlight forest and the forest sector's contribution to environment and to society, the opportunities and challenges they face as nature-based solutions to climate change. ITTO is pleased to work with FAO and the government of Japan in co-leading the Sustainable Forest-Based Bioeconomy Day for Climate Adaptation and Mitigation, to be held next week on November 20th. Across various mythologies and literature, trees are symbols of strength, stability, growth, and most notably, the interconnectedness of everything. We welcome your active participation in the pavilion's events, especially those of you that are outside of the forestry community, from the financing, energy, and the agricultural sector. The solutions to this climate crisis are dependent on us working together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I now invite Ms. Joan McRae, Head of Strategy and LEAF, International Forest Unit, Department for Business, Energy, Industrial Strategy of the United Kingdom. Joanna, over to you. And after Joanna is going to be a video remark, so I just wanted to make sure that, okay, thank you so much.
Great. So it's a huge pleasure to be here today, and a particular thanks to Juliet, who I think is really helping to nourish the mycorrhizae that kind of connect us all. And that's really important because I think as we're learning, it takes a village to kind of keep the forest going. We need to have a rich set of conversations in order to deliver what we need to do. I think many of the things that I was planning on saying have already been said much more eloquently than I perhaps could by others. So I'll be brief, and I guess I just wanted to make two main observations. The first thing is that I think looking around this space and listening to the conversation, it's really clear that we have the normative framework in place to tell us what we need to do. We have that through the SDGs, we have that now through the UNFCCC, particularly we've had the global stocktake result, and we've also got the Convention on Biodiversity around us. So we have the pillars of the framework. We know what to do. And that's really important that we have that consensus. And I think what's fantastic about forests are like a super solution to the problems of poverty, of climate, and biodiversity. And I think one of the challenges that we have, as our last speaker just said, is how to really maximize that super solution particularly in terms of finance, and make sure that the size of the financial allocation is commensurate with this sort of super solution. So the first thing I want to say is we now have the normative framework, and I think what I love about the pavilion is you're really reminding us of that, Juliet, and particularly the interrelationship between forests and SDGs. But even though we know that this is what we must do, at the moment we're not doing what we need to do nearly fast enough. We know that in order to deliver on the 2030 forest goal, we've got to go 4 times faster in a very short period of time. And so I was just thinking as colleagues were speaking, what is it that's going to enable us to speed up? And I think the first thing that just strikes me is around collaboration. And again, listening to the conversation, there's this rich set of collaborations going on between governments. We're seeing that with UNFF. We're seeing that through the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership, which the UK is delighted to be taking on the co-chair of this year. And there's a huge range of other partnerships that have been referred to here. So the collaboration, I think, is going to be really key. And we need to thicken that network of action and of collaboration and partnership. The second piece I think we're going to need to do is to think a lot about finance. And I think going into Balan in particular, there's a real opportunity to think about the basket of instruments that we're going to need. There is no single financial magic bullet that we can draw on. We're going to need to draw on a rich array of instruments, whether that's carbon markets, whether it's working more with multilateral development banks and leveraging more of that finance. There's a whole range of instruments that we already have and that we're going to need to innovate on. I think the third piece, and again this has been a great thread of the conversation, is around governance. We've talked a lot about the legal framework. I think from our perspective we'd also like to see much more attention to enabling Indigenous people and local communities to access finance more directly and for their rights to be protected. And then the final thing that just struck me as I was listening to you all was the other thing I think we're going to have to do is work really hard on hearts and minds. My instinct is that who doesn't love a tree? Who doesn't love a forest? I think all of us will have experiences of being in the forest, but there's a paradigmatic shift that needs to happen where we reconnect with forests. We go back to why they're really important to us as human beings and really rediscover they're part of our roots. So many thanks again to Juliet and her amazing team for pulling this together. It's amazing to have such a rich program of activities, really forest focused. And I think this is our moment. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we are going to have a video message from Mr. Wu Jinmin, who is the chair of the Collaborative Partnership on Forests and director of FAO Forest Division.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you all to the opening of the Forest Pavilion at COP29 in my capacity as chair of the Collaborative Partnership on Forests, the CPF. In this pavilion, member states, CPF member organizations, and other partners will come together to showcase the diverse and impactful work on forest conservation, restoration, and sustainable use in achieving the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda, as well as connections to the global forest goals of the United Nations Strategic Plan for Forests. Forests are vital for effective global climate action. We were reminded of this by the first global stocktake of the Paris Agreement, which emphasized the need for enhanced efforts to halt and reverse deforestation by 2030. Doing so will help cut greenhouse gas emissions by around 11% annually and restore crucial carbon sinks, which can absorb up to 1/3 of CO2 emissions from human activities annually. It will also ensure that forests continue to perform other climate-related functions, such as regulating rainfall, providing cooling benefits, and minimizing extreme weather. Forests also safeguard up to 80% of terrestrial biodiversity, which enhances the adaptive capacity and resilience of people and ecosystems to climate change. It is encouraging, therefore, that some countries such as Brazil, Colombia, Indonesia, and countries in Africa have been able to reduce deforestation in recent years. This has been supported by strong national forest monitoring systems that have improved the quality and accessibility of forest data, which in turn is helping countries meet international reporting requirements under the enhanced transparency framework of the Paris Agreement and to access results-based finance. This includes around $3 billion disbursed or committed through emissions reduction purchase agreements up to 22 countries over 15 years. The CPF also looks forward to collaborating with member states and partners to focus on forest at next year's COP30 in Brazil. This will be crucial because we need to work together to unlock the full value of forests, particularly for the most vulnerable, including by facilitating access to forest finance and scaling up the use of data, science, and innovation. If we are to harness the full potential of forests as solutions to the climate and biodiversity crisis, it is vital that we keep forests high on the political agenda. We must redouble our advocacy for them, and this Forest Pavilion provides us with a great opportunity to do so. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to UNFF Secretariat and CPF member organizations for your efforts in making this Forest Pavilion a reality. My gratitude also goes to the Pavilion's steering committee and UNFF member states for your guidance. In conclusion, I wish all activities and events in our beloved Forest Pavilion great successes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I now invite Mr. Nelson Grimmer, Coordinator of the Science Policy Program, International Union of Forest Research Organization, IUFRO. Over to you.
Thank you for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be here today as we officially open the first Forest Pavilion in the United Nations Climate Change Conference. This pavilion at COP29 represents a significant step forward towards acknowledging the critical role that forests play in addressing climate change mitigation and adaptation. Forests absorb and store carbon, regulate water cycles, and sustain biodiversity. Yet, they do far more than this. They offer a wide range of goods and services that directly impact human well-being and resilience. They are the foundation for countless livelihoods. They hold cultural significance for many communities around the world, and they are essential for the health and well-being of our ecosystems and societies. Therefore, we must remember to protect and manage them holistically, recognizing that their value goes beyond their capacity to store carbon, and that their existence encompasses every dimension of life and sustenance on Earth. Here, we are gathering in a space dedicated to appreciating all these contributions and exploring solutions that will protect and enhance them. At UFRO, the International Union of Forest Research Organizations, we are deeply honored to be part of this effort and would like to thank all the partners who have made this possible. UFRO's mission has always been to enhance forest-related science collaboration, and one of our main goals is to connect the spheres of science and policy, ensuring that the latest research informs the decisions that will shape our future. The pavilion offers an extraordinary opportunity to engage with stakeholders from across the world and from a wide range of backgrounds, from policymakers to researchers, indigenous leaders, private sectors, and civil society. Each of them brings unique knowledge, insights, and perspectives that together can bring about effective science-based solutions for the challenges forests face. UFRO is especially grateful to C4ICRAF for their co-leadership in organizing the Science, Technology and Innovation Day at the Forest Pavilion that will take place next Saturday. And we also extend our heartfelt thanks to all the moderators and speakers who will enrich the pavilion's discussions. Their insights and expertise will provide invaluable perspectives to guide us all forward. Let us move ahead together, committed to fostering collaboration and making evidence-based decisions for the benefit of forest and people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now invite Mr. Christopher Matthias, Interim Team Leader for Climate Change, Energy and Low Carbon Development, Center for International Forest Research and World Agroforestry. Over to you.
So, we are those boring scientists. Thank you. So we work, C4ICRAF are merged since 2019. We work on forests and agroforestry, so we have both sides of we have the standing forests and we have the tools for the restoration in our hands. So that's what we contribute to countries, to any players who works on forests, reforestation, sustainable management, to bring science, to bring knowledge to them and help them design their own policy and their own action. And it's actually my great pleasure to be here. And thanks for organizing this great event and what comes as a program for the next 2 weeks. It's my pleasure to be here, and also in the name of our CEO Eliane Ubalijoro, to be part in this endeavor and to be part of this opening. I'd like to put it in the form of 3F: forests, finance, and fairness. So forests, everybody wants to work on forests. We want to restore forests. We want to keep forests standing. And actually keeping forests standing is cheaper than trying to restore them after the fact that they have been cut down. And so we should all work in the first priority to preserve the forests of the world that are still there. But for this and also for the restoration, we need finance, and it is a great effort. A great effort is required to actually make that finance happening and scale it to the size needed. The former director of the German climate program, Iki, he always called that shifting the trillions. So shifting the trillions of dollars that go into the wrong direction into the direction that we need to preserve forests and preserve forests not only for climate. Climate is hugely important, of course. Forests can, deforestation contributes 11-12% to global emissions, but restoring forests and keeping forests standing could provide 30% of the solution, so 3 times more. We have heard that before. But this is not the only thing. Forests are hugely important in terms of biodiversity preservation for us. I think we all underestimate how much our lives are intricately linked to forests, to natural, healthy, functioning ecosystems. And I'm saying this also because we are here in the Caucasus, and close by is Central Asia, where forests look quite differently because we have very dry regions, but still they have a hugely important ecological function in these landscapes. So forests are important not only for climate, but hugely important for climate. They're important for biodiversity, they're important for livelihoods of 1.6 billion people. That's almost 20% of humanity. So we need to do something about that. But also forests cannot solve the whole problem. I think that there's also a message that has to come out from us as the forest people to those that are responsible for the other 90% of the emissions. You also need to do your part. We do our homework, but you need to do yours. And so forest finance in terms of scaling and fairness, because I think we cannot look at forests as just this green mass standing somewhere. Forests are where people are. People are where forests are. And forests are preserved because people work with you on preserving those forests. And if we try solutions that are against people's needs and against people's requirements, it will not fly. So we need to bring these three efforts together. And I think that's, I would say that's what this Forest Week is, Forest Pavilion is about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, last speaker, of course not the least speaker, Ms. Kanakia Galerita, Communications and Branding, International Forestry Student Associations.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, youth, ladies and gentlemen, I, Chanakia Galerita, am deeply honored to represent International Forestry Students Association, IFSA, here at the opening of Forest Pavilion at COP29. Today, I stand before you not just as representative of IFSA, but as a voice for youth and young at heart worldwide who are passionately advocating for the future of our better forests. Our presence here underscores the crucial alliance between IFSA and the United Nations Forum on Forests, a strong partnership driven by a shared commitment to sustainable management and conservation of the world forests. IFSA is a global network of 140 local communities in 60 countries, connecting thousands of young leaders dedicating in forestry and sustainability. Our vision is clear, a world that appreciates forests. This aligns seamlessly with the UNFF mission to promote sustainable management, conservation, and sustainable practices into the forests. At IFSA, we emphasize two key areas that resonate deeply with the UNFF objective. We want to enable students to engage globally and also learning beyond the classroom. We drastically believe the power of experiential learning. Real-world experiences are critical in shaping future leaders. 1 week prior I stand here, I led a group of IFSA students in learning visit to April and Riau ecosystem restoration in Riau, Sumatra Island, Indonesia. We participated in hands-on restoration activities, deepening our understanding of ecological peat management and also the role of communities in preserving forests. This experience deepened our awareness of ecosystem restoration, and we are committed to sharing this knowledge and also driving a follow-up collaboration project that promotes environmental sustainability with IFSA Indonesia. IFSA wants the students to engage in a global stage, ensuring youth perspective and our valued advocacy are represented in high-level agenda. This year, we have sent delegation to COVO 2024 by FAO, the World Food Forum flagship event 2024 by FAO, COP16 UNCBD, COP29 UNFCCC, and will participate in COP16 UNCCD. We have collaborated with Forest Stewardship Council, or FSC, in integrating youth perspective into forestry certification processes. One of our most outstanding achievements this year was the successful launch of World Food Forum chapter in Indonesia. This milestone achieved in collaboration with FAO Indonesia, IFSA members, and the national government. Through these efforts, IFSA ensures that youth have a seat at the table, shaping policies and promoting sustainable practices worldwide. Looking ahead, we expect UNFF 20 and COP30 to elevate the role of youth in shaping forest policies. By prioritizing youth-driven innovation and inclusive partnership, we can drive impactful solutions to build better forests for today and tomorrow. For IFSA, our involvement will ensure the next generation of leaders is heard and empowering to address climate change and sustainability and ensuring #No one is left behind. Youth are not just the future. We are the catalyst for the future, for the change that we urgently need. We bring an objective perspective free from biases of political or profit gain. All in all, we can completely see the partnership between IFSA and UNFF showcases the tangible impact of collaboration and shared dedication. By uniting our efforts and embracing innovation, we are ready to address today's challenges head-on. Together, we can foster thriving forests and resilient community by livestock, ensuring a sustainable and equitable future for all by intergenerational solidarity. This is our mission, and it begins with each step that we take today. We thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have come close to the end of the show. We'll be momentarily inviting all the speakers to come to the podium for the group photo. But in the meantime, let me say thank you. Really, your commitment is the one that is making this happen. Really, really thank you. And over the next 10 days, you'll see lots of engagements, over 50 of them. If you are lost, do not worry. We have two superhuman here. And now let me tell Ryo, where is Ryo? Raise your hand, Ryo. Ryo is the one who put together all the programs. Thank you, Ryo. So ask Ryo if you have a question. And we have Superwoman Edit. Raise your hand, Edit. If you have any question about organization here, please, Edit is the one to go. Also, including if you want to collect more badges, Edit is the one to go. I don't have one, so please. And so with this one, okay, let's get started. And the next 10 days is going to be exciting. Thank you so much. Please, speakers, come over to the front, and then we'll take a group photo. Thank you very much.
Hello and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to what promises to be an extremely exciting afternoon session. I'm sure we had a great lunch and we're looking forward to very interesting conversations. The title of this particular session is Solar Plus to Achieve Energy Leapfrog in the Global South. And we've got a packed set of panelists and experts to give us their opinion across the Global South in totality. Today we're going to be hearing from different entities. We're going to be hearing from UN DESA. We're going to be hearing from my very own friend and colleague, Surabi of Climate Works. We're going to be hearing from CREA, the Global Solar Council, and Tsinghua University. So without further ado, I'm sure everybody's dying to hear what they have to say. I would like to welcome Minomu Takada, Department of Economic and Social Affairs from UN DESA, to come to the podium and start with opening remarks. I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the SDG Pavilion. Thank you very much. This is the 6th year in a row that we are at DESA organizing this SDG Pavilion. And, of course, the concept is very clear. Climate action matters for the life of the people, and the SDGs really are going to be impacted by and can contribute to the solution of climate action. What else more than energy can contribute to that solution? That is why we consider this Solar Plus initiative extraordinarily important. We are so happy to be collaborating with Climate Works Foundation and all the colleagues who are here who can contribute to these important actions. I especially would like to thank my friend and colleague, Chauha, who have been working and, inside the United Nations, outside the United Nations, but promoting the same cause. Really, it's a pleasure. And of course, my colleague Hompen from SCAP, it's our sort of dear friend and colleagues in the UN Energy. We have been tirelessly promoting SDG 7, and now where we are, and we need to keep pushing. Of course, up to 2030, we have 6 years to go. This is a time that we need to step up to drive this action. In order to drive action and get the results by 2030, get SDG 7 done, we need a lot of solutions. We need solar solutions. Of course, we need a lot more climate finance to drive energy transition to go forward, including just inclusive, equitable transitions, very much so. So I hope that this conversation will stimulate us and illustrate more examples moving forward. So we'll be able to sort of get on to the job that we need to do on the ground as well. So I join the colleagues to congratulate you to get started on this one and welcome this conversation. Look forward to working together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minoru. Thank you for those opening remarks. And even though they're brief, you highlighted a few issues. One is that we're just 6 years to go to countdown. That's 6 years. A matter of months now, and we need to ask ourselves, are we likely to hit our targets? And what do we have to do in terms of redoubling efforts to reach those targets? You spoke about SDG 7, but more importantly, you spoke about the need for private finance. This is not a transition, this is not a trajectory that we're going to achieve 100% by public funds. And so we need to understand, how do we bring in private capital, how do we bring in private innovation to drive this trajectory forward? Without further ado, I'd love to invite to the podium now Surabi Menon. Surabi is the Vice President of Global Intelligence at Climate Works for some remarks. Surabi, please, you're very welcome.
So distinguished guests, colleagues and partners, I hope you can hear me. So I'm honored to welcome you all today to this critical discussion on scaling up decentralized solar in order to do the leapfrogging that we need in much of the global south. So this gathering at the SDG Pavilion is at a very pivotal time as we're working on a global commitment to triple global renewable energy capacity while also advancing SDGs. So decentralized solar energy is a very powerful solution, as you all know, that can address multiple challenges that we are all facing in society. IPCC has recognized solar to have the largest technical potential of all energy sources. It's a solution that exists today that can help transform many of the communities across the global south, and especially with solar costs going down and efficiency going up every year, this is the right time for us to really go full form ahead with tripling of renewable energy. Now, in this particular case, we're talking about decentralized solar energy or solar plus system, which can address many of the different challenges from expanding energy access across different communities to also reducing carbon and helping economic growth and building community resilience. So these are important goals for climate, but also for the economic well-being of society. What we know is that we do need affordable energy sources for more than 785 million people across the world who still lack energy access. And then there's also 2.6 billion, a much larger number, who really don't have access to the grid. So there is a big gap, and there is a lot of investment needed, and this is where we can really go go ahead with decentralized solar projects. So off-grid renewables right now represent only about 1% of overall finance currently in many of the developing countries. And the investment need to achieve this SDG 7 is of an order magnitude greater than what we have annually for decentralized solar. So bridging this knowledge gap is essential to mitigate the gap in many of the developing countries to scale solar plus. And some of the solutions that we think exist are ways that we can transfer knowledge in applicable technologies and scenarios for decentralized solar. How can we share experiences in promoting and enabling policies and regulations? And then what are the best practices and support to build up innovative business models that can really accelerate the growth? And in all of this, we have to do this very quickly. We have, as Jide said, we have 6 years to achieve the goal. So we really need to scale up available resources and manage any kind of risks when we're trying to do the scale. What we do know is Solar Plus is gaining momentum on the international agenda. In many countries, we are trying to continue building on ways to integrate decentralized solar into national electrification plans and integrate it into energy transition plans. So this is the right time to build all of our collective work. The World Bank and the AFDB, the African Development Bank, have a joint commitment to provide electricity to 300 million people in Africa, with decentralized solar playing one of the major roles, a primary implementation pathway. And then China has also launched the Africa Solar Belt program last year, committing 13.7 million to solar regions, not just to solar projects in regions that are not being served with power grids in Africa. So ClimateWorks, our foundation, many of us are here, is very committed to scaling up our work on clean energy transition in many of the developing countries, aligned with their climate and energy priorities. So to do this, we are extremely delighted to have this partnership with UN DESA, where we will be launching a series of high-level dialogues, roundtables, capacity-building initiatives, as well as knowledge products. This marks a key step for us to build these successful Solar Plus practices and to look at ways we could energize and sort of scale it up in a much faster manner. And so in these coming months, we will try to deepen our engagement in key countries and regions, working closely with international and local stakeholders, and look to make sure we deep dive to make within local regions in order to understand local circumstances when we tailor the solutions. So the path to tripling renewable energy requires bold action, and this dialogue here is very useful for us to look at the insights and look at solutions that can emerge to take us to the next steps. So thank you and welcome, everybody. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Surabi. Thank you for those, sort of insightful comments. And I'll just take a few of the things you've said. And you mentioned that on a levelized cost basis, that renewable energy is trending as the lowest cost energy. And so we must ask ourselves, from a purely business viewpoint, what are the bottlenecks that are stopping the ramp up of renewable energy? And that's anything from the usual suspects in emerging markets, everything from the policy environment to the legacy issues of incumbents to the structure of the electricity industry, to the level of anything from the level of privatization to data and analytics. We consistently see that there's an insufficiency of country-level data, to capital constraints. And when we talk about capital, it's not just the availability of capital, but also the structure of capital, debt versus equity, etc. And this becomes even more, highlighted when we talk about developing economies. So Rabi talked about the need to transfer knowledge and knowledge share. And thank you for spotlighting, the efforts of the ADB and the Africa Solar Belt Program. Thank you so much. As we move into our discussion, our panelists, we're going to hear a lot more about these particular thematics and particular issues, and we're going to really do it justice this afternoon. So I would like to call upon our panelists, starting from Mr. Wang Wikwan, Deputy Secretary General of CREA, Chinese Renewable Energy Industry Association. He would be so kind to join us. You're very welcome. A round of applause, please. Ms. Sonia Dunlop, CEO of Global Solar Council. Sonia, great to see you again. Please, a round of applause for Sonia. Yes. Sorry. Oh, my apologies. My apologies. So we're not yet ready for the panel. I think it's the keynote speech first. My apologies. My bad. So please, I will hand over the podium for your speech. Please, another round of applause, please. Okay, thank you so much.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Wang Yuquan from Chinese Renewable Energy Industry Association. I'm very glad to be here to share something with you about the Solar Plus. Yeah. Basically, I will introduce the 4 parts. The first is about the current status, then foundations of Solar Plus, and then some scenarios. Finally, some prospects. Yeah, as we all know, during the past 2 decades, the PV globally increasing very quickly. You can see not only the installed capacity, but also the percentage of the power mix is also increasing quickly, especially in Netherlands, Spain, Germany, and Italy. The proportion of PV power generation is over 10%. However, for the tripling target by 2030 for solar PV in the future, there are still many obstacles, bottlenecks to be overcome, and Solar Plus can be one of the effective solutions for those barriers. For example, Solar Plus can reduce the cost, can reduce the impact or challenge for renewables to the power grid, and also can increase the flexibility of solar projects, because we can use the solar power by the end users directly. It means the power generated by solar PV cannot be integrated to the power grid. It can be directly by the end users. So in this way, we can reduce the impact of solar PV to the power grid. Furthermore, Solar Plus project can produce more benefit. You can see here, it can promote the it can be promote the progress in achieving the climate goals. It can create more jobs. it can elevate the poverty, it can boost boom the local economy, etc. And also it can improve the health of local people, it can realize gender equality, etc. And on the other hand, now we have some foundation to set up solar plus projects. You know, during the past 2 decades, the cost of PV is decreasing very quickly. Now, in some countries, the cost is less than the coal-fired power projects, and also the business model is becoming more and more mature. It means it can be commercialized, and the investors and the users can benefit from it. And thirdly, the DC technology, the direct current technology, especially for the electronic equipment, has been improved so much. And lastly, the big data technology, the cloud calculation technology, and even the AI, artificial intelligence, can help us to reduce the O&M cost of solar projects. And so far, there are some application scenarios for solar plus projects. You can see here the solar project can be combined with the production, can be combined with the buildings, with the transportation, and together with agriculture, and with the fishery, etc. And here are some specific cases of the solar plus projects. Yeah, in China, we began to do solar plus projects since the last century, since 1997. We have done the Brighter program and the Golden Sun program, etc. And we set up a lot of solar plus projects in remote and rural areas. And through this kind of projects, we can supply the power for local people. We can improve the production of local people, etc. And similarly, in other countries, especially in African continent and Southeast Asia and Latin America, etc., many people have no access to electricity now. So by the Solar Plus project, we can supply the clean energy to them. We can help them to improve their agricultural production, and we can improve the health for local people, and we can improve the health of local people and improve the agricultural production, etc. You can see here we can use the solar PV project together with the water pump, the refrigerator, and air conditioning and lighting, etc. For example, we use the solar plus and refrigerator technology to store the vaccine and medicine in remote area. And in this way, we can ensure the health of local people. And here is another example about solar plus agriculture. And under the ground, we set up the solar projects, and under the solar panels, we can plant the crops. And in this way, the farmers can earn more money. It means the farmers can get money from the crops as well as from the power generation. And what is most important is that we can make a full use of the land area, because in the future, the land area will be one of the key obstacles for solar PV projects, because in many countries the land resource is limited. We don't have enough land to set up solar PV. And this case is about a solar fishery, and the solar panels will be set above the water area, and underneath you can raise the fish, crab, and some other animals, and in this way we can make full use of the water area, and the farmers can earn money from both the seafood and the solar panels. And here is an example of the combination of solar PV and transportation. And we can set up the solar projects alongside the highway and on the top of the stations, and on the top of the service centers, etc. And in this way, we can improve the economic benefits, and also we can reduce the cost of transportation. However, for the scaling up of solar plus projects, we are still facing many problems to be overcome. So in the future, we should strengthen the policy support. For example, we should give the subsidies or tax reduction, etc. And secondly, we should make innovation about technology, about the financing models. It means that we should give long-term and low-interest financing for solar plus projects, and to reduce the cost and to make the project more bankable. And thirdly, we should enhance the technology applicability locally. It means that we should make more progress in the technology so that more technology can be used in remote and rural area, and the technology should be more suitable for local people. And lastly, but not the least, is that we should strengthen the communication and cooperation between different countries, because in different countries the situation is also very different. We should make a decision. We should make the solar plus project according to the real situation in different countries. So that's why we come here. We discuss what we can do in the future, what we can work together in the future. And basically, that's my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wang Wikwan. Thank you so much for those comments, for those insights. I was particularly taken by one of your earlier slides, which just talked about, off-grid, and just in terms of the different parameters that makes it very attractive, including the cost. The fact that, you're cutting out the transmission side, so you're dropping costs. And let's not underestimate, sort of the component of cost that's just on the transmission side, plus your transmission losses. So, that's well taken. And also the grid uses, the fact that it's very land intensive, and so you're conserving land, and then just the flexibility. You tend not to have an oversupply of load. So thank you very much for raising those points. I think it's important to understand that even though Korea is essentially a Chinese entity, we want to thank you for your leadership, for reaching out to other sort of renewable associations in the global south. So I know you do work in Africa, I know you do work in different parts of the world, and I think you deserve a round of applause for all the work you're doing. It's not restricted to China. So thank you so much. Thank you. Next we'll be calling in quick order Sonia Dunlop, the CEO of the Global Solar Council. Sonia, great. The floor is yours. Thank you. Round of applause, everyone.
Thank you so much, Jide. Thank you so much to CREA, to UN DESA, to Climate Works, and to everyone that organised this event. Thank you to CREA and to Ms. Danley from CREA for inviting me. It really is a pleasure to be here. My name is Sonia Dunlop. I am the CEO of the Global Solar Council. We are the Global Solar PV Industry Association, representing the whole of the world's solar PV industry in every region of the world. That includes China, Africa, the whole of Asia, Europe, North America, Latin America and the Caribbean, Australasia, Southeast Asia, and everything in between. We bring together the whole of the solar industry to work on everything from off-grid and distributed generation solar and small-scale solar, which is what we're talking about today, all the way to the biggest solar farms in the world, the 5 gigawatt solar farms that are being built. And we are really on the cusp of a solar revolution, right? Because we are really seeing an exponential growth in global solar deployment, and it is solar, and particularly distributed generation solar, particularly solar plus applications, that is going to keep us to 2 degrees of global warming and going to be able to implement the Paris Agreement. It is everything that China has achieved in terms of bringing down the cost of solar that is going to get us to our climate goals and nothing else. We are the central energy technology. So I just want to say a few words to add to what the previous speakers from CREA, from Climate Works, from UN DESA have already said. And just talk about how solar and solar plus projects, small scale, distributed generation, behind the meter, rooftop and applied solar in all its versatility, how it can also bring immense just transition to the energy transition and bring resilience to electricity systems. Because we have to accept that a certain amount of climate impacts are already baked in. We have to start adapting to climate impacts. We have to invest in adaptation and resilience. And we, as a distributed energy technology, can really contribute to the resilience of electricity systems, resilience to hurricanes, resilience to big natural disasters, resilience to floods, and that we can help with that as well. So a few words first about the Global Solar Council. We are the Global Solar PV Industry Association, and our mission is to unite the whole of the global energy transition towards a new solar energy transition. And our vision is a fair and sustainable world with solar at the heart of its new energy economy. Next year, the Paris Agreement will be celebrating its 10th birthday. And we as the Global Solar Council will also be celebrating our 10th birthday because we were founded in Paris at the Paris COP to deliver the energy transition, and what a ride we've been on the last 10 years. Our members are national solar energy associations and solar companies from all over the world. We represent the national industry associations of many, many countries across the global south. You can see there India, China, Taiwan, Italy, Africa, South Africa, and many, many more that are represented there, as well as Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, and many more. So we really do bring together the whole of the global solar industry. We work with key partners all over the world. We are part of the Global Renewables Alliance. We are the key partner on solar for the International Renewable Energy Agency, the key partner for the International Energy Agency, the International Solar Alliance, REN 21, the Solar Stewardship Initiative, and many more. And as you can see, we are constantly working to represent solar at the highest levels of global energy diplomacy and the G20 and the G7 as well. We have a totally global team based all over the world to help you and help us bring the message of solar to different parts of the world and work with them and through that team to really deliver the vision of solar. This is what I was talking about, how we are seeing exponential growth. We are all used to seeing the hockey stick of CO2 emissions. We are now seeing a new hockey stick, which is the solar hockey stick of growth, solar deployment around the world. As you can see, from 2022 to 2023, we saw an almost doubling of solar thanks to huge growth in the Chinese market. And we expect that this year in 2024, we are going to see a total of almost 600 gigawatts of solar. And indeed, just before preparing for Baku, we reached a huge milestone of 2 terawatts of solar installed around the world. We have a huge party to celebrate this at the Global Renewables Alliance Pavilion just over there on Friday night at 5:30. Solar is the cheapest electricity in history and getting cheaper. The Economist said it as well. We are seeing the dawn of the solar age. And what they specifically said is that because solar is constantly reducing the levelized cost of electricity across the board, that we can now do things with solar that we never thought possible before. And that is just what Solar Plus is about. As you can see, we are the leading renewable technology in terms of deployment and really kind of working in partnership with the other technologies in order to deliver 100% renewables future. In terms of finance, and we really see this, and this is not just from big investment funds, this is also local people putting their own money from their own savings into solar in their farms and into their houses. But we know that this year we are expecting 500 billion, so $500 billion to be invested in solar, and a lot of that is in distributed generation and different applications of solar. So just a few words. We know there are about 5 to 7 million jobs of solar for solar workers worldwide, and a lot of them are in the installation of distributed generation. It is a very jobs-rich technology that requires a lot of human hands to install all of those solar panels. And so this is a really important understanding that when you invest in solar in your community, you're investing in local jobs, local installation jobs, upskilling in order to make that happen. It requires a huge amount of manual labor. It requires local roofers and electricians to upskill, local agricultural workers as well. And so this is really a huge part of the just transition in terms of global employment, as well as making sure that we can power our development in a sustainable way. And as I said, it's also in big part a contributor to resilience to climate impacts by providing backup to the grid in times of blackouts, by providing off-grid energy access through mini-grids, through solar home systems, and through small solar light systems that can sometimes only be this big. I have some on my desk at home that provide light and a mobile charger to people who need it wherever they need it, showing again how versatile it is. We can also provide services to grids in new and different ways, more accurately, more quickly, and in a more innovative way that can be operated as virtual power plants, providing frequency control or grid forming services and black start services. And these are our recommendations about how to really unleash this, to encourage solar PV deployment across all market segments, to streamline permitting schemes, especially for distributed generation, where in some countries it is almost illegal to install distributed solar, and where it is sometimes very difficult to get the requisite permits. To ensure finance flows to that distributed generation, we are working in particular, and we want to work more on getting multilateral development development finance from the World Bank to flow down to small-scale generation, distributed generation around the world through financial intermediaries, through microfinance providers. We need to adopt ESG practices based on global standards and multi-stakeholder initiatives such as the Solar Stewardship Initiative, unleash a flexibility revolution by harnessing the power of storage and nurturing the development of solar skills with our Global Solar Training Standards Initiative. This, as I mentioned, is the Solar Stewardship Initiative, a really important part of raising the ESG standards in solar around the world to make ourselves a really mature technology that can potentially power so much of the world's electricity needs. And these are just some more examples of what we are doing at the Global Solar Council in order to bring the data and the analysis to the people who need it most in order to erase those last barriers to solar deployment. And this is some of the work we do, policy and advocacy work, standard setting work, and of course, most importantly, building those connections and joining the dots from one part of the world to the other. So I just want to say a little bit more about our finance work, because this is really important. We want to make sure that low-cost finance is going to all of these solar plus technologies around the world, whether it be solar water pumps, transport solutions, including shipping, including cars potentially one day, agricultural solutions, fisheries, and so much more. We need low-cost finance to go to these projects. And just a great example of that is actually a health centre in Sierra Leone, a maternity centre where babies were being born, but there wasn't enough power to power the incubators and the ventilators that were needed to keep these newborn premature babies alive. And they got low-cost finance from a crowdsourcing campaign. It doesn't always have to be big institutions. They invested in solar and storage, and now more of those premature newborn babies are surviving thanks to that. As I said, we're doing our skills and training work with the Global Solar Training Standards Initiative to make sure that people across the developing world are properly trained. And then our grid work, where we are really trying to prove how we can be a service provider to grids, as well as the need to make sure that we have enough capacity to connect to the grid. Thank you very much. And if you have any more questions on any of this work or anything more, just let me know. I just want to say that this has different names in different parts of the world. Sometimes it's called prosumers, sometimes they're called self-consumers, sometimes they're called solar and island mode. But what brings us together is the power of solar to empower people and families to take control of their energy bills, to find new applications and versatile applications, and to really power a whole new wave of economic development around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you for your interventions. And, you always speak with passion. You always speak with conviction. You always speak with your facts. And so we thank you for that. And I was taken by a few of your graphics, just understanding just where we are on solar as a ratio. 78% of renewables out there and solar ramping up with 500 million investments, US dollars of investments. But that's nowhere near the full amount we require to actually drive this revolution. And so as we talked about in earlier interventions, we really need to look at a way of catalyzing and mobilizing other aspects of capital. You spoke about sort of the different uses, and one is grid backup, but also simply areas that it's just not cost effective. You're simply not going to run grids there. Already with a lot of emerging markets, you have the subsidized cost of energy. And so therefore, you will not be able to continue to extend this unless you actually look at sort of more technological solutions. You talked about, sort of the nexus again of standards. And I like that you mentioned that, a lot of areas, you just have to standardize. You don't have fully industry standards, MEPs. And then, of course, the nexus of standards, finance, and policy. And I think we're going to hear this as a recurring decimal, where does the policy meet the finance, etc. So, thank you so much again. And another round of applause for Sonia. Thank you. And now we've heard from the industries. We've heard from the industry associations. We've heard from the manufacturers. We've heard from Korea. I think it's now time to turn ourselves over to academia. And without further ado, I will introduce Mr. Wee Quimpeng, a professor from Tsinghua University. Mr. Quimpeng, please, your comments. You're very welcome.
Thank you very much. And it's my great pleasure to be here. And I will use 8 to 10 minutes just to introduce our thinking and what we have done in terms of so-called PV plus. Actually, we just try to use electricity generated from photovoltaic properly, efficiently, and wisely. So I think that will be very suitable for the topic of today. So we call it a bottom-up approach for net zero operation, especially for buildings and communities in the future. So I will show some case study, and actually we start this kind of thinking or this kind of actions from a demonstration project initiated 4 years ago in the beginning of 2020. At that time in Qingdao, there's a community contains 10 different types of buildings, and they try to achieve net zero operation. At that time, the carbon dioxide consumption intensity is about 52 kilogram carbon dioxide per square meter per year, and the target is to try to reduce 75% in 3 years. But actually, I would like to say, frankly, we a little bit failed. Nowadays, the carbon dioxide emission intensity is half, so not 75%, but half. How we can do that? We try to, enhance or to increase the energy performance of buildings, to have a better insulation and to enhance air tightness and to reduce heating demand. Meanwhile, we know that in this kind of seaside cities like here, they do need dehumidification and cooling for almost 3-4 months. And how we can make this kind of cooling be so-called net zero, and we try to combine high efficiency cooling system with photovoltaic. So at that time, the buildings on the roof of the buildings, they have PV panels, but the operators do not want to use that because they believe that the unstable of this kind of decentralized photovoltaic will be do harm to the buildings, to the systems. So they say just cut off. And then we walk in and discuss with them, and we install some kind of a control system and to use the electricity generated from a PV panel wisely and safely, and they have any feeling that where the electricity comes from. They just to use them stably and with any concern. So after that, they believe, okay, this kind of system can work together with the existing MEP system in buildings. Even there are some very important conference, including some energy minister conference in the buildings. At that time, the conference, the whole system, the whole buildings will be supplied by the electricity generators there. So the idea is to, like you just mentioned, Sonia, that it's a per consumer and to use it wisely. So after that, we think, why not to install the photovoltaic and to use them and just to reduce by expensive electricity from grid. So grid may be a little bit, not very happy with that, but the building owner and building operator will be very happy to use their electricity or use the photovoltaic wisely. So we believe that this kind of things can work very, very, easily with cooling system. That's why we come here, because we talk about global south, because we do need this kind of cooling, and we all know that if we have, more solar gains in the buildings, so we need more coolings, and at that time, we also can produce more electricity from photovoltaic. So naturally, this kind of PV panels can work in harmony with cooling systems in buildings, and also with some kind of refrigeration or some kind of fresh, they all need this kind of cooling. So that we believe to use photovoltaic together with a high efficiency cooling system could be a very good, very wisely a solution to use that. So we have this kind of building not integrated with PV, but under PV, and to use DC-driven chiller. That means we eliminate the transmitter. So that we use the electricity generated from PV DC and directly to the compressor of a chiller. The compressor of the chiller have a VSD, variable speed driver, and they can use both AC and DC. So according to our test, not only in experiment, not only in the lab, but also on site, we found that they can save some kind of 15% of this kind of electricity. Think of that before, because of the expensive, the high price of the electricity from the grid or the unstable from the grid, we cannot use this kind of cooling, air conditioning or for refrigerator anyway. But now we have this kind of DC-driven compressors for refrigerators, for chillers, and even for pumps and fans. So that's what we imagine that in this building, if we could have photovoltaic and generated electricity and be used, consumed by ventilation, by compressors, so that's very easy. So make the system as simple as possible. So from then on, we call this PV plus the energy storage, because we do need this kind of storage system and to use them DC and to increase the flexibility. That we believe is the other side of the coin, the concern with resilience. So we have more flexibility, maybe we could have more resilience. So we have PV, we have a storage, we use this wisely and efficiently. Maybe that will be for the future, for this kind of PV plus. So from then on, more and more buildings and systems to use this kind of systems and to as a demonstration. And why people want to have that? Because they save money. So very easy to understand if you sell the electricity generated from your roof, from the panels, but with very low price. Very low price. I would like to say, frankly, very low price. But the grid will sell electricity to you, extra some kind of 50%, some kind of extra price. So that's why we encourage people to install PV and use them themselves. So that's the big challenge, because they only have 1 meter at this time. So nowadays we want to have 2 meter or to use 1 meter as a two-way gateway. So they can calculate or to meter the electricity generated from photovoltaic, and also to reduce the cost or the tariff from the grid. So that's why we encourage them, and more buildings, and some others they use BEAM, they use AI digitalization, because it's very complicated. But we try to make it simple, as easy as electricity EV. So EV nowadays EB. Electricity DC building, so with digital control systems and optimization and something like that. And then we encourage even airport to install photovoltaic and to generate and to use them in the airport. So because in the airport they have a lot of space, and they can see the sun, they can generate electricity, but they were hesitant to use them because they don't believe. And from this kind of case study, people believe that they can use them wisely. However, obviously there are some kind of a variation, very violent, this kind of a variation. And we can do it by simulation. So we can predict this kind of things before the building or the system was installed, and even during the operation, we can use this kind of AI-aided prediction method, and to also use some kind of thermal storage, not only battery, but also thermal storage. So that because of this kind of cooling can be also working very harmony with the photovoltaic because in summer, they always need this kind of cooling and the PV can generate more electricity. So that's why. But also we do need to deal the problem in April or some kind of, in spring or in autumn because at that time you do not need so much cooling. So where we can use the electricity, we work together with EV. So charge the cars and the other things. Even we try to charge the vehicles in the airport, and they can also charge to aircraft in the future. So I just summarize here and to use this kind of summer storage as to eliminate this kind of difference between production and supply. So the last page. So some other things, the last page. Then we believe from this kind of application and people can design and can use AI technology wisely. Then that can make this kind of photovoltaic plus even cheaper for operation, for construction, and to use them wisely. So that's what our idea. And in the future, I think, especially for global south, and they need cooling, obviously, and they have solar. Then we can do it. Yes, that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the interventions, and for your insights on the bottom-up approach. And we are quite impressed with the energy efficiency and driving by saying that you're going to drop by 75% over 3 years. I think what that shows is that the technology is there, the ability to actually deploy those technologies is there. And I just want to take that back to the previous discussions that we talked about, performance specifically on energy standards, MEPS, and then on cooling. Because as you mentioned, as of today, cooling is about 20% of our entire energy demand. And that's trending upwards over the next 3 decades. Therefore, to continue to solve this problem will help us greatly in achieving our targets. So we thank you very much for what you and the university are doing. And another round of applause for academia. Thank you. And the way you speak so passionately, just getting graphs and sign charts for those of us that are not scientists to make it look so attractive and we can actually see what it's driving to. Thank you so very much. We will now move on to our panel discussion. And I just want to frame it a little bit so that we understand what this particular section. So we're talking about how do stakeholders cooperate in Solar Plus, the project future, and that includes what are the best practices and how can these be adapted to particular regions and countries. And then finally, we'll talk about the barriers. I think we hearkened to some of these a little bit earlier, but what are the barriers that we have in terms of achieving this? And so our distinguished panelists today are drawn from different parts of industry, society, etc. And we will start with Mr. Liu Hongpen, Director of the Energy Division for UNESCO. If you would care to join us on the panel, you're very welcome, sir. Please. Also on our panel, we have Mr. Fabi Tumiwa, who's the Executive Director of the Institute for Essential Services Reform. You're very welcome. We have Mr. Zhang Weiyin, Special Assistant to the President and Head of Strategic Marketing at LONGi Hydrogen. Very welcome. And Ms. Ji Lin, Senior Climate Change Officer at the ADB, Asian Development Bank. Mr. Thank you. Excellent. So it's a panel discussion. I will, if we have a mic, I will sit down and... Excellent, thank you. Can everybody hear me? Perfect. I'm not often accused of being quiet, so thank you. I'm glad you can hear me. And I think our first question, without much ado, will be to Liu Hongpen, the Director of Energy Division of UNESCO. And I think we'd like to ask, how do you introduce the roles of effective Solar Plus models and projects for increasing domestic energy supply, power access, and the quality of life in your particular area. And feel free to, if you want to use Asia Pacific or any area you're comfortable with, please go ahead. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Jet. Thank you for this opportunity to just, I think, learn about this Solar Plus concept and also the initiative. I think, as the previous speaker said, there's a great potential for solar technology to achieve SDG 7 and also net zero. So take Asia Pacific as an example. So currently we have still 50 million population without access to electricity. So although we achieved greatly for last 2 decades, but now still 50 million, this will be the last mile. It's very much difficult, the last mile access. But most of those 50 million could be, I think, a potential for solar, to decentralize the solar to support electricity access. But more difficult part is also the clean cooking. People talk about energy access, mostly talk about electrification. But clean cooking is another big challenge. And globally, there's a 2 billion population without access to clean cooking, but 1.2 billion is located in Asia Pacific. And the Solar Plus, I also see there's a good opportunities to contribute to not only for electricity, but also for clean cooking. The technology actually is available. Like use the solar home system plus storage. And then that will have electricity for clean cooking. There's also already pilot in Africa. We also have a pilot in Asia Pacific to do this. So the challenge is how you scale up this, because the cost and also the technology reliability. And as the previous speaker just mentioned about the buildings, I think in the building sector, as a prosumer, as Sonia also mentioned, the producer and the consumer, you combine this together, solar roof will be most appropriate technology, especially for decentralized. In Southeast Asia, actually, we are doing with some of the countries in Southeast Asia to support the passive cooling pilot. The passive cooling is mostly use the existing technology, but you put this integrated together and even use a solar thermal and also solar PV technology. So that is also great potential, I think, for a lot of South countries, like especially in developing areas, the temperatures, you need cooling systems almost all year round, like in Southeast Asia, we're doing now. And I really think that's a great potential for Solar Plus, and also with the existing technology, South-South cooperation will have good opportunities to contribute to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And those are very insightful comments. I just wanted to make, just draw on something that you've said and just spotlight that for the audience. So, you mentioned just the sheer number of people that do not have access to clean cooking. And that figure is 3 billion globally, 3 billion, mostly in developing markets. But you see, a lot of the times when you hear the story about clean cooking, a lot of the substitution is that people are looking at, putting in gas as a transition fuel for clean cooking. There are technologies that exist that enable us to leapfrog that gas pipeline and go straight to electrification. So we thank you for spotlighting that. I think it's a very key point that we should talk about. And also just, passive cooling. And again, we dovetail to the discussion we had a little bit earlier on standards and standardization. Very key that we have uniform standards across different regimes, and it enables us to deploy very quickly. So thank you so much for those interventions. Thank you. We will move over to Fabi Tumiwa, the Executive Director for the Institute of Essential Services Reform. And we'll talk a little bit about Indonesia. Indonesia you have your ambitious targets for 2050, and you have one of the most, you're one of the most important pathways to supply. So I think our question for you is, are there specific policies and mechanisms or applications that you're looking at introducing in Indonesia for Solar Plus? The floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I have to be honest that if you look at Indonesia and the Southeast Asia region, I don't think we have developed our solar potentials. I think we are, if you look at the capacity, the installations, Indonesia is lagging behind other countries. And I think I have explanations to it. Well, first, like Indonesia, we are rich with fossil fuel. We are rich with coal, oil, and natural gas. And in our energy policies, only focus on, so far, focus on the to utilize these fossil fuel resources. But also, and this is very important, as a solar technology become cheaper, because I think every government think about how to provide electricity access affordably for the citizens, right? So as solar become cheaper, the government and utilities try to integrate the utilization of more solar. So we have seen this in the last 10 years that solar start to emerge. And in the past, solar PV is used as a means for increasing electricity access. So if you look at Indonesia, we have 280 million population, but we have 17,000 islands. And the populations is spread all over this country. Some really live in the remote area that grid cannot access. And even providing grid access electricity to this remote area, remote village, remote population are very expensive. I think it costs between $5,000 to like $20,000 per connection. So obviously, distributed renewable energy technology like solar is become the solutions. But again, I think in the past, for different because of different factors, it's not really successful. And part of that because low maintenance and operation capacities, I think, and keep the technologies that are being used in the past, for instance, like battery, is not that right. But recently, the government see this as a potential. So the application for rooftop solar, for instance, now become quite common. And 2018, the government issue a regulation that allow rooftop solar. Now you see that rooftop solar increase, although the regulation keep changing. But we now allowed to install rooftop solar. Before 2018, if you install rooftop solar, you will go to jail in Indonesia, yes? Because our law. But then the government said, okay, you can install rooftop solar. Now it's become practice, and I do believe that within this year, maybe we can reach rooftop solar installation close to 1 gigawatt. Right, so it's a big progress for Indonesia in the last few years. The other thing that we also, so the government allowed that. So now it's very important development with the rooftop solar because the utilities not allow us to use net metering scheme anymore for the rooftop solar user. In the past, when the government first introduced the rooftop solar, any excess capacity you can send to the grid uses this net metering. But for several reasons, the utility they don't think that is good for them. So the regulation that came this year saying that you cannot export your excess capacity. What happened is that because storage technology is now getting cheaper and cheaper, some of these owners of rooftop PV in the urban area start to install battery storage, right? And very interestingly, with it's open for more applications. Like for instance, potential for virtual power plant, but although it's not there yet in Indonesia in terms of regulation, but they could open for other possibilities. So these two, this trend is actually mark the solar development in Indonesia. So how about this off-grid one? for the remote areas. Well, the lesson learned from rural electrification projects that based on solar tell that it's not sustainable if you only provide the electricity using solar only for lighting. Simple appliances. Because the demand of electricity keep increasing when you have the access. So now what the government is doing is that a number of solar plan for remote area has to be able to serve the productive use of electricity. So different kind of use, and if it is like single individual installation, so it has to be, increase the capacity so they can use more than just lighting, because the standard practice in the past is just for lighting, right? So that's I think importance, and as the energy storage battery become cheaper, I think the wider applications also and more economical application for rural electrification based on solar. So, and the other one that the final thing I want to say is that this kind of a solar plus application for productive use, you also see that in the fishery sectors for the shrimp pond and others, and some application in the agriculture. I think including, it started like hydroponic power by solar, right? But it's all related to economic activities and productive use of solar. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And that was very insightful. I think, sort of my takeaways from your submission, well, I think the key one, the opening, is that we have to understand that resource-rich countries like Indonesia, there are a lot of resource-rich countries out there who are net exporters of fossil fuels, or who have a lot of fossil fuels. And there's a very different narrative from the net importers of these products. For some, if you're importing fossil fuels, then it's an easy sort of switch, and you're basically switching this out, and you're sort of, and that's immediately to your bottom line. You're saving yourself in importation duties, importation costs, etc., and potential subsidies. But for net producers, it's a very, very different narrative. So I'm very glad to hear the case of a country like Indonesia. Second of all, we talked about this a little bit earlier, which is just that as a mechanism, just geographically, when you have multiple islands, you're not going to be able, just grid-wise, it just makes sense to have DRE on grid. And then you mentioned policy. And I didn't even know this, so thank you for that insight, that you couldn't even put up until 2018, you couldn't even install rooftop solar. So the evolution of sort of everything from feed-in tariffs to net metering, etc., are things that, are policy-driven, policy drivers that we need to put in place. So we thank you for those highlights. Moving on to our penultimate panelist, we will move on to Mr. Zhang Weiyin, who's a special assistant to the president and the head of strategic marketing at LONGi. And the question for you is, you're one of the biggest solar manufacturers in the world, and I know most of us know about LONGi, and you've put in a lot of efforts in solar storage and solar hydrogen. So it would be great to hear a little bit about your work and your market outlook, and just your application. So just basically a little bit more about you. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm working for LONGi Hydrogen. So LONGi Hydrogen of LONGi founded in 2021, and I'd like to share perspective on green hydrogen topic plus solar power. So as you all know, LONGi is one of the most compelling solar power company in the world. Thanks to our continuous investment into technology, we had the cheapest and the best solar panel product in the world. And with the growing market and the decreasing cost, we see penetration level of solar power being continuously improving globally. At the same time, Longji, our founder, is continuously thinking about two challenges. One is with the solar power continue to penetrate into the grid, it provides renewable energy at the same time pressure to the grid. So at the peak hours, the solar energy, the solar power cannot be fully utilized in some areas. So there's a waste on solar power. At the same time, if we look into the net zero, well, 6 years to go, right? So globally, there are 30% of carbon emissions are not able to be reduced with simply electrify the sector. For instance, the steel making, the chemical and refinery, and also for certain cement making industries. These are not able to be decarbonized because it's not simply electrifying the process. So the only way you are going to do is to change the gray hydrogen that they're using now into green hydrogen. And for some other like steel making industries, you are going to change the process using green hydrogen to reduce carbon emission. So that is something in the mind that we have to utilize green hydrogen to achieve the net zero goal in these 30% of, we say, industrial sectors, as well as long distance transportation as well to the ocean and also the aviation field. So at that point, Longji started to invest ourselves into green hydrogen sector, starting from 2021. And there's a key element there is to how you convert the green energy into green hydrogen. So you need to have this water electrolyzer. So you have to have the best water electrolyzer to have the lowest cost in CapEx and to have the best efficiency. That has to be large scale and has to be reliable and safe. So that's where Longji come from to get into green hydrogen industry. Starting from 2021, we have now supplied more than 300 megawatt green hydrogen electrolyzer system to the world. And we have signed 500 megawatt projects. So that's delivering. But still, if you look into the green hydrogen sector, it is still at the start point. More projects are kind of pilot projects. They're trying to find the balance to demonstrate the technology and also to see how the economic goes. But luckily, we see several projects that are already able to get money from the project. For instance, there are steel makers. They can sell green steel to the car makers like Mercedes-Benz or Audi for the premium cars. They can get the money back from the end user. And for something else, they can produce green methanol that the transporters, they are able to afford the premium, that they can change from the original fossil fuel to green fuel. So we're looking that with the technology continues to advance, we will have a lower cost for the green hydrogen, and we will have a better affordability for the industries to use green hydrogen. At that time, we'll foresee more sectors, industrial sectors, will start to get into transition to green hydrogen, and we are getting accelerated curve to decarbonize these sectors. That's what I want to share with you. And I would like to send an invite to all of you. If you have a chance, please come to visit us in Xi'an and in China, and we'll show you the technology and also our projects in the green hydrogen sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I know time is fast, we're fast approaching time. So thank you so much for your submission, specifically on green hydrogen and its applications, specifically in the steel industry. And we look forward to, taking you up on your invitation. Our final panelist for today is Jilin, the Senior Climate Change Officer for Asian Development Bank. And the question to you is, we know what the ADB has done in terms of supporting renewable energy development in southern countries, and that extends to policy design. So we'd like to know, are there key findings that you've found in these countries, any barriers that you've come across with, and any models that you'd like to sort of to spotlight? I know that all good things must come to an end. Everybody's still excited, but if we may just sort of be a little bit more brief, and then we'll wrap up for the day. So thank you. The floor is yours.
Sure, thank you very much. I don't want to stand between you and dinner, so I'll be very brief. Actually echoing some of the panelists and also earlier speakers, there are a lot of obstacles in developing solar industries in Asia-Pacific region, although the potential is actually very huge. Some of the obstacles that we observe, including the high upfront costs, also the high financing costs of small-scale projects, etc. So ADB as a development finance institution is actually the strength actually to mobilize financial resources and market infrastructure to strengthen the sector in the region. I just want to highlight two of our efforts in our developing member countries. The first one is in Indonesia. We have in India. In India, we have a multi-tranche financing facility to support the development of rooftop solar in the country. By providing a $500 million US loan to the Indian government through a sovereign arrangement, we actually the project supports one of the national banks in Indonesia to provide on-landing resources to sub-projects of solar projects in India. So the bank has 6,700 branches across the nation. So being able to providing these on-landing projects will be able to quickly scale up the deployment of rooftop solar in the country. We also actually having a $5 million US of TA resources, the technical assistance, to strengthen the institutional arrangement and the capacity of the bank to access the credit risks of solar projects specifically. So helping the banks to enhance their capacities on reviewing the applications and credit line of these solar projects in rural areas of India. And the second project is actually in the Philippines, which is pretty new. We just approved it late last year. So the project in the Philippines providing a $100 million US loan to one of the energy companies in the Philippines. And in addition to that, we also provide $20 million US of the partial credit guarantee to one of the banks in the Philippines. Being able to having the bank in the Philippines to leveraging ADB's AAA credit resources to reduce their credit margin to its borrowers. So by that instruments, we actually leverage and unlock more resources from the private sector to support the solar development in the Philippines. So this is some of the efforts we have been doing. In China, we are also initiating a effort to actually summarizing some of the resources and experiences in China on solar PV plus. And so with an aim to actually replicate and further share with other ADB member countries to develop similar models for further replication. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for your submissions. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw to a close, I'd just like to thank ADB, sort of for highlighting your different initiatives, especially the TA. I'm sure a lot of people don't know the technical assistance that banks actually extend that to the tune of $5 million. It's a significant amount, so we applaud you for that. Just in closing, I'll just wrap up by saying we've heard about the key roles that national governments should play in terms of policies. We've heard the roles of MDBs, multilateral development banks. We've heard from industry, philanthropy, CSOs. And we've also spoken about the drastically short timeline we have to 2030, our pivotal points. But the great thing is that we have all the stakeholders here in this room to make the difference. We have highlighted the different efforts that everybody is making. I think this is a watershed moment to redouble our efforts. It's never enough as we move towards our target. I'd like to give another hearty round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much for your time. And then to yourselves, our audience, thank you for your patience. Thank you for listening, and we look forward to seeing you again. Thank you so much. Thank you.